Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas kasama patas tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPL S14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Blacklist International agad at Smart Omega ang ating mapapanood ay ginamit na pero sa kasalubungin ng mga players dito ng Blacklist kaya it's gonna be a wipeout at para dediretsuhin na 10 minuto pa lamang iyon ng laban pero ayaw nang patagalin ng Blacklist at sila ang kukuha ng game number 1. Sila nakapag-pull down na naman yung Spirong Alpha ay si Joe pa ang susunod na mga maalam dito. Isama mo na rin si Atoy R kasi ang Blacklist International bumatok na naman sa base at maging game number 2 ay mapapasa kanila. May sarili talaga sila na nagiging pagkikita doon sa bandang itaas. Saka na lang. Ay! Okay! Mapokus lang sa kanya. 4 seconds baka mabuhay dito mga flames na send Omega. Meron pa big wave. Meron tower na! Tuloy ang bago na namin! Aurora versus BLCK. Maganda lang siya na pwede kumipensa mahigit niya pa ito kasi lahat nila pag na at mukhang mahirapan na talaga siyang kumilito mag-isa dahil Aurora ang magwawagi sa game number 1. Ay, magkagaling sa likod si The Hitman! Wala na dito si Edward, dalawang mahuhuli with the implosion pero ang target lang talaga dito ay si Benny Cutie nagkaroon pa ng Blood Wings at tatapos na nga yung laro! Ang hapdi, aabutan pa dito si Sanji at malinis na wipeout for Team Liquid! At Welcome to the second day of MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. Yesterday was full of twists and turns, with two teams surviving elimination to compete in today's series of matches. Later, Falcons APBren will go up against Blacklist International, while Fnatic Onic Philippines takes on Aurora MLBB. At this point, anything can happen, so brace yourselves. Who will advance and who will fight another day down in the lower bracket? That's what we're gonna find out. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Simulan na ang tunay na bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
And there you have it. We are now day number 2 here for the playoffs. Season 14 once again. Welcome to the desk, the English desk. I'm Naisu, joined here this time with Ingan. And you guys saw the preview of what happened yesterday. I think everybody was surprised with some of the results. I know a lot of predictions out there, Ingan.
A lot.
Got thrown out the window.
I think every single one of us had to redo our prediction, including a part of the community, because 20% only predicted Blacklist would win up against Omega. And who would have thought that they won the series, but not just that, they also swept them.
A sweep.
A sweep, Naisu.
I would have never guessed that first match would have been a sweep. I was actually here just watching in the crowd yesterday. It was my day off, but I was surprised as well for a lot of people. But then, of course, when we move on to that second match that we witnessed yesterday, man, that was such a beautiful series. I think for a lot of people, right, they were thinking, TLPH, man, they made some adjustments and everything else, but the thing that's happened with both those series, Blacklist and RORA, they just came ready to play and were the better teams, with that days. Because now what it really leads us to is, number one, we're going to have a new champion this season.
Yes, for sure.
TLPH being knocked out.
Fortunately, the defending champion has been eliminated, but right now, if you're going to look at the schedule, Falcons APBren going up against Blacklist. And after that, of course, Fnatic Onic versus Aurora. Now, focusing on the first match, if you would recall what happened during their first two meetings, Falcons dominated Blacklist. But we all know Blacklist, when it comes to the playoffs, there is indeed a Blacklist playoffs mode.
Yeah, and Blacklist, they actually beat FCAP once in the regular season. So they had that. We'll see, because this is a different beast. Like, this Blacklist International is different for the playoffs. And of course, FNOP versus RORA. RORA, they're strong. Like, this is a team that a lot of people have had their eye on throughout this season. And, to say the least, they have not won against FNOP, though. That's the one thing, because a lot of teams didn't win against FNOP.
Yeah, it was only Omega, so it was shocking that Omega, coming into day number 2, is already eliminated.
Hey, I know we got a lot to say about this, but we're going to let the guys on the panel do it. Rockhart and Leo bring us through our matches, the first one for the day.
I'll do you one better, Joseph. We'll cover both. Welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. At your service, my name is Dan Leo Kubanga here with Carl Rockhart to. And we're two of the youngest talents here in MPL Philippines. How are you, man?
That is correct. We are definitely the youngest talents here in the MPL Philippines. And I would like to really invite you guys to just tune in, just relax, grab your snacks. Because if yesterday we got a sweep, I don't think that's happening this time around.
You can see here our teams coming through, arriving on time here at the venue, Green Sun Hotel in lovely Makati City, the business district of Manila. And you see coming out of the Blacklist shuttle, Blacklist International, they're locked in.
We're ready to go here. Again, you're right on time. Just when you need them the most.
You know what gives me the goosies, Carl?
What?
The fact that it's one of these teams walking out of their respective vehicles, possibly taking home the championship.
Possibly, right? And it's not that far off. Especially with the performance that Blacklist did show last night, I would say yesterday. They can do anything at this point, right? I would put them at par. And again, this is Blacklist that defeated the guys with the 14-0. It's just plain math. It's easy math, guys. If they beat Omega, Omega beat FNOP, FNOP beat FCAP.
It's logic.
You see what I mean?
It's logic, and the fact that you broke the logic by turning it upside down, and you proved the 70% of viewers wrong, maybe 80 if you round up, then, you deserve to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, MPL Philippines brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro. That's the official tournament phone. Let's bring on to our discussion, all the way from the ECA. It's Coach Vren of Team Spirit. All right.
Or maybe he's just getting
patch
ready.
him in.
He's just getting ready.
Just a bit.
There it is.
Once he comes down, I'm pretty sure it's just the time zone.
It is time
If
zone
I'm not
difference.
mistaken, the time zone might be about 5 hours to 3.5, something like that.
It's pretty close to that. Yeah, actually, you're correct.
Technically, Central Asia is where he's in right now.
So I think we're gonna connect him very, very soon. And I'm very excited to actually talk to Coach Vren. He has so much history with specifically almost namesake Bren Esports, right? So
for sure.
Yeah.
And just the same, if I'm not mistaken, it was Coach Vren who was with Bren Esports when they had a heated rivalry with Blacklist International in Season 12.
Who better to talk to today?
Tell me who. More than Coach Vren of Team Spirit.
There you
All right,
go.
for reals this time. There he is.
There he is. Told you it's a time zone thing.
Coach Vren!
All right.
Hello, magandang hapon.
Ayan, so we also have Leo and Rockhart from the English stream.
What's up, Coach?
How are you there, our friends? Do you guys hear us?
Yon.
Yan, okay. Naririnig nila tayo. So I think we have a question para dito kay Coach Vren. Again, this is Epic Rivals Legacy versus Legacy. So, yep. Coach na...
Yes.
Okay.
Practice lang.
How would you describe Falcons APBren and Blacklist Legacy? Ano yung legacy nila?
Unahan sa Blacklist, no? So, Blacklist legacy goes back to their dominance from the past 4 years, since Season 7 up till now, up till Season 12. They have always reached the playoffs up to the grand finals, and not only that, it's either they are the champions or they are the runner-up. So, since Season 7, Blacklist Legacy is about consistency. Sila yung classmate mo na perfect attendance na with high honors pa. About FCAP, their legacy is about bearing the Philippine flag to the top. If we remember on M2, where it was Indonesia's supremacy, Vren stepped up and brought the Philippines back on top. And on time in 2023, it was almost the time for Indonesia to come back. That's what APBren took a step up again for the Philippines to be on top. So yung legacy ng Bren, para siyang superhero eh. Pag kailangan mo na yung Pilipinas, pag kailangan mo ng superhero para ligtas yung Pilipinas, para iwagay yung flags sa itaas, yan, APBren maasahan natin.
Kaya world-class ang Pilipinas. That's why we're always on top, is because among our teams, there's so many different kinds of excellency. There's the consistency of Blacklist, and then there's the Filipino spirit in Falcons APBren. Thanks, Coach Vren.
Yeah, ako Coach Ben, talking about yung level of legacy, no? Kasi napakalalim ng history between these two teams. And hindi lang yung teams, actually pati yung player natin, no? Yung headline ng match natin, yung mga kapitan ng mga respective teams, specifically si Few at pati na rin si Haji. Itong dalawang player na to, since Season 1 and Season 2. Season 1 si Few, Season 2 si Haji. Ang tagal na nila naglalaro. Yung question ko lang, gano'n ba kahirap yung ganito ko nakatagal nagko-compete, lalo pat sa ganitong level ng MLBB na nasa tuktok talaga sila ng mundo. Gaano ba kahirap to?
Well, working with few, so sa kanya lang ako magbe-base, it's actually exciting. Exciting is the word. It's not really hard kasi being able to work with the most hardworking MLBB legend, Kuya and captain of all time, which is also soon to be wed, so congrats to Mr. and Mrs. Arcangel. Anyway, it has been a pleasure. Ika nga nila, if you want to be the best, you have to do things that other people aren't willing to do. And to get the chance to work with individuals that do what other people aren't willing to do, it's just contagious. I mean, his work ethic and perseverance is on another level, thus making everyone bring out the best of themselves.
Yeah, that's actually very very true, no, na yung mga ganito katagal na players, ito yung laging gutom, manalo, laging excited, like andun yung excitement na kapag naglalaro sila, talagang yung chase ng success and yung chase ng achievement, yung talagang thrill. Yun yung nagiging reason and yung motivation nila bakit gustong-gusto nila manalo.
Yeah, and even until now, no? But then, medyo backward lang tayo. Ano tayo ngayon? Ano ba ngayon? Thursday.
Thursday,
Throwback
sakto.
Thursday muna tayo, Coach Vren. Kasi naging part ka, diba, ng APBren's coaching staff noong season 12 and then nung M5 run nyo. And you went up against Blacklist International then. So what was it like to go up against Blacklist International nung panahon na ikaw pa yung part ng coaching staff ng APBren?
Well, they are definitely the team to beat. They're the most consistent nga, di ba? Performing organization in MPL. So you really have to be at your best state before heading on a series with Blacklist International.
Yeah. Grabe, no? Yung consistency.
Yeah, ang bigat ng words na if you're up against a very well-decorated na team who has the experience and with the coaching staff also, parang sobrang hirap na. It's a lot of pressure na agad for the other team who's competing with them.
Well, speaking of ito na, nag-usap na tayo. FCAP di ba? FCAP and Blacklist na. Coach Vren, konting advice, straight to the point lang tayo for FCAP since tropa tong mga to, di ba? Anong atake? What's the attack? What should be the attack of FCAP going into Blacklist now that knowing na na-sweep sila noong nakaraan, they got swept in the previous game. What should be like the main focus of FCAP in terms of attacking Blacklist's strategy?
Simple lang siguro masasabi ko sa APBren para makabawi sila. Tandaan lang nila nung mga panahon na gusto nila maging world champion. Ngayon world champion na sila. So just man up and play like one. Alam na nila yan.
Grabe.
Grabe naman yun. Just man up and be like one.
Ang bigat ng sinabi dito ni Coach Vren. And nakikita natin yung naging performance din nila during that game. And it was, let's say, it was a game wherein talagang Battle of the Bronze. Anyway, Coach Vren, pinag-usapan natin itong ating mga players and even the teams. I'll lead you to the hardest question of the day because nagkaroon na tayo trip down memory lane. For sure, everyone is excited. What's the answer for Coach Vren? What is your prediction coming to this match, Falcons APBren versus Blacklist? Ilagay niyo po yung match score.
May score.
May
Ayun,
score.
Coach, may
Ritual
score,
yan dito sa Pilipinas, dapat may score.
Well, APBren has, hindi naman kilala APBren sa mga sweeps, so I'll go for 3-1 APBren.
Humility at its finest, no? Parang mananalo pero syempre makakaisa yung kalaban.
3-1 APBren. Okay, Coach Vren, final words sa ating mga viewers ngayon.
Ayun, keep supporting MPL Philippines live and online. Yun lang. Keep supporting esports lang as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach Vren. Thank you so much. Ay, narinig natin ang mga saloobin and even yung mga thoughts din, Coach Vren, with this game. So, tingnan natin kung magkakatotoo yung kanyang prediction doon sa ating magiging laban. Thank you so much sa ating English panel, Rockhart and Leo. Thank you so much. At eto na, guys. Eto
All right,
na
y'all heard it first.
Brass tacks, bro.
Despite the consistency of Blacklist and the regular season performance, Coach Vren thinks FCAP can do it.
I mean, you gotta have faith in your old boys, right? You know, I would do so myself. If I work for them like year in, year out, I went through the nitty-gritty, I got the trophy with them, you gotta have a little faith.
Yeah, it's just amazing how despite whatever happens in the regular season, Blacklist still somehow finds a way to just turn the world upside down. And this is where you show your support, all right? MPL fans, bees, agents, and anything in between, who do you think is going to win? Falcons APBren or Blacklist International? Vote via the online poll. Who did you vote for here?
Huh, that's
Were
a good
you
question.
part of the 20% yesterday?
No, I was not.
We were the 80.
I was part of the 80.
We were the 80. So
I'm still throwing out the B recall here. Yeah, I'm gonna go FCAP for this.
It's online, right? Like you posted it. It's on the internet.
I gotta stick with my guns, like you said.
That mean, in Filipino, panindigan mo.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all right. Well, so as a man of principle, I will as well say Falcons APBren. That is what the forecast stated, and as dictated by the rules of predictions, if you're wrong, you can no longer do your job.
That's right.
Right?
We are heading out. I'm signing my resignation as we speak.
That's it. If your predictions are wrong, you are no longer as efficient as a caster because we are forced to have clairvoyancy and full-on knowledge of what will happen in the future. So what do you think? You have the benefit of predicting and voting
and
without
replaying
any repercussion. You just can enjoy the show and support these teams, but all jokes aside, Rockart, now that Coach Vren has shared with us a little bit of context, built up and remind us of that legacy that both teams carry, it might even be closer than a 3-1, might even go all the way.
Actually, I feel like 3-1 is very conservative, Coach Vren. I mean, we're friends, but not gonna lie, it is a 3-2 match.
Not this Black that suddenly showed us a new Ube.
Exactly.
It's a new Ube!
I mean, some people would argue that, you know what, Blacklist, maybe they threw everything they had already because it was for their playoffs lives. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's 3-2, bro.
Coach
But yes, FCAP.
Bon teased the Estes. On social media, he teased the Estes. I saw him in the hallways and he said, tomorrow, Leo, maybe tomorrow.
He said that?
He did say maybe.
Maybe tomorrow.
So I don't wanna have people assume.
Yeah.
But best believe I'm here for it. The fact that this new Blacklist is channeling the old Blacklist, prime Blacklist.
Yeah.
I'm excited, and I'm sure the community side is as well. Everyone here in the MPL arena, let's go ahead and head into our community face-off. The Bees versus the Agents. There with Marakino, and they'll be dropping the bombs on behalf of our teams.
Face-off, representing Falcons APBren, the Bees. Representing Blacklist International, the Agents. Ito ang palag ng madla. Para sa Falcons APBren, ano ang palag mo?
Well, mula sa players hanggang coach, nasa Hall of Fame kami. Diba? Nasa Hall of Fame.
Para sa Blacklist International, ano ang palag mo?
Okay lang, nakalason na kami ng isa kahapon.
Palag!
Well, may bago kaming skin, hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa!
Palag!
Good luck na lang ulit and have fun.
Palag kung palag, fist bump! Fist bump! 2 teams, 1 goal, and everything on the line. Let's head to the Lanadon and get things started. Casters, VOG, pasok.
Deep breaths as we welcome our marshals. This match is going to leave us breathless and on the edge of our seats. It's Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. The reigning world champions are steps closer to another championship title versus the Agents, potentially turning the tides. First up in the XP lane, it's FlapTzy versus Lord JM. In the jungle, Kyle Teasy versus MP the King. In the mid lane, Idol ng mga kids, you versus the all-around agent, Haji. In Rome, Master Ogwin versus Perks. And finally, in gold, Bulletproof Super Marco versus the Filipino Sniper, Uhim. And their coaches, Coach Trevor versus Coach Bon Chan.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm getting the goosies.
I'm getting
the goosies. It's one thing to talk about them and then to see them walk into the arena.
That's right. And especially with the performance of Blacklist, had everyone look like they were on Super Saiyan mode, man.
More specifically, the gold laners. Is it just me, or is Super Marco more locked in the day
than usual?
And also, is it maybe because Oheb is too? You see that cold, hard stare on Oheb's face? I've never seen Kill one like that.
Yeah, I swear I saw sparks flying on the ground when they were walking. It was too much, man. And I think our fans also felt that. They got shocked. I saw reports of people getting electrical burns. I'm just kidding.
Luckily, we have medical staff on call here, but that's not true. No one getting hurt in the MPL arena, except for the hopes and dreams of many a fan, and of course, these world-class athletes. Because again, as professional as they may be, and as good as they may be at what they do, it's their hopes and dreams on the line.
That's right. And hopes and dreams are probably what's firing and fueling Blacklist International right now, who seem to be leading on KP by quite a margin. And that is against FCAP. Again, one of the remaining titans here of MLBB that are still in the MPL PH playoffs for this season.
And one of the few things they actually have on top from FCAP is that hero pick. Unique heroes. And I'm not just talking about like player per hero role. It's because Haji for sure has picked some tanks that few hasn't. But also the Rafaela yesterday.
Overall, the effectiveness. It's not just the weirdness of the pick, the off-meta pick. It's how effective it was, especially in making that composition work. And we saw that yesterday. People were running. People were so... It was such a good draft.
And best believe, Haji's KDA is just going to get bigger and bigger, given how now he's in mid. Imagine his KDA against few, right?
Yeah.
That's a number that he got even while playing in Rome. So he died a lot.
He did.
So listen up, folks. Here's the Infinix keys to victory. Falcons APBren, they gotta decode the new Uber strategy. Personally, that's what's the scariest for me, coming in from this black.
I mean, you're given additional homework coming into the playoffs. What the heck, bro?
Who'd have thought?
This is not what I signed up for. But just kidding. Obviously, they're going to have to go for it. And of course, if they're going to have to slow down the B's aggressions, that's something that APBren has been known for all for the last 3 years.
And as well, since it is a new metagame in the playoffs, Blacklist, we already saw their new shade of black.
Yeah.
Maybe FCAP is going to leverage some new drafting patterns. Maybe they have a new strat. Maybe the stats that we've been tracking for the past 2 months might change.
It might actually not matter that much anymore, right? I mean, right now they look like a different team. They feel like a different team. And the picks are starting to show us a bit of a different form as well. Different forms for Blacklist, and who knows what FCAP has up in store for their sleeves. And I guess that's one of the big pluses for APBren right now, is they've been watching. They've been watching all day yesterday. They have had a lot of time to maybe prepare for some of these pocket picks that Blacklist has out. But again, we're not sure if all the pocket picks are out yet.
Yeah, given the side selection for Game 1 in this best of 5, it's Blacklist going in red, because blue is going to Falcons APBren. They are home, so they get the advantage at 1, 3, and 5, and they're at a whopping 70% win rate.
All right. And their side selection win rate is at 64, so more often than not,
yeah,
when they pick a side and they go for the blue side, that's a different story. They get the dubs. And again, they had a really spectacular regular season run anyway.
And what they want to do, Rockhart, is lock in the Moskov, the Phoveus, and the Julian. Actually, in one of the two Titans, right? The Fallen Team Liquid Philippines, it's FlapTzy's Julian that's actually performed a little better. So even in this new metagame, even with Suyo around, I wouldn't take it out of Falcons APBren, might maybe even pick the Julian.
I mean, we saw it get banned out yesterday again against FlapTzy himself. So I think that might still be on the chopping board here. I don't know if it's willing to be first pick, but it's not. It's a Suyo coming in at first.
Not when it gets opened, right? If the Suyo is banned, then maybe they prioritize the Julian or the Ling. But here, instead, it's Blacklist opening up with a couple of picks after banning the Chip, the Phoveus, and the Moskov. There's the Ling, see what I tell you?
Ling first pick for MP the King, no fear whatsoever. Of course.
And the Hylos, that's their number
Hylos is great.
2 red side pick.
I mean, the Hylos works so well against so many heroes right now, slowing him down, just making sure that your team has access to the lineup. Not to mention yesterday, it was also sped up by a Rafaela.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know if that can come in here.
So that doesn't say anything just yet, given that it is a first two swing.
That's right.
But luckily for all the bees, they can rest easy knowing that Coach Treb, their coaching staff, Coach Ducky, did their homework. Look at this rock art, the alpha ban in the first phase, and the Jushin.
Making sure that there's just no straight up counter, making sure that you don't get overwhelmed by the Ling as well.
Hold up, check it out. Falcons APBren picking up a signature Faramis for Fuse. That's their #1 best pick in mid, alongside a Gatot who was on the rise midway through Season 14.
Yeah, I love the Loyi pick here. Making sure that all your bases are covered, making sure that, you know, Haji can just stay safe, stay easy on that pick. And yesterday, you know what? In terms of Haji, I'm still convinced this guy has sixth sense, especially from the performance yesterday. He's gonna go through bushes like crazy today.
And that's the thing.
It
takes one to beat one.
Takes one to beat one.
Yesterday, his Aurora was on fire, had eyes behind his back. He knew exactly where the diversion play was going to come from Ukir. So this time, it's him on the aggressive, on the offense, playing that Loyi, and we still don't even know what the real roam is.
That's right. And again, this high loss is just so good, man. They gotta do something about this guy really, really soon, because it's just such an easy contest.
The Agents won twice yesterday, games 2 and 3 in their campaign against Smart Omega with this high loss.
Yes. And again, you can't really ban it out each and every time.
Both first phase picks in blue and red.
There you go.
It's just versatility and a flex regardless.
And Lord JM seems to have a field day. He had a field day with this. Surprised with the Khalid ban. Sort of expected the thought to go in, but you know what? I'm happy for it. I'm all for it. FlapTzy does deserve a lot of respect as well on that XP lane.
And now, a pick. We still do not know what Oheb will be picking up since his Nolan got banned out. That's the finishing blow on Smart Omega yesterday.
Pretty big.
So
what about?
I will choose my own path.
Arlo. Ooh, they're leaving it for last, bro.
They're protecting him. This is old school Blacklist, man. It's just protect Oheb, make sure he gets to do his job, and then win from there.
That's right. Hear me out, though. Beatrix.
I don't see why not. I don't see why not. It's a pretty good damage profile already. You got burst magic from Loyi. You got the sweeper from MP.
They're going to go all over the map, not just because of the Loyi, but because of the Ling as well. So he's going to have a lot of room to farm in, because the enemy is going to be so busy hunting him down.
What's Marco to pick up here? Does he go carry?
Carry sounds like a safe pick.
Still open. Dangerous though against the Loyi.
Oh, that's true.
Since you're very vulnerable.
The carry just falls to Loyi here so easily.
Although it does help that there's a Faramis.
First rule around here.
Is that an Iksha? Oh, that's a carry still. All right. I got bamboozled there a little bit.
Laughs in analysis. All right. So, again, I asked the question, I answered it as well. The Faramis will protect the carry. And laning-wise, this asks a very interesting question.
How did we miss that? I missed it as well.
We overthought it. We read between the lines.
Goodness, all right.
And we missed the obvious. There's that white-haired little boy. Still a good pick. Again.
It is. I kind of get used to it getting banned out on first phase.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, Blacklist International, they're playing to their comforts, which is explained by the lower numbers on their lineup rating and their counter index. If anything, they get countered clean by Falcons APBren.
It does feel like it. Overall, the team fighting for Falcons APBren is through the roof, especially with the Faramis Netherrealm. So the carry can just stay close to get out. Kachai should be fine as well. Stay close a few. And it's going to be tricky for Blacklist to eke one out here, unless they really take full control of the map.
Key battle spells on these heroes. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, as we throw into the bout, it's Ingan and Naisu calling the action.
And thanks so much, Rockhart Leo. Break it down, laughing in analysis. Us two here on the desk. Sometimes you just gotta go with what works. Welcome to the game number 1. First match of the day here, playoffs day number 2. FCAP versus Blacklist International. What we saw yesterday, man, very impressive from Blacklist. I think a lot of people, if you guys missed it, they performed out of their minds. Ingan, how are we feeling about the lineups here?
You know, I gotta agree with the panel again. And it's hard to execute what Blacklist is up to. especially when Super Marco, the bulletproof. We all know in terms of KDA, Super Marco's up to par when it comes to KDA with Haji because he's bulletproof, but at the same time, he can dish out the damage. But Lord James going right after FlapTzy early on, forcing Blacklist to engage there. They want to go for an early kill as Ogun trying to protect FlapTzy with a Revitalize, though they might bring him down. He has to flicker out, and Lord James' aggression will pay off. They will get the first blood.
Already, you know? Hey, some people said, you know, oh, hold on, I think they're still engaging. Perks.
Okay, they want to go for the counter attack. Here comes the Shadow Stampede for El Capitan Few, but it's not going to be enough though, as FlapTzy has to walk away, and Lord JM playing out of his mind already. A double kill early on, make it 3 as MP the King picks up the kill.
Man, this is a whole lot happening here under the 2-minute mark right now. I mean, we're talking about a good respective lead. Early game leading into that first objective in just a bit here. And with those kills, 2 being on Lord JM, that's great for the lane matchup. You know, this is an Arlot pick. He just gets that level 4. He's got a nice lead against FlapTzy. So this makes things really, I guess, comfortable for Blacklist in the early portion of the game. We'll see if FCAP actually wants to respond to this and how they do that. But, you know, this team fighting, the skirmishes already happening are really favoring Blacklist here.
And imagine the first turtle just spawned. Already 3 kills for Blacklist, 1.3k gold lead. A lot has happened. Yeah. So for sure, this game will be action-packed as 4 agents are securing here the turtle. FlapTzy and Ogun just trying to survey the scene, trying to disrupt Blacklist as they will secure an uncontested turtle.
The other upside of this lineup from Blacklist International is just the fact that, you know, you have this Lo Yi here. Haji's running the Warcry emblem, and that's why also those early skirmishes, you know, when he was able to get the interactions off, like that extra damage does play a part, and it's hard to fight those early fights with a Lo Yi across from you. Now later on, once those diversion plays come in handy, you know, that's where you really kind of keep FCAP wondering, like, where are we going to come through from that diversion play?
Yeah.
And it's tough to deal with. Look at that early damage already.
Yeah, it's really going to boil down to the execution of our mid laners. Haji and Few, they have at least the most important ultimates for their respective teams. Few with the Netherrealm, Haji with the diversion. And we've seen, oh, wait a minute, okay, they want to go for more Blacklist, forcing Ogun to cast that AOG. And going back to my point, remember the time when Haji and MP the King paired up the Lo Yi with the Hayabusa, and they were just going crazy with the macro? That's when Blacklist International's momentum started.
Back in the regular season, right?
Back in the regular season,
It's funny because, like, a lot of people, when they were watching Blacklist International through the regular season, I think a lot of people had a lot of things to say about them.
A lot.
You know, because there was a time, too, with Blacklist International in regular season where they were trying different, like, lineups, like lineup iterations, and then they eventually found the best. Here's a diversion, though.
Oh, gonna make sure Super Marco doesn't have a good time here, even forcing out this flicker. But in the end, will bring him down. So that was a way worth it trade for Blacklist, a diversion for the life of Super Marco.
Yep, that's what I was talking about, man. The diversion plays are going to be pretty an obstacle for FCAP to overcome. Now, with the lineup that they have here, too, they're really hoping that, you know, late game is where they can shine and they can utilize, especially the carry pick, you know, with Super Marco, even though he's already gotten taken down.
Yeah.
That pressure is going to be continuous there, though. So for FCAP, they've got to be able to kind of protect Super Marco, allow the late game to happen because, Ingon, the way things are going right now, like, I don't know if FCAP's going to get there. This second turtle for the taking, too, and Blacklist might either look for a pickoff or just start it up.
Because ideally, the plan for Falcons APBren is, of course, late game insurance Super Marco with the carry. But FlapTzy was supposed to be dominating early game with the Suyu pick. And so far, we've seen Suyu dominate early games. We've seen it with Andoryu. We've seen it with FlapTzy. So far, not a good start for Falcons APBren because of the unexpected aggression Blacklist is showing as MP the King and the rest of Blacklist works on FlapTzy and Ogun once again as they will bring him down. FlapTzy has to go with the split. Perks pops his Revitalize. Okay, now FlapTzy still working on Lord JM. Perks goes in with a glorious pathway with MP the King as well. FlapTzy quite tanky, but will he be able to sustain it? Here comes the Netherrealm, but they're just gonna break it right away, bringing down 2. MP is still alive. Few is the next target, and look at Lord JM. 5-0-2. Man, it sucks that the Alamat Awards just ended because this guy, one of the most improved players for the playoffs.
Yeah. That's a good point because a lot of people are talking smack on Lord JM
A lot.
through the regular season. But man, we're going to look at the replay here. He's trying to make a play in mid. I don't think that's going to result into much. But looking at this replay brought to us by Infinix, this was great. Final slash, able to find multiple members after the Nether Realm was even used. And then they go in, continue to collapse in. So just a huge lead right now for Blacklist. And a lot of this early on snowballed already into this point of the game. You know, that mid-game where you're really just seeing how strong the fighting composition is. And the great thing about this for MP the King especially is this makes your job as a Ling so much easier. Like, you can just do what you need, roam around the map, focus on, you know, these objectives if you need to. But ultimately, the power spike right now for Blacklist International is just so massive that FCAP is going to have to really, like, slow things down. And by slow things down, I mean just not die. You know, like, they don't want to go into a fight because they're going to be outgunned and outmaneuvered right now. And OHAB hasn't even really had to be part of these fights, obviously.
Yeah, he's just literally going on a laning phase with Super Marco, having his own mini game up top. In Blacklist, what you expect? No one could have predicted this. An 8-0 start coming into game number 1 up against Falcons APBren, the reigning, defending world champions back in M5. 5.4k gold lead already. And I do agree with your point. MP the King, right? Okay, they're going to send out someone there. It's going to be Lord JM at the diversion, and they're just going to wait. But I think they're going to spot out Ogwin. Are they going to be able to burst him down, though? 4 members of the Bees are here. Perks might be in trouble. The Shadow Stampede will catch him. FlapTzy goes in as well, and the class will stop there. And okay, going back to MP the King, he's having such a good time because during the regular season, we would always see MP the King struggling because enemies would tend to invade his purple buff. But this time, 3-0-3 start, not even minding whatever clash is happening right now, just focusing on the macro for MP the King.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they're just gonna have kind of an easy time right now. Third turtle, I would be surprised if FCAP really wants to press into this and contest it. It looks like, you know, they're kind of getting angled for this. And we'll see if they actually do it, but it looks like not. 3 for 3 now on the turtles, as it should. Again, FCAP really just needs to get to the late game here. I think we have to talk about how can they get into this game. Oh, hold on.
Okay,
they sent him. Oh, they're
reposition. I think Ogwin knows.
Ogwin has to know. He spotted that bush earlier, but oh man, if he walks into that.
Okay, he still has the AOG. He still can't escape here, but he's getting bursted down, and Perks will pick up the kill. A fast burst, a fast rotation, fast play for Blacklist, and MP the King works on Kyle Teasy. He's going to get stunned though. Templars of Blade will be casted. He has to walk away because of the tower damage. Kyle Teasy pops his 3rd skill. He's chasing after him. Super Marco as well, but MP the King will remain alive. Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Wait, go to the bottom lane, please. Can I see? Okay.
He got out.
MP the King got out.
MP's fine. Blacklist goes and swings it forward. Gets a turret up top. Tier 2 now. Down there. Just OHAB having the gold lane experience, pretty much doing what he wants to do. Farms up. He hasn't really even shown just yet, but look at this. He's already got the Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe locked in, working next on the 3rd item. Most likely Holy Crystal. He's got a little defense physically. Hold on, mid lane.
Okay, we're going to watch for Lord JM. Okay, Final Slash goes in, as well as the Glorious Pathway. Netherrealm will be casted, but look at the damage coming in from Blacklist. They're going to bring down 2. They don't have minions, though, so they have to wait for it before they take down the mid lane turret. And Lord JM again, literally playing out of his mind. A 505 KDA. He's not part of just 1 kill all throughout Blacklist initiation.
This is just nearly, for Blacklist in game 1, this is basically a perfect game for them. You know, there's been no like window for FCAP really to respond. Now you can see, I was just saying that he was going to pick up the Holy Crystal. He gets it at almost or under the 10-minute mark. You know, with OHAB getting those last 2 kills, this is a great moment for them to get this Lord and possibly get multiple base turrets down, because I just think if FCAP even tries to defend with this lineup, they've got a Nether Realm, but it's going to be worked on so quickly because of the economic advantage and items and power that Blacklist has. So this is a free Lord for them. FCAP will have to pull something through to get an amazing defense, but it's going to be so difficult. Kyle Teasy picking up a Sky Piercer here too.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very interesting, right? They don't have any kills on the board. He picks up a Sky Piercer, wants to just get one of the items that he can, but they're going to try to hold this down. Lord JM, as tanky as can be on this R lot, now picking up Radiant Armor. but he's been pumping out the damage too. And that final slash, especially when the Netherrealm is popped, has been a crutch for FCAP to deal with. So right now they try to hold down these turrets. They're going to have to wait for this Lord to march in. Diversion again, where they go.
Oh, they're going to catch karlTzy! Instantaneously bursts him down!
The timing.
Haji instincts ever since day number 1 has been phenomenal. We're going to forget what he did game 3 against Omega. Casting
Aurora.
a skill with the Aurora onto that brush. That's why they found out where the diversion was. And eventually swept Omega, and now the Lord is marching in. Lord JM catches 3 as the Lord is still there. They're going to bring down 2. Next one, Flap. Ogwin manages to escape from the AOG, but they have to defend the push because 5 members of the agents are here with the Lord. Might be able to take game 1 as they bring down Marco. karlTzy alone, and Blacklist will win game 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is Playoffs Blacklist. That was about as a best of a game you could get with the lineup that they had, the way they moved, the way they showed up as a team here. Just an absolute stomp in game 1.
The legacy of Blacklist continues to write some more memories as they take a phenomenal game 1 against the defending champions of M5.
Man, oh man, let's throw it over to the panel here to see what they have to say about game 1.
Something about Blacklist in the Season 14 playoffs makes everyone look inadequate. I'm going to use that word.
I'm going to use the word dumbfounded. I think people are becoming dumbfounded here.
That's one way to put it.
Right? The teams are fighting them like, wait, what do I do? What?
Congratulations to our MVP, Lord JM. Minute -1, he was on fire, and he started strong, ended strong, set up the rest of his team for success. He was this close to actually scoring all of the kills. KDAs, he was, at some point, he was just missing from 1. But we'll call it 100%. 100% KP on this Arlot asterisk. Dude.
I mean, from minute 1, he was actually...
He wasn't giving FCAP anything.
That's right. I mean, they don't care. He doesn't care, rather. If FCAP was throwing bodies at him, he just answered. He did not get phased. He did not get, I don't know, pressured because maybe he has so much trust in his teammates, he's going to get backed up. Or maybe he trusts in his mechanical skill just because he knows that he's probably going to get away with it anyway.
And it's this vigilance by Lord JM that's allowed them to punish Falcons APBren for this. I'll tell you now, it's not that bad of a draft, but it had its glaring weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
Sure, it counters a lot of what Blacklist does, hence the counter rating in the index. But when you look at it from an execution standpoint, and when you watch this game, there's nothing FCAP was doing in the first 5 to 6 minutes, which led to a worse 7 to 10 minutes, which ended the game at 11:30.
Where, yeah, this is a perfect game, by the way. No towers, no objectives given, no kills. Blacklist literally did not let FCAP play, which is usually what we say with people facing FCAP. FCAP is known for being that surgical team that chokes out your buff,
that's right,
chokes out your towers, and doesn't let you play the map. This is what happened to them this time around.
It reminds me of a moment from the MSC Grand Finals wherein SRG played a very perfect fundamental game, and FCAP may have thought out of that space, and they let go of a little bit of the basics, and it ended up like this. I mean, not as perfect a game as Blacklist for sure, but FCAP may have forgotten their ABCs. You know what I mean? Like the
fundamentals.
Yeah, which allowed for Blacklist to slip in between the cracks. And it's the perfect example of give them an inch and they'll take a mile.
I think the inch that was given was very early on, right? After the initial fight that happened on bottom side of the map, it was just a struggle because everyone was always behind one level at minute 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then the 1,000 gold lead at 2 minutes led to just multiples exponentially growing.
And that's what you call snowball. That's a literal snowball here.
Stonks.
Stonks. Got so stonks, and it was just so hard to climb out of it.
Yeah.
It's like they were drowning like a feet at a time.
Yep.
And then they were trying to climb back up, and Blacklist was just pushing him back down.
And they were plugging holes with what seems like duct tape on a battleship that's sinking. Blacklist International, amazing work. And again, it's that drafting prowess by Coach Bonchan and the execution of a team that definitely has a chip on their shoulder. Like, they understand and they know what happened in the regular season and how the whole world is watching them and looking at them now under a microscope, and they're saying, I hope you guys are enjoying what we're putting on.
Yeah, enjoy the show. That's what Blacklist is saying to you guys. You guys have been predicting against them all season long, predicting against them right here. Everyone, collectively. That's the message they're throwing at us.
For sure. Folks,
right?
We're aware of what we've been doing, and we're aware of what Blacklist is doing to prove us wrong. We'll throw it over to our solo analyst to break the game down even further and dig deep into the finer details of Game 1.
Blacklist International once again rocks the MPL stage on the back of a clean and perfect game. We take game number 1 from Falcons APBren with the Ube split strategy. What's the Ube split, we might say? Well, discuss natin yan dito sa analyst stand. My name is Midnight, and ano nga ba Ube split strategy? Now, we are going to be looking at the gold in the item progression first. Nakita natin na nung lumabas na yung Thunderbolt ni Lord JM dito. Once the Thunderbolt has been built on the Arlot, they did have the damage and they did have the ability to set the team fights here for Blacklist International. They grouped up once again, similar strategy that they employed yesterday. Every single objective that they wanted to take, they played as 4. That's why we call it the Ube split. They have a link. They have a jungler that can control the opposite side of the lane. So that meant when they got the items that they needed, the Starlium side, the Thunderbolt from the Arlot, and with the final slash, they're just able to group up. And then when they want to swing to a different lane, they just use Haji's diversion to look for a different objective. That was a very, very decisive game from Blacklist International, and it's because of the fact that their composition is allowed to do so. With Harit being able to play with the Stallion side, and right after the Zaman forces cooldowns with the diversions, they're just able to constantly take objectives from Falcons APBren. As you saw in the gold graph, tuloy-tuloy lang yung pagkuha nila dito ng objective, tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-amass ng gold team laban sa Falcons APBren. And it came to a point that there was just a huge gap in terms of farm and in terms of damage output. That's why Blacklist International did not hesitate at all to take 2 fights laban sa Falcons APBren. And that is the reason why they were able to take that game very, very clean. Establish early game control, Ube split, let the link split push for you, just play as 4, use the diversions, use your advantage, and use your cooldowns. That is why Blacklist International was able to take game number 1. Very clean, very decisive, and naging methodical din yung approach dito ng Blacklist International. Now, looking into game 3, question is, makakabawi ba ang Falcons APBren? Yan ang sasabihin natin dito sa ating panel.
All right, hold your horses, Midnight. We're just going into game 2. All right?
Yeah.
And I like how he threw back to a concept about the split. The Ube split. He's taking concepts from one of Blacklist International's older rivals in Onic Philippines then, called the banana split.
That's right.
So what they did was, it's an Ube strat in essence that splits up the map to a point wherein your opponents are overrun. As you mentioned, Rockard, it's more FCAP that we expected to choke out their opponents.
Yes.
But now it's Blacklist who did that.
And they actually had the tools to do it. With the Loyi, easy to just go around wherever you want, as long as it's within range, and of course everything is within range. Same with the, and then you do it again with the Ling. It just feels so, they have so much control of the map, and they were stopping Super Marco from going into lane every time. Even catching the Gatot Kacha. I mean, this is what you were talking about. Ogwen was trying to plug holes, trying to find a safe space for Super Marco to get some gold. He didn't find any all game long. That's why there was no chance for a backup, for a comeback here in terms of the gold lane matchup.
It's a practice in futility. Like, you know you're going to drown, but you're buying yourself extra seconds of oxygen against the tides.
Or they tried. You know, they tried to do it.
So with that said, perfect 16-0 code ipinamalas ng Blacklist sa Game 1, which basically means a perfect 16-0 is what Blacklist showed in Game 1. But there you go. Perfect game, perfect code. Better. This is...
Perfect game, perfect code.
This is English. So, with that said, the question that Midnight posted, will Falcons APBren find a way back in Game 2? I think yes.
Yes.
But they have to be better than Omega yesterday. They have to change immediately.
If this was something that they had to try out, I hope not. It didn't look like they were trying anything new here. Honestly, it was very comfortable for FCAP, so they have to try something else.
Foot on the clutch, put it in 2, and then turn. Take a turn because Omega took 3 games to recognize what they were doing wrong. FCAP now with a win rate of 57% on red, and for sure black is gonna go blue here. I think that's the best bet. That is my sound advice.
I mean, easier said than done, obviously, but you know that's actually correct. And right now,
I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to eat a piece of paper and say, hey, if they go red, then that means they understand the draft better from there. But
at the very least, deny the red from Bonchan, right? He's usually really good at red as well.
But Bonchan picks now. It's Blacklist's turn. It's game 2.
Oh yeah, that's a good
2-4
point.
is away.
Okay. They're probably gonna go red again, probably. But then, again, it just starts from there. Like, what in terms of like composition-wise, I'm sure through the years, FCAP has already amassed so many plays, so many specific lineups. What do you do against that one? And I wonder if Blacklist is gonna repeat that.
Okay.
Because they played differently yesterday as well.
Right now, teams are just about to make it back onto the stage. If you're talking to-do lists, right?
To-do list.
Obviously, it's much longer a list for Falcons APBren. Number 1, maybe get rid of the Luyi.
That's huge. Even with teams like TLPH, the Luyi seems to be so key.
Yeah.
Especially in going around the map and choking out the map early on. So you're right. Luyi number 1 has to go.
Whether you're on blue or red, it sucks that if you're on red, you gotta get rid of the chip, but
you gotta
get rid of the Luyi as well.
Or open the chip.
No, I wouldn't risk it here. I don't know.
I'm kidding. It won't happen. Won't happen.
If you're on red, that's the thing. If you're on red, the chip is on you. Because if you don't ban it out, you're trading one of the power picks from your opponents for that one slot, right? You want to take the Soyu, you want to take the Edith, you want to take the Zushin, you want to take the Hylos. You know what I mean?
It's your call.
There's so many powerful first picks that you want to take the Matilda.
Yeah. Yesterday, Matilda was off the walls. Maybe go for that again.
Was the Alpha that bad? You know what I mean? Because we saw first phase Alpha ban from Coach Treb.
I mean, it was mean, and it did win 3 games in a row. If you add the second series, it won 4 games in a row.
Alpha, Jushin, and Hylos.
So maybe that's what he was thinking, but at the same time, do you really need to?
We got so many questions, and I'm sure folks out in the watch parties do as well. Shout out to everyone all the way from UP Town Center in Quezon City, representing Luzon, in a Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City. Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan, representing Visayas, and MMCM Plaza in Davao. Maayong adlaw also to you guys. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all speak Visaya as well, representing Mindanao. Shout outs to everyone.
That's right.
As well, if you're considering, all right, watching MPL Philippines, we're inviting you now to witness Lakas ng Pinas live here at Greensun Hotel and get 20% off on playoffs tickets for day 3 and 4.
That's right.
Buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs. You see how I clearly said day 3 and 4?
3 and 4, because we're on day 2 right now.
But also, as per the system, 5 is sold out.
I mean, it was sold out like weeks ago, I believe. So,
but
yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. Maybe.
Now and then, there's about a 72-hour window that maybe we get tickets back up.
Maybe.
Or find a way to fit more. Regardless.
The only thing you have to do is just check.
3 and 4 tickets
check
on discount. Buy them now. If you missed out on the Grand Finals ticket, don't worry. The Infinix fam got you. We have official tournament phones brought by them.
Oh, there it is.
And there's a watch party happening at the Pop-Up in Katipunan, Quezon City on October 20. So join the party there in case you couldn't get a ticket here. Admission is free, so head on over. That's the Pop-Up in Katipunan in Quezon City.
That's right. You can have like a lot of food around that area and just hang out with your friends while you're watching the watch parties. And a big shout out to everyone on the watch parties as well, all over the world right now. Hope you guys are locked in because I'm sure a lot of the newer guys are also learning a lot.
To everyone also hosting their own local watch parties like that's not hosted by the MPL. If you got a group of good friends.
Yeah, we do that sometimes, right?
Anything that is more than just 2 people as a watch party.
Yes.
So if it's you and your cousins, you and your siblings, you and your neighbors, take a picture, send it to me on social media, send it to him on social media, and we'll give you a little something.
Yes.
Let us know, hey, look, Leo Rocker, we're watching. This is us.
Sometimes you do that, right?
We have
do
food,
that.
we have drinks. My little...
We're playing as well during the,
show us pictures,
the breaks, all that stuff.
Let us know how it's going because we're interested in seeing how MPL Philippines is enjoyed anywhere and everywhere by everyone.
Yeah, because you can enjoy it anywhere in the world right now.
Yeah.
Even underwater, where APBren feels like they are right now. But
They definitely are. they're up to here.
Up to here right now. It's too much.
And
it's a lot.
that's I'll tell you now. Silver lining. They're used to this kind of pressure.
Yes.
Is it not
that's
them who
true.
recovered from an 0-4 sweep in the grand finals against Liquid, and now Liquid couldn't even get one over FCAP for the past 6 months?
Right after that.
See?
And they do this as well all over the world. It's not just with us and locally. They do this in international tournaments. They've been doing it for the past year. And I'm sure they've been put in this really bad scenario before. And it's only game 1. I guess you could say that to your players.
Yeah.
Guys, come on. Wake up. We gotta get on track.
But not to take away from what Blacklist has done, all right? I think that is what makes this such a palpable thing. The fact that you've got 16-0, you got the perfect game.
16-0, bro.
This has to wake something up in Falcons APBren. Again, they took yesterday off. They marched into the arena for the opening ceremony, took the rest of the day off.
Very fresh.
So Blacklist on fire. I'm wondering if this was enough of a warm-up for FCAP.
I mean, that's the easiest thing to say, right? It feels like just a warm-up, but I don't know. They haven't actually brought anything new yet.
See? There you go. Blacklist, stay in blue. They got a win rate of about 47% and a side selection priority win rate of about 27. So, you know what the difference is, Carl?
What?
7% between blue and red. So, I was hedging on the 7% that black would go blue. Again, it's just draft control.
Yeah. And I was actually wondering if they were going to go red, but you know what? Big props to Bonchan. That means they're going to show something a little bit less reactive, and they're going to do more of their own thing, which is what they should be doing. I think Vren was already expecting them to go reactive red. No, that sounds like a fruit drink flavor. Reactive red.
It's a drink.
It's a drink, so...
It's to quell your tummy.
That might be it. So, but that's what I was thinking. You know what? They're already throwing curveballs even before the draft starts already.
Yeah. But with that said, Blacklist International has to... Maybe, just maybe, here's my theory. This might be where the essence of the Rafaela comes out. Rafaela came out blue yesterday, game 2 against Omega. So, in blue, they definitely have better control. And that swing in the last 2 is a power swing. That's a haymaker from Coach Bonchan and Blacklist International. Just a couple of seconds away from beginning game 2 proper. FCAP on the red. So 1 for sure is the chip ban. Also the Loyi.
Not the Loyi.
Hold up.
What? Wait, this is... All right, turn it around. Turn it around, bro. Rewind.
We're going to work it out. I'm so curious because, again, this is going to dictate what's left on the table.
Yes, so we can't really... We have to be 100% sure here before we show it.
That's high loss.
That sounds like a high loss.
But where was he? Was he a pick or a ban?
It sounds... Usually the voice lines come out with the picks, right? Am I right? Is my memory good?
These are coming in couples. These are coming in couples, so these are picks now.
I think there's... Yeah, all right. I think we can slow it down a little bit here. They might be redoing it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Double checking.
Confirm. There you go. The voice lines are also coming up in a different tempo. They open with a Jushin, and Falcons APBren answer with a Suyo and a Gatot Kacha.
So the Gatot Kacha, obviously...
Dude, they're playing the same draft.
Same for them,
on
right?
the different side.
That sounds like a Falcons APBren fan. A pick.
Oh no. Hold up.
Hold up. They're showing it up right now here.
They answer with an Arlo Alpha. This is Blacklist. It's a very similar draft for Blacklist.
And you know what? Alpha is so good right now. It feels like it's a great answer. And
oh, what?
Someone countering against his Suyo? Is that an Eve?
Yes, that's an Eve.
Oh my
Something about Blacklist, man. Something about them. Yesterday, Omega also picked an Eve.
That's...
Rock,
what's happening?
You see where I'm coming? You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Oh
Something about Blacklist makes them get into their opponent's head and say, yo, how about that Eve?
They're fogging up the enemy's drafting mind, right? It feels like the way to go.
I'm not saying this is a wrong draft. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. It's just...
They're pushing him into that direction.
We saw yesterday. Remember stepping on the clutch, changing directions? It's not it.
Yeah, this is like more of a slight swerve.
Down a weird path.
Down a weird, like a weird U-turn area.
Oh.
There it is.
There's the bands. All
Clearing
right.
it out.
Coach Trev very fundamentally answering the double pick.
Thank you for the Rafaela ban, by the way.
The Rafa Bruno.
I love that, yeah.
Not going to happen. And they ban out the Nolan. That's OHEB's #1 pick from the regular season. Blacklist throws another draft with a glue ban. All right, so they know that Gatot's going to Ogwen's hands.
Yeah, this is not a trick. They're not tricking anyone here. FlapTzy probably thinking about a good answer here. That's why the glue gets banned out. Terizla seems like the play if you're Falcons APBren for Flap.
That or a lot of zoning.
Yeah, Phobius is banned. Even the glue is banned. They're forcing Flap into Gatot.
Sorry. Away the Khalid too!
Even the Khalid, oh my goodness, man. What's Flap gonna use?
And there's a Lunox.
Definitely Lunox.
Good against the Gatot, and then solid lane against the Harith. What's Flap to pick here, Carl? Hey, maybe they can even swerve that Gatot.
I'll throw it over. Just try to survive then.
Not against
right? Gatot versus Khalid is like, you know, one of those matchups where you don't really mind swapping out.
Yeah, but the only loss that Gatot has there is the Khalid just rotates much faster out.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, but no, it's a rogue Khalid.
How can you be sure?
Because it's Lord James Arlott.
All right. That's true. Oh,
He's
okay. Thank you for that.
Loading the game from game 1.
That's true. There's a Terizla.
Long-term storytelling. Carl, Rockhart just forecasted this, and this is the lineup. My only problem with Falcons APBren is lane to lane, they're kind of weak, but in a big team fight, nightmare.
Yes, they rely on the box of the literal real-world manipulation, the AOG, and of course the penalty zone. If one of those misses, their sustained damage is really bad.
So timing on a macro and micro scale are key for FCAP to succeed, to take us to 1-1. Else, Blacklist is going to match point.
Yeah. Blacklist could run away with this so quickly, just disrupt the early phase rotation.
And that'll knock FCAP down in the lower bracket, but that's for later. For now, let's go into the match and throw it over to Jose and Jose.
Thank you very much, Leo, Rockhart. It's me, Jose1, and
Jose 2. I've
Jose
accepted
2.
my fate.
Welcome
to Mobile Legends.
To game number 2 here in this series, best of 5. And like you guys just heard, if Blacklist International takes this lineup to another W, then they're match point already against FCAP. So we'll see. I mean, I agree with what the guys were saying over on the panel too. You know, FCAP, hold on. Ogwen.
Ogwen though, okay. He's
Good
going to
revitalize.
out-sustain that. Anyway, just the usual pokes between the two
Whoa.
laners, but another Lantern Flare. And it's going to be a battle between Perks and Ogwen, and they decided to disengage. It's not going to be worth it though. As Pew goes in. Okay, will he be able to catch Haji though? Now he's going to pick up Pew. Okay. Now it's a TKO. 2 TKOs for our 2 mid laners. And it's a matter of who's going to clear out the mid lane first.
Ogwen is still there, by the way. He's okay. Now he's got the level 2. I love this when games are like this. When in the early portion, like, you're literally limit testing each other, and that's exactly what happened in the mid lane. This happened in the previous game too, but Blacklist International came out way ahead of those early skirmishes. So for FCAP, you know, if they can get some of these early kills, that'd be great for the lineup they brought to this table. And part of that, again, is what Rockhart said. Like, they have to play around the death box. By the death box means the real-world manipulation from Few. They want to fight into that. If they can lock people down with a penalty zone and then follow through with that, Zaman Force is there, then there's so much fighting potential and power with FCAP's lineup. The problem is, again, lane to lane, you know, they're going to struggle for a little bit right now. They're trying to make a play up top.
Okay. They're going to go for FlapTzy. FlapTzy uses Flicker. Body of Smith, though, will save him. Quite tanky here as Perks goes in with a quick sand guard. Ogun is now here. Okay, so no casualties yet so far. So in terms of team fights, yeah, I do agree. You can expect Falcons APBren to really dominate. They have a lot of engage and for counter engages. But for Blacklist, in terms of rotation, you can expect them to be fast and go for those isolated pickoffs, especially with the kit that they have from Lord JM and Perks. And of course, you can expect Blacklist to really go for early game contention, like what Haji is doing again with you, because of the presence of the Khalid that we know in the first 5 minutes will be a menace in the opposing team's jungle, and MP the King again will secure an uncontested turtle.
All right, Blacklist getting the objective, and this is one of the hard parts about dealing with a Jushin across from you. You see how much zoning potential, even early on, that's already there.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Haji. Oh no.
Perks just giving some information. He's got that. Ogren will keep him at bay, locking him down, of course. Waiting for that level 4 too. Once, you know, the problem before that first turtle take was the fact that just FCAP didn't have the ultimates that they were looking for. They weren't level 4, but they might look to fight for this.
Okay, speaking of fight, FlapTzy goes after 3 with a raging Sandstorm counter attack coming in from Blacklist is there. More manipulation coming in from Fio as they bring down MP the King. Now FlapTzy wants to go for more, going right after Lord JM as he flickers out and saves himself. 1 casualty only for Blacklist.
Good shot there from FlapTzy with the Queller. Able to get a kill. That's what he needed too. Again, this is part of the whole game plan when you have a Suyo on your lineup. You need to be able to kind of control the early game, right? He's one of those scaling up and very momentum-based assassins in the jungle, and he's got to do that. He's only got the Fury Hammer right now, so still working on his first item. There's the Hunter Strike, so he does lock that in. So this could help, of course, because he's going to be looking to set the pace, you know, against MP the King. And we see Alpha picked up so much now in the current meta. Ogwin? He's going to get dragged?
Lantern Flare, okay. He might be able to out-sustain this, though. But 3 members are trying to burst him down as Haji brings him up once again to feed him to Oheb. And a counterattack from Falcons APBren up top. This time, they're not going to let Lord JM dominate like what he did during Game 1 as the Game 1 MVP.
Yeah, a lot more, you know, just aggressive, I would say, this time around from FCAP, looking for picks if they can, even if they have to trade around the map. You know, and Oheb does lock in a ton of extra gold that he's able to get that first item locked in. So he's got the Holy Crystal now, and that's where also, when you have a Lunox here early on, the power spike is going to be there, and it's definitely a huge threat to the damage department.
Yeah, especially in the laning stages of the game, early game. You could expect the Lunox to really be ahead versus a Harith. So right now, Falcons APBren, they really need to manage the early game potential that Blacklist could give.
Whoa,
like what they're doing
Oheb.
right now. FlapTzy has to walk away as Oheb here, dangerously low. There's going to be a turtle clash finally, because 5 members are here as Oheb will recall home. It's going to be an outnumbered match for Blacklist. Falcons APBren still holding on. FlapTzy goes in, plus Ogwen's AOG. They're really targeting Lord JM here, plus the real world manipulation coming in from View. Lord JM manages to do a final slash counterattack for Blacklist as they bring down FlapTzy. Next man is Ogwen. Lord JM, MP will fall. Perks as well. Haji forced to back away as Oheb is now in the picture. A 4-4-2 trade goes in and brings down Haji.
That fight was so good because there was an initiation from FCAP, there was a response from Blacklist, and you thought they were going to win that team fight, and then all of a sudden FCAP's like, no, I'd win, and they end up winning that team fight. So they get an objective, they get a ton of extra gold through it, and that's a good transition for them now at this point.
Falcons APBren, prior to that clash, FlapTzy targeted Oheb, forcing Oheb to recall. That's why when the clash happened, Blacklist was outnumbered. Oheb wasn't there, even though Lord JM was able to kind of out-sustain the damage of Falcons APBren to be able to cast the final slash, serving him up to Perks for that Raging Sandstorm. They lacked the damage because the Filipino sniper wasn't there. But imagine it would be a different story if Oheb was there. So those are the little things Falcons APBren continue to do. They're not just thinking about the big picture. Even though they have huge ultimates, they're thinking about the things that they need to do before they go in for the clash, like what Blacklist is doing right now. FlapTzy goes in for the second kill and will be taken down by 3 members as Lord JM survives.
I'm surprised he was able to get away, you know, with that, but good response. There's got to be something for Blacklist International to do after, you know, that build is building up here for FCAP in the lead in terms of the lead. And so if they can find some of these wins across the map or whatever they can find, even if it's just objectively some of the turrets, get some space to work around, Oheb could be in trouble.
Oh, Oheb's in trouble, okay. He has the Order in Brilliance, with Ogwen trying to chase after him as Perks forced needs to hit Raging Sandstorm to save the Filipino sniper. FlapTzy picking up a Blade of Heptases this time. So in terms of damage, you can expect FlapTzy to be more aggressive now. I believe the first item he picked up was a Hunter Strike, right?
Yeah,
here.
First, yeah, now he's got the Blade.
Okay.
He's got the Blade of Heptases now, second item locked in. And you know, that's what's surprising. I know by this time a lot of people have seen the Suyo games. That second skill, man, that Soul Sever hurts. So now that he locked in, you know, this Blade of Heptases too, depending on how he approaches some of these fights. Hold on.
Oh, Perks forced to use that flicker. Now he only has the Raging Sandstorm. He doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm yet. Has used the quick Sand Guard. Falcons APBren making quick work of the second turtle, not giving a chance for MP the King anymore. And I think Perks wants to go in for the clash. Okay, Falcons APBren redirecting their attention to MP the King. Will they be able to find him? Okay, they're just going to clear out the minions up top.
All right, so they got that. Right now at this point, FCAP comfortably ahead. They got a lead. They're building up on it. So for Blacklist International, we have to look at what's coming up here. That's that Lord fight. Because if they don't actually have a fight before then they've got enough time to go ahead and get to where they need to be. Part of that is, again, Oheb. He does.
Okay, Haji used the flicker to walk away. Ogwen will miss the AOG. It's going to be a matter of setup. So Blacklist continue to engage. They have 4 members up against 4 as well. Haji goes in for the recall. And okay, so the thing is, for Falcons APBren, they got what they wanted, an early game start. And if you have a Suyo in your team and you got the early game, chances are you're winning the game because of the fact that you can get neutral objectives a huge advantage solely because of your second skill and Retribution combination. We've been talking about this yesterday. So at this point, if Falcons APBren continue to dominate, play it safe, play it disciplined enough, that they don't even need to go for those over-aggressive plays. The only thing that could beat Falcons APBren right now is if they make a really, you know, aggressive play that Blacklist manages to turn it around.
And if we're going to talk about turning things around for Blacklist International, it's all the itemization, right? The fact that they're down a few thousand gold, they can go ahead and try to catch up the best they can. It's good. Glowing Wand, Holy Crystal, and Oheb. He's going to be a big part of the damage profile later on. The biggest thing, though, too, is, again, counter playing into the real-world manipulation that FCAP's going to be looking to set up. We've seen him do it multiple times now at this point. And so for Blacklist International, this is crucial because realistically, all this comes down to these objective fights. The Lord that's going to be up here in just a second. And even if they have a great initiation, they still got to withstand, you know, fighting into that box or possibly escaping it once it's set up and then re-engaging. That might be the best course of action here for Blacklist. So Lord is up. You can already see it. They're getting set up here. Interesting there. Sky Piercer is going to be picked up by Haji on this Jushin. So they set up for around the space around the Lord here. FCAP, what's Blacklist going to do? What are they going to look for here to deal with this? They do push him off a little bit. FlapTzy trying to join this part of the map.
Oh, a catch for Lord JM, serving it up to the Raging Sandstorm of Perks as they bring down Bio and O when FlapTzy forced to use the penalty zone to go in right after 3. Order and Brilliant coming in from Oheb as they bring down FlapTzy as well. But they're going to counterattack with a kill onto MP the King. So there's no jungler for Blacklist. Falcons APBren lost 3, but they have FlapTzy. What's the play here for both of these teams?
Well, the play right now, I mean, you're down 1-2. FlapTzy will go ahead and bring up the Lord, though. MP is down for another 15, so there's no Lord going to be taken. It's too quick of a death timer, but you saw that little window of hope. Hold on, Kyle.
Hey. They go in right after FlapTzy commits the final slash, but he's able to escape. The mobility of the Suyu is just unmatched as AOG casted by Ogwen to bring down Perks. And now the advantage is on to Falcons APBren.
What an escape from FlapTzy. I didn't think he would actually be able to get out. Even with the mobility of a Suyo, that was still a great escape. And now this is probably going to give them a chance at taking this Lord here. The fact that Perks is down unless MP wants to go in and contest this.
It's going to take a lot of miracle for MP the King as he's getting zoned out by the 2 tankiest heroes of Falcons APBren. Soft reset for the Lord is trying to go for Lord JM. He's going to fall down in the hands of Super Marco. In exchange for Ogwen, though, it's going to be a 4-on-4. A hard reset on the Lord as Haji goes in with the Crimson Beacon, plus the Lantern Flare going to be taken down by FlapTzy. As Perks, though, trying to zone out Few. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Falcons APBren.
This is definitely the Lord here. There's nothing that Perks can really do. MP's just going to go grab his orange. FCAP definitely playing different than what we saw in game 1. I don't think they liked that. They didn't like that score from game 1, and they came out ready to play for game 2. Quick adjustments, and that's going to be the Lord now finally secured for FCAP. And now Blacklist will have to be on the defense here. Even when you look at it, man, like despite the difference in gold and everything else, like Oheb, luckily he hasn't gone down, but you know, they still have to fight into setup potential. They're going to be on the defense in the base.
Yeah.
They can go ahead, utilize the amount of utility they have. Blacklist has a ton of utility, even if they go ahead and just try to clear the waves and not really fight this one, but just try to withstand it. But it looks like they have something else up their sleeve.
Actually, whoa, 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 whoa. FlapTzy goes in right after 5 flickers out.
Whoa!
A bit too deep there for the finals MVP of M5. And now the Falcons APBren, they do still have the lead, 3.7k. They still have the Lord. And okay, this is what I was pertaining to. It's hard to go up against a Suyu if they dominate the early game. But if Falcons APBren continue to make these kinds of risky plays and Blacklist punishes them, Blacklist again can still defend and continue to extend the game and might even win game number 2 as they work on the Lord up top.
Man, I don't know. With that just last play of Flap going down, I don't know if they're even going to get to the base turrets with this unless Blacklist is actually able to keep them completely off it. Right now, it looks like that wave's still pushing in top. FCAP's going to go ahead and take their time with this too. So still respecting the fact that, you know, Blacklist has that capability of being able to fight and win some of these fights even. And MP the King picks up a Radiant Armor. He's going to get a little more tanky. He's got to be, because he and Lord JM are going to be looking to fight the front side most of these fights. And then Perks, you know, if he can get a great Raging Sandstorm off, then that will set them up for the fight. Oheb now, though, too, getting another item locked in here. Got the wings, but FCAP, they'll get the tier 2s. Still, that mid turret is up, tier 2 and mid turret, but I think they're happy with that. Again, the first Lord, they'll get in position in about a minute here. But I think even if Blacklist can find a pick off, this is going to give them a huge chance to take the next objective, swing things in their favor. This 4K lead right now doesn't mean too much, because when you're looking at the way these team fights are going, Blacklist is still in a good position. And you're seeing how fast they can actually take someone down from FCAP if they're a little overextended, if they're a little too pressured on this enemy side of the map right now. So even for the purple, you know, they gotta at least put some pressure.
Yeah, I do agree with what you mentioned a while ago, that in terms of kit, Blacklist needs to utilize whatever they have. But with Falcons APBren's lineup, again, they have 3 major ultimates that could be used aggressively in team fights and even for just pickoffs if they wanna, if they manage to find the proper target. Because as the game progresses, these kinds of ultimates becomes more valuable, becomes more vital to your success. And with that case, Falcons APBren, they do have a lot more kit, a lot more AoE crowd control that could be used, especially when it comes to the Lord dances. So Blacklist right now, they actually are pressured to get the pickoffs, maybe set up by Haji or by Perks or by Lord JM. Because if you're gonna go up against the lineup of Falcons APBren towards this Lord 5v5, regardless of what happens, you still have the Suyu that has a huge advantage when it comes to the Retribution second skill, again, when securing neutral objectives.
Yeah, the Suyu is great, especially in this part of the game, but he does tend to fall off the longer this game goes, and it'll get definitely more difficult for FCAP to go ahead and continue doing what they're doing around, you know, fighting this. But always the advantage is again, the real-world manipulation around the Lord pit. Anytime you come around, we're talking about these objective takes. That's one of the great things about the Eve pick and why teams still like to go for it. So you can see some of these more defensive items being locked in by Blacklist. Haji picking up that brute force, so now they work into this. They're going to look for a setup. And you can see the positioning here. Part of this, again, is Lord JM. If he can get that final slash they're looking for and they get an immediate kill, that'll be huge. There it is already. The seal being used.
The clock is ticking for Blacklist.
Finds it out.
There's a huge slow push ensuing onto the bottom lane. Falcons APBren can extend this Lord dance and force a reaction from Blacklist, or they can go ahead and try to burst it down. Okay, they're going to make Blacklist react though. Lord JM goes in with the final slash, connecting onto two plus the Raging Sandstorm. A lot of immortalities being popped here. FlapTzy counterattack to the final. A penalty zone. Lord JM, MP the King, Perks goes down. Goodbye. Haji is the only one left. A beautiful initiation by Blacklist, but there you said it. Falcons APBren, they have a lot of kit to re-engage. They have the economy lead. Haji with the Crimson Beacon out. Will he be able to defend this though? There are a lot of minions up against 4 members. Look at Super Marco pushing with his Salmon Force. They're clearing out the minions. Haji has no more chance to defend this. And we will go to a game number 3 because it's 1-1.
FCAP, huge adjustment for game number 1. I want to bring the series 1-1 for now. It's best of 5. They showed up for this one. Big adjustments, good play this time around. Blacklist showed some fight, man. Even in that last fight, they utilized that final slash that I was talking about, but unfortunately, not enough.
It's a 5-game series, I forgot.
Yeah, I was like, we're going to a game 3 no matter what, Egon.
Yes,
So, hey, let's go ahead and throw it over to Rockhart and Leo. See if they're also excited that we have a game 3 upon us.
We're on. All right, welcome back to the Infinix game, Tambayan. 1-1 is the score, and Blacklist International suffered their first loss in all the playoffs.
It's a marksman. It's a win-win.
And, true, it's Benny Cutie's daughter's nickname. And if that's what it took to actually give Blacklist their first loss, an Eve, Asuyu, and Falcons APBren playing out of their mind. Game MVP there, of course, Super Marco, bulletproof performance, 4-0-8. Rocket, is it just me, or does Falcons APBren look like they're not comfortable in the skin being disciplined this way?
I mean, it does feel that way, right?
They wanted to be more aggressive, but Blacklist is forcing them to not.
That's why I was thinking, it was a pretty good, cool victory, but it wasn't easy.
Not at all.
It had to take FlapTzy doing so much fancy footwork. It had to take basically FlapTzy sacrificing himself more than a few times.
FlapTzy getting bodied.
Yes, and so far just pure coordination. They used the def box to its full extent here, and they were able to really get a big advantage early on. That's right. This is like 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that Blacklist actually fell for it. I mean, number 1 was never go in the def box.
Yeah.
But they still, I don't know, it felt like, we can take him. We can take him inside that def box. Let's fight. And they were really punished heavily for it.
Again, even in the regular season, as they were ramping up to the form that they are in now, Blacklist, their main specialty is team fighting.
Yes.
They're so good at team fighting. And I'd rather not think that they fell for it, but they leaned into it.
They went hard into it. Like right here,
Because
they fought into it.
That's how you beat an Eve lineup, no? Is it not that you welcome the fact that the Eve is stationary, so you try to kill her as quickly as possible? As our good friend Trex would say, just walk up and smack her.
Walk up and smack him.
But he said that about an Odette, but here in this case, it should be the same principle. But again, the way Few played this Eve, I retract my...
Is there a previous statement here
Yeah,
that we have?
Obviously, if you listen to what we were saying prior to the game, I didn't like the Eve.
I mean, the Eve doesn't have a...
blasted the Eve.
It has a bad record. I'm not gonna lie, right? I think you kind of know in the back of your mind that, oh my goodness, a team picked an Eve. Oh my goodness, a team lost. Those are the correlations you have with an Eve.
Yeah, it's a
right?
bias.
So I understand it. I was actually having reservations as well. They just made it work so hard. And again, looking at this lineup, if you're Blacklist, you know their win condition, man. So it's interesting that they were so confident in their own play that they went for it.
Eyes on the Big Four here. The farm on Marco, the assists on Ogwin, of course, the amount of damage perks took, the damage that Few dealt. Something to note, FlapTzy, did you see that he built a War Axe?
That's interesting.
How often do you see a Terizla build a War Axe?
That gives you kind of like this unexpected amounts of damage and sustain
Suddenly.
as well. Yeah.
Is it just me? Because I don't see Terizlas build War
I think
Axe
most
at all.
Terizlas do build into dominance more.
Dominance, Radiant, like all of the defensive items. Because really your job as a Terizla is to body and to
Stay alive.
Zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it kind of adds to the layer. I guess if you think about it, Few's just not quite enough here.
Yeah, they were sharing the damage dealing
The load,
and
yeah.
utility, which is interesting because maybe that's FCAP's key to beating Blacklist, is because they know the Blacklist is a strong Ube team. And to break the Ube, you gotta melt the Ube.
You gotta melt it.
and you deal with that with the penetration that the Warax brings.
And again, it's not something that teams will expect. You know, you're right. Teams will not expect to see a Terizla and see, oh my goodness, where's my HP? Why is this 70% already?
I mean, given he didn't deal that much, he's number 5 lowest for FCAP. But
he dealt it when it needed the most.
Yeah, so in hindsight, that might be the principle. So folks, if you would try to decide to build a Warax in your ranked games with Terizla, or even in a scrim, in a tournament that you're playing locally.
Yeah. Maybe.
Think about it. Consider that. Consider if you're fighting against a team that plays very similar to Blacklist.
Especially a team that kind of just wants to stay alive, like this lineup here. If you look at Blacklist's lineup, it feels like they just don't want to die. They want to dash out, they want to regen, they want to lifesteal sustain. Even their mage soaks up HP. Their gold laner here.
Their mage core, yeah.
It hides out under a brilliance of light. So they technically shouldn't have died a lot.
Which I could have sworn was going to be Falcons APBren's Achilles heel. If they could not kill Oheb, and if the snap of a finger burst coming in from the Suyo and Harith wasn't going to be enough, they would fold to Oheb's Lunox.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Let's see what else we saw in that game as we throw over to Midnight.
Well, Falcons APBren equalizes the series against Blacklist International with their own ube strategy. Ano nga ba ito? Ating pag-usapan dito sa ating analyst stand. Mga para si Midnight, and we are going to be breaking down here the item choices and the timings as well of Falcons APBren. As you can see, majority of the objectives went to Falcons APBren. It was in their favor. Not because of Blacklist's lack of contention capability, but because of the power spike and the timings of the composition of Falcons APBren. Makikita natin na by the 5th minute mark, nandun na yung aggression ng Falcons APBren. It was continuous from their side. It was because of the timings of both the Suyu and the Harit. Lumabas yung kanilang objective-taking capability. You have the Zaman Force, you have the damage output as well, and Blacklist International, all they had was the early game alpha jungling speed. After that, they didn't have enough catch, they didn't have enough team fight power to fend off against Falcons APBren. That's why you see the tower takes and the turtle takes continuously just come out of Falcons APBren, and nag-snowball na rin yung kanilang gold lead dito. Every minute nadadagdagan sila ng 500 to 800 gold in terms of their net worth. Now, looking at the item progression here, you can see na si Oheb, he rushed the Holy Crystal to have the damage output necessary to take out the heroes on the side of Falcons APBren. But when the time came for both Suyu and Harith to get their items, both the Starlium Sight, Feather of Heaven, as well as the Hunter Strike and Blade of FlapTzy, doon na natin nakita yung pag-arangkada or yung group up potential or group up capabilities for the side of Falcons APBren. Continuously moving around as 4 with FlapTzy and Q initiating the team fight and the re-engage coming up from open. It really allowed Falcons APBren to sort of deal with the lineup of Blacklist International. Also, maganda i-mention dito is yung mga Oracle pickups that came out from Falcons APBren to add more magic mitigation against the Lunox and the Zushin pickup of Blacklist International. Smart choices and also smart game movements, smart map movements as well from the side of Falcons APBren, and was really what allowed them to win versus Blacklist International. Now, before we move on to game number 3, let's talk to one of the players of Falcons APBren, FlapTzy.
Nasolve namin ngayong regular season is yung pagiging kampante namin kasi parang nasa isip namin lagi na walang makakatalo sa amin, ganun, pangit naman yung ganun. Kaya yun, ialis na namin yung ganung mindset at mas nag-focus kami sa sarili namin and as a team kasi nangyari na rin to dati and alam na namin kung paano lagpasan yung mga problema namin.
Problems that you're problemating.
A wake-up call because that's how this series started, right?
Yeah.
FCAP landed into this best of 5 belly up. It's just a rude awakening with that 1-0, but now we're sitting at 1-1. Back to that gold lane matchup, the bulletproof performance by Marco, a deathless Harith. Is that the key here? Do you make sure that everything that's happening on the map is just too much so that Blacklist can't bear down on Marco?
I think it's part that, right? It's partly it. Because this is Marco that this is the stat line of Super Marco that we all know. He's supposed to go bulletproof, right? This is why he's called bulletproof. And I think it boils down to what Falcons APBren should actually do. And kind of similar to what FlapTzy said, just go back to where you were. I guess you kind of just fell into a trap that you felt kind of like a Titan. You're up in the clouds. You don't have a care in the world. People were just attacking your feet. But then you realize they got wires going up on you now.
They got 3D maneuvering gear.
3D maneuver gears, and that's not cool.
Next thing you know, they're in your neck and just...
So I guess the trick here is to go back to human form and level with people. Sorry.
There's no going to human form.
What is it?
As far as people are concerned, Titans are a force of nature that live outside the walls of your city.
Are they not humans? If
Anyone
once you
who
turn...
hasn't seen Season 2 onwards wouldn't know that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Attack on Titan.
Right.
All right, so anyways.
I thought they were... That's the term, right? They just go back to...
So, become human. Understand that this is a level playing field and these are all world-class athletes that you have to compete against.
Thank you for the clarification.
Folks, we want to give a shout-out to our mega restreamers who are live on their official channels. Restreaming the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. Catch them! And don't forget to give them a follow for more quality MLBB content.
Yeah, we know who you guys are right there, especially on YouTube. A lot of people on YouTube. Mega
streamers.
You're ultra. There's some ultra.
Yeah.
There's some hyper. You know who you are. You guys are cool people.
Infinite restreamers.
Infinite restreamers. All right.
Shout out to y'all worldwide. Shout out to y'all locally as well. Now we're about to look for our MPL Arena Smart Gameplay Pose winner. Do the Super Marco pose with a charge up.
It's an pose?
That's the best I can go. Here we go. Let's try. No, with the mouth, sir. With the
open
mouth.
Open
the mouth. There you go.
There
Tilt
you go.
your head slightly forward. All right. Who's next?
He smiled a little bit.
Who's next?
Who's next?
And
Who's
we're
next?
looking for a worthy challenger. Oh, Brody's gonna do it.
Maybe don't go for the Brody.
And
That's not the pose we're looking for.
No, Marco. Oh, wow.
All right. One more.
One more.
What?
And
who won?
He's back.
Bro, stop teleporting. This is not a TP back.
He's doing the skin.
He's doing the TP.
You're gonna lose that way. Don't do that.
Yes.
At least do that part.
This guy's winning. This
All
guy's
right.
winning.
I think he should win.
There you go. He won.
That's our win.
There you go.
Brody wasn't following the rules, dog.
Brody, come on.
Brody, shame on you.
Listen to the. You're not listening, Brody.
I mean, he's in the game, so I guess he just.
He's in the. He's in a league of his own, I guess.
He's a world champion.
He's a world champion skin. Can't beat that.
All in consideration, talking about Blacklist, what they gotta do to recover, because again, momentum swings over to Falcons APBren. This is, just to put into context, Blacklist's first game loss in the whole playoffs.
That's right.
So now for the first time, they have to go back to the drawing board, back into their huddle, and say, now what?
Maybe we have to redo something. Or maybe they can just try again. Some teams do that.
Yeah,
Some teams go for like the redraft, like Super Blitz draft. You know what? Gentleman's agreement, fight with me. Come at me, bro.
But knowing Blacklist, they're likely to just reiterate and build about the same kind of lineup.
Yes, they're trying to go about their own identity, which is something that they've been working on for the regular season.
Yeah.
And I think they have found it.
And they got to do that from red because Falcons APBren picked blue.
Yep.
And because of what happened in Game 1, they now just have a 67% win rate on blue with a 65% side selection priority win rate.
Still pretty darn high.
Okay, so
considering.
A red side Blacklist yesterday played against Omega to win that final match. To win that final game against
Rio.
Hylos, Alpha, Aurora, CC, Nolan. So maybe here's the thing. Here's my read. To be able to switch up a clutch for Blacklist, they adjust on Lord JM.
Lord JM on CC is it's something. It's really something that you don't really expect that much. And for the most XP laners here as well, they don't expect that kind of play, but it does limit what Lord JM can do. This time around, 2 targets for the most part, which, if they do that, if they go for the CC, they will dominate at least the laning phase.
Yeah, but it's not just the CC specifically. I'm saying change the priorities that the XP lane has to do. And reallocate the priorities.
Reallocate.
So in this case, since the CC was kind of, a little off, maybe put a more proactive hero on Haji. Yeah. Right? Here he was playing the Aurora, so maybe now if the Luya gets banned out, switch it up to a Vexana. Switch it up to Valentina.
I mean, these are things that you also kind of just can play against APBren with, especially with their tendency to go Faramis. That does sound kind
Haji
of
Val,
the point.
Block out the Edith because you are on the Val.
Edith, by the way, surprising we haven't seen it today so far.
Ain't nobody care about Edith no more.
Interesting.
I saw Edith cry in a corner in the bathroom.
Oh my goodness, really?
I hope
she's okay.
I wasn't in the ladies' bathroom. I just heard.
Someone was
Edith's
crying in the voice line of Edith.
Yeah. So yeah, again, Edith is seemingly going the road of Roger. Edith is going down the road of Zask. These are heroes that were big in the first half of the regular season, but now they're about an empty husk of what they were.
Yeah, but it feels like it's still pretty much on the table.
Yeah.
I believe it's a big playing field for Edith. On Rome, Hylos just gets
Hylos, Gatot,
picked
these
up.
are your
Yeah,
heroes now.
over
Where
and
is
over
the
again.
Cho? Where is the Cho? Does Perks have a Cho in him? Tigreal. Where
I mean,
are
if
these heroes?
you're talking about setter heroes, Cho is like maybe number 3 in the Perks playbook. We're still looking for that Tigreal, bro. That Tigreal, come on, bring it out.
That's his number 1 pick,
Yes.
by the way, across the board. Let's see. Game number 4 is upon us. Rather 3. I'm on midnight time.
You're on
Game number 3. Something about the series makes it feel so slow, but when you're in game, you're like, what?
Especially here, especially in the decision making. I love the high loss ban. I think that deserves to be banned all series long if you're Falcons APBren.
Show.
But now you're gonna see a lot more stuff open. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a Fanny come out yet. I guess neither of them were confident with that.
Yeah.
I was expecting maybe FlapTzy to bring it out once or twice here.
Suyu, Ling, Haya, like these are just higher priority picks.
Yeah.
Nolan even. We got one more ban for Coach Bon. And there's the Moskov. So that leaves Suyu open.
And lo and behold, it's not gonna get picked up right away.
So they're baiting out the Suyu.
And you know what? We were talking about this before the season started. MP the King feels like he is the prime Suyu player.
Is it though? Because he still has all of the
so many stuff. Bane.
That, but hey. But also Alpha.
Alpha's too good. They've been winning with it.
Dude, Alpha is 2024 Blacklist's Fredrin on Wise.
Right.
Right, like
right.
if it's open,
You're right.
just put it on him.
So because of that, like
for better or for worse,
Because of that, we probably won't see it, but apparently it's appearing.
Here we go.
Wow.
All right. So they're not it's not as simple. It's not as simple, Rockhard. So now they finally get it. This is MP the King's first Suyu game, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe, yes. Yeah.
Game 2, he played the Alpha, so here
3
we go.
games Alpha in the previous series.
Correct.
So this is the first Suyu for MP, and I'm excited. It fits his personality so much.
That's right. His mechanics, his aggression.
Here's the Fanny!
You're looking for a Fanny, and here's a Kyle Tzy's old flame, the Fanny, alongside the Vexana.
I love it.
Which is good against the Khalid, which I would assume is the Rome.
Yeah, if the Kali's just gonna stand there and regen his HP with Quicksand Guard, might as well throw a big boy at him.
Yeah, XP lane Khalid usually shows up in the latter phase of the draft. But here, they're very honest about it. Yeah, we're gonna own the early game. We're gonna try to roam as early as we can. And they close up with a Faramis.
Yep.
It's a go signal. It's a green light because there's no Valentina.
Yeah, and you don't expect the Valentina here. Not to mention, you can ban it out if you really want to deny the Netherrealm.
Yeah, but there is a Vexana already, so
yeah,
never mind.
Cannot. Unless you're gonna go for Valentina jungle, which no one was gonna do. Plus, there's a Fanny already. Beautiful move here, coming in from Blacklist.
There's Edith. Again, the punish in the Valentina's not here, so she's still a good hero. It's just it's a little tight for the Edith.
At least still getting banned out. People still think about her.
She gets respect.
Yeah. Get some of those letters.
So here's the Nolan ban. Of course, we're closing
All right.
down.
Choose my own
You know what, Rockhard? This has got to be a Harith or a Lunox ban.
Coming in this last one for FCAP?
Against
yeah.
OHEB, yeah.
know that once OHEB gets into comfort mode, he's just automatic. He just does what needs to be done. So you're right. Just try to remove that. Try to remove as much comfort from OHEB as possible. Me personally, I would have done free marksman ban, free gold lane bans here if I was FCAP. But you know what? They're trying to cover their bases. Love the high-loss ban, so I won't complain. I won't complain.
You just had to ban the high-loss.
Had to, yeah.
This is so much. All right, what's the call? For honor.
Phew.
It's the tick reel instead. They're allowing any of them, and they're still open to the fact that maybe this Khalid ain't going to the Rome. Phew. On his longevity, as long as anyone believes in me, I will keep playing. I'm going to show them that their trust is not going to waste. That's a statement he made, paraphrased and translated for philstar.com.
As long as someone believes, any single person believes in me.
I believe it.
That's like such an anime protagonist thing to say.
Yep.
Love it.
He
is. He is an anime
a living
protagonist.
legend. He's a protagonist. Like, name me anyone who hates Few.
Nah.
Nobody.
Nobody hates
Nobody.
Few. Name anyone in the comment section who does that. We're gonna have a talk.
Here's a count check for Khalid. One per side. And there's the Cho, which telegraphs the Khalid going to the XP.
Yeah, you were looking for it. And there's a Cho.
You gotta pick someone to catch the fan, you know?
That's true. Again, that's a pitfall that some teams have actually fallen for. Completely disrespecting the fan, saying, you know what? Yeah, we don't care. We're not gonna pick up Goofer. No need for Kaja. No need for Cho.
Rock on you, Melissa here, to mess up the Fatamis. Do you Mel? Or is it too dangerous?
Melissa can get kind of just two-shot by the, what do you call this?
The Suyo?
The Suyo, so...
But you can go away. You can protect yourself.
You can go away, for sure. So, it's up to Super Marco. How confident is he? Melissa's the safe route, honestly. I don't know if they're going to go Brody. It's Claude. Alright.
Well, it does the same, Blazing Duet and the Ruby. That's an XP lane Ruby if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, same with the Melissa. You want a Blazing Duet into the Netherrealm.
Yep.
And just make sure that your teammates can fight through that shield.
Now what's OHEB the pick? He has anything from a Lunox to a Harith.
To an Alice.
You can Alice if you like. I like the Ruby pick because it very specifically messes up the Suyu.
And it denies it for OHEB.
Yep, as a mobile jungler. And then the Cho and the Khalid. Like it just stands there.
Really good, really good. That's a reactionary pick, but it works for the slot, so why not? Lunox is looking like really good, but the Harith, of course. As usual, we'll forget about the Harith.
Because again, you're reading into the Khalid XP, so you put the hero that can just mess up that quick sand guard.
Okay, Harith is pretty good. I'll say, you know what, Blacklist drafted a pretty solid lineup.
It's a
pretty few holes on it.
It's a good team fighting lineup.
Yeah. And for FCAP, they kind of need to pull up some extra movements to make this lineup work. Specifically, keep the Fanny alive and make sure that the Fanny can get away with the early game.
And of course, Few. Like, you gotta protect Few. He's the most immobile member of that lineup. Well, luckily, he's got a flicker on it. I don't know if that's enough. You think that's enough?
That's true. I don't know if that's enough because the thing is, it's gonna be very crucial. It's gonna be dependent on the setup.
Enough yapping. Let's throw on over to our casters to bring us the action for Game 3.
And now it's time for our time to yap. I agree, I'm on that train too. There's no Few haters out there.
Welcome
Few,
to
the player,
Mobile
the guy
Legends.
is a idol of all, I would
Kids.
say. Not just kids, man.
Oh, okay.
Adults as well.
All his fans are now adults, like me. I'm an adult.
You are an adult, Egon. You know what? Now, for this game, when we look at the lineups that are for game number 3, I like both of them because they also solve the issue that maybe some of them had in game 1, game 2. I feel like FCAP at this point just doesn't want to talk about game. Whoa, low JM. Okay, he is quite low. Good response coming up here from FCAP.
As they try to work on perks as well. Okay, so now The thing is, for Blacklist, they know that FlapTzy has his Fanny, so there's this temptation, especially that they have the Cho and the Khalid, to invade early on. Not just to, steal the orange or purple buff, but just to really try and delay and disrupt the farming pattern of FlapTzy and give a lot of information for MP the King, especially because it aids the early game of Suyu if he has a lot of information gathered by Perks.
Yeah, and I think that's why you have to. I mean, anytime you obviously have the Fanny on the lineup, you've got to kind of take care of it, take care of the buffs, make sure all those boxes are checked so that FlapTzy can do what he needs to do. And that's really just scale out of his mind and then just be, a Beyblade of damage.
Beyblade.
Oh, right. This is exactly what I was talking about. So, hey, first blood going to the hands of FlapTzy there.
Okay.
You can already see it.
So right now, you know that FlapTzy wants to... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, they're going right after FlapTzy.
Here he is.
Early on, but FlapTzy swings in with the cables onto MP the King. Might be able to bring him down, and Few will take him down. That's 2 kills for Falcons APBren. So this is a good start for FlapTzy because the last time that we saw FlapTzy, now they're going to work on the turtle first. 2 members of the agents are here working on Lord JM. They're going to bring it down once again. Few picks up his 2nd kill. And they're not going to start yet the turtle because FlapTzy has to go back.
Yeah, they at least delayed the turtle being taken here, but FCAP finding quite a few kills this early in the game can help them scale up, especially Few. We were just talking about Few and how he is going to be scaling really well. Now the fact that he's got 2 early kills on this, you play into your power spike and the fact that you also have this Eternal Guard and good damage to kind of deal. No one's going to get the turtle just yet. Looks like, FlapTzy wants to get both buffs, but it'll be Blacklist that starts it up and goes for this. Good flicker out.
Good flicker out for Few and a good catch from Ogwin. Haji with another realm trying to save Perks, but FlapTzy goes in from the backline. AOG will be casted, but will be evaded by Perks, and Suyu, MP the King, gets the turtle as Blacklist tries to disengage.
Good effort once again. Blacklist, really what they're trying to do there is just kind of cause that distraction, allowing MP the King to get the objective, and they do it just that. When you're falling behind a little bit in the early game, that's really what you got to do. Your team has to come together. You have to be able to get the objectives once they're for the taking here and kind of slow down that momentum that was being built up from FCAP. So taking a look at the items too real quick. No first items locked in just yet. Flap.
Flap
first one.
Pops is revitalize. Gonna out-sustain the damage coming in from MP the King as Ogwen and FlapTzy goes in. Will he try to go for the engage? He's going to be disciplined enough not to get tempted by getting those extra kills as it forces out a reaction from Blacklist. Now Perks will just really give a lot of information to MP the King by trying to camp out in the jungle of FlapTzy.
Yeah, this is the thing. Anytime you have that Cho locked in, man, you have to be going, providing the vision, mid lane.
Good catch there for Ogwen. That was one of the most obvious catches that we know is gonna happen, but it still amazes us.
Yeah.
And it gets a kill onto Haji.
Whew, that's really tough to deal with when you have that much burst, because that's one of the great things about having a Fanny. You don't know, or against it, you don't know if it's gonna show up or not. And so that's the call signal that goes to FlapTzy, shows up in the mid lane. And what I was gonna say about Perks is he's gotta be able to find vision, provide that, but also keep tabs on FlapTzy. And then you're going for pickoffs, right? You're trying to get the pickoff potential here because you have the Cho. Maybe even sometimes it's just to disengage though. And with the way things are going right now, FCAP will continue to find some of these wins across the map, but Blacklist is doing a good job at, despite the momentum, hole again?
We're gonna catch Perks, was popping the ultimate of Few onto Perks, but Perks manages to survive. That's a good initiation from Falcons APBren, forcing out Blacklist. Okay, 2 ults, but Perks is still here. They want to go right after FlapTzy. Lord Jane goes in with a raging sandstorm, but FlapTzy answers right back with a cutthroat onto Perks. Turtle will be slain. And now the clash will disengage. MP the King is still alive here. A 1-for-none trade. And Blacklist still got the turtle.
Yeah, you gotta give it up. MP the King, despite all that chaos, goes in, gets the turtle. Those were 2 pretty big ultimates, though, used earlier on against Perks before the turtle was actually committed to. So, like I said, Blacklist will try to find what they can, keep things steady at this point. Oheb, farm it up.
Wow. Oheb going up against 3, but that might be just too deep because FlapTzy was there with the taunt. And they're going to shut down the Filipino
Haji.
sniper. Haji wanting to go right after Ogwen with the Ghost Bursters. FlapTzy, Super Marco continuing to work onto Haji. Okay, FlapTzy goes in up against 3 Perks with the kick. But they're going to be able to survive that though. No trade for Blacklist that time.
Yeah, no trade. Flap there just the whole time on this Kanakacha as well. So he's going to be, you know, causing a lot of issues when he's just roaming around with everybody else. And you can see how tanky he is, plus the Revitalize when they have that available. So trying to hold it down. There's still some good pushing, of course, happening from Lord JM. Not sure if he continues. He's going to cut that wave. There's the jump.
AOG, I am offended. There's literally no escape for Perks during that time. Got bursted down by the hands of Few. And again, a beautiful pickoff there from Falcons APBren. In the last 2 or 3 minutes, they got Perks twice.
Yeah, I feel like he's having a difficult time. I think you know, like, especially for Cho, it's hard because you're trying to provide that vision, but then sometimes when you get so crowd controlled, thrown up into the air, whether that's Avatar the Guardian or the Eternal Guard, you know, you only got a flicker, and you have the, you know, of course, like, you can get out some of the crowd control if you can know, but it's still, when it's over, when it's layered properly, and that's what FCAP's been doing every time. Perks' job is so difficult here.
Oh, beautiful catch once again. But Perks manages to escape. Here comes the Jin Kun 2 flicker combination. Gonna catch 2, but no follow-up yet from the agents. Turtle hasn't been started yet. Falcons APBren has a 1.9k gold lead. Now, the story of game number 3 is that MP the King continuing to get these neutral objectives. Two turtles under his name. We'll see if that's the same result for this turtle take.
Yeah, they're going to fight for it. Blacklist getting in position. Couple shots from Super Marco. Or Jam will heal back up. Now Perks, he's got the Way of the Dragon. No flicker though, so this is a little difficult as they force FCAP off the turtle. There's the jump though.
Oh,
Flap.
AOG. From FlapTzy as FlapTzy gets the turtle, but Blacklist wants to counter engage. Here comes the NetherRealm plus the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to bring down FlapTzy. Perks with the kick onto Super Marco, but Marco stays alive and bulletproof as Falcons APBren need to retreat. Ooh. Lord JM goes in right after Fihu and brings him down, but a killing spree coming in from KyleTzy as he also brings down Haji.
Yeah, at least Blacklist will get something out of that. You know, there was a response there too, though, but FCAP also got that turtle, so still, Blacklist will find those wins where they can, trying to get themselves to be in a fighting position for the Lord. You've only got the Starlium Scythe in the Feather Heaven right now for Oheb. He's got to go ahead and continue to farm up. He's not too far behind Super Marco, so that's okay, but you can see Super Marco's got the 2 items. MP!
Okay, 1v1 between the 2 junglers, but KyleTzy doesn't know that there are 2 members here, but still gets the kill onto MP the King. Now, this is a different kind of KyleTzy as Ogwen continues to work on Oheb and Perk. Super Marco goes in with the BMI. FlapTzy is here this time. He still has the AOG. Will they commit this overextension, though? Okay, so KyleTzy, if you could recall the last Fanny game of KyleTzy, there were a lot of almost kills. I know he ended the game 1-0-4 despite his amazing heroics as Perks and Oheb trying to defend their tier 1 tower. Ogwen goes with an I'm offended play, but Perks dashes out. Now, going back to my point, KyleTzy this time is a different beast. He ended that game, the last Fanny game, 1-0-4. They won. Yeah. Luckily, because Super Marco was Super Marco, doing just Marco things. This time, he's starting out strong, 4-0-2. Not a lot of almost kills, because this time he gets the job done.
Gets the job done, but a lot of that too. KyleTzy, again? Whoa!
Oh, okay. Forcing out the salmon. Oh, look at FlapTzy. That's a follow-up you want from your finals MVP. Good kill onto Oheb. AOG casted perfectly to bring down the Filipino sniper.
Before that all broke out, what I was going to say is, you know, KyleTzy, the reason why he's having this kind of game on the Fanny is because, again, his instincts are really good, but also just the vision that FCAP's providing him, whether that's Ogwen or even Flap, the fact that he's just been roaming around for the most part, is so pivotal to make this work. And this is going to be a difficult Lord. If Blacklist actually wants to contest this, it looks like they do. Half health right now. Lord JM a part of the fight as well. They're going to go and press it forward.
Oh, Ogwen goes in, flicker in. NetherRealm coming in from Haji, who's going to get the Lord here. As Super Marco goes in with a blazing duet. MP still gets the Lord in exchange for Perks, and that was a well worth it trade for Blacklist.
Yeah, that's a trade for them. And even so, I got to say it, MP has been doing a good job at locking down the objectives with the Retribution, but For FCAP, they'll continue to at least get some turrets if they can. They got to deal with this. They'll clear it out really quickly. Their lineup's good for even on a defense if they end up there.
Yeah.
But this is a good step in the right direction for Blacklist. It's just how do they capitalize on this? Or is it just going to result into, merely nothing? They might get a turret, maybe the mid lane tier 1 if they can, but expect FCAP to hold on to as much as they can. Even so, Super Marco, he's at the point where, he can clear things really well with just the Blazing Duet. So finally, tier 1 top side will go down. Lord's already worked on. So Blacklist, what else can they take from this? And this is where, Ingan, we start to see that transition here where these gold laners are going to be also very crucial this. You can see Super Marco. He's got the 3 items he needed. He's going to be working on the next. Oheb's still relatively doing good at farming up. Still working on the Holy Crystal, though. And I feel like once that comes online, then these objective fights could get a little dangerous for FCAP if they fight into it. Because, again, Netherrealm is also going to be great. No matter how many times Haji dies, Netherrealm's value is always going to be playing a part in those fights.
Yeah, especially since we all know that FlapTzy, once the clash starts, he'll go in late entry, but he's gonna lock onto Oheb, and Oheb alone. Might go for MP the King if ever there's Lord objectives, but we've seen this yesterday with a lot of Fanny plays, how Hayabusa plays wherein the jungler during a big clash just literally goes for the gold laner, then goes out, and that's their job. Their job's done. If they can go for more kills, great. But if they take out the first enemy, priority first, FlapTzy goes in with the jump. Zaman Force will be casted by Oheb. And Perks with the kick. But Oheb's going to fall down. View as well. The clash is still going. FlapTzy goes in for another kill. Brings down Perks in exchange for FlapTzy this time. Ogwen's still here. Super Marco as well. Goes in with a BMI. Locks his target onto Haji, forcing Haji to walk away.
If only they were able to rotate a little bit faster and be part of that fight a little bit sooner. That would have been a easy pickings for Super Marco, but great play once again from Blacklist. Look at Kyle.
FlapTzy knows. Okay, goes in for the cutthroat, but MP the King able to sustain that though. Luckily, he was in his immortal state, wherein he has extra additional damage reduction, and with that play, he's still able to get his orange buff.
It's gonna be fine, but you can see, those windows for Blacklist International, they're there. The fighting potential is there as well. I think this still goes to it, Perks has to be part of that equation where is he going to be able to get a pick off for them or at least get the kick in the right direction. That's part of it. Sometimes that's what the game comes down to for these choke picks because once you go in with initiation like the flicker combination we're used to seeing.
Okay, beautiful Winter Crown play coming in from Super Marco. Will he be able to evade the potential death? He did. BMI out, goes in. Falcons APBren with a counter attack. FlapTzy swinging with his cable. Gonna bring down MP the King. Says hello as well as Perks and Lord JM has to retreat here. And you thought when Super Marco was in trouble, don't forget, he's bulletproof.
He's bulletproof right now for this game, but man, that was a whole lot. Could have gone worse too for FCAP, but good sweep in, and now they're going to work on this Lord, MP the King. Jungle's still down for Blacklist International, so they're going to try to delay this the best they can. I don't know if they just want to give this up.
FlapTzy working on Lord JM. Quick sand guard is there. And still no MP the King. A conceal coming in from Falcons APBren. Ogwen, will he be able to catch him with the I'm offended play? FlapTzy tries to zone out Perks. Here comes Haji. Oh, okay, FlapTzy gets the Lord. Might be able to take down Perks as well. Super Marco with the Blazing Duet! A double kill. Netherrealm coming in from Haji, but is it going to be enough though? Because FlapTzy is here swinging with the cables, plus the cutthroat to bring down Oheb. FlapTzy still alive. Ogwen catches him and brings down MP the King.
MP wanted to go for the Queller, but Ogwen's like, no, sir, you're not. I'll catch you. Again, it was a good attempt. Blacklist really was trying to delay that Lord just maybe another, couple seconds than MP, but it was unfortunate. They did not buy enough time. They tried even with the Raging Sandstorm from Lord JM, but FCAP played around that really well, and now they'll get a ton of turrets and space to work around this Lord. So Blacklist will go ahead and clear this one out. They're going to try to hold on to as many base turrets as they can, but it's whittled down already in the mid lane.
Super Marco manages to get another inhibitor down bottom. So one inhibitor turret left for Blacklist. They do have a turret up top, second tier turret. And Falcons APBren really just displaying how their chemistry has been building up all throughout the years. you've seen it, FlapTzy, they're able to make him go crazy, 905 KDA, and the moments that you thought FlapTzy or Super Marco was going to go down, Ogwen or FlapTzy is going to make a play to make sure to save their damage dealers.
Again, Flap just being that front side. Him and Ogwen both doing a ton of work for the front line of FCAP, whether that's going to be a taunt with the Unbreakable or a pull from Ogwen with the I'm Offended. Right now, that's such a big, obstacle to get over if you're Blacklist International, and why they're kind of just dealing with this. I mean, look how far Oheb has fallen behind. He was keeping up with Super Marco for the longest time, but of course, with the kills that he's gotten for Super Marco, he's even got a winner's crown now. He's pretty much locked in. Malefic Roar, too, is what's really difficult. Again, Blacklist International, their tankiest guys up in the front side are just going to get, just deleted because of the fact that you have Super Marco unleashing with the Malefic Roar, has that armor penetration. And so you have to rely on a couple different things for Blacklist. If they actually decide to go in with Lord JM, just for the purple.
Perks goes in with a cheat gun flicker play. AOJ as well. Raging Sandstorm, all the ultimates being casted, but Ogwen with a beautiful seconds kill to keep Blacklist there. Double kill coming in from FlapTzy. Now the chase is onto Lord JM.
Whoa.
5 members of the Bees. Lord JM trying to keep on weaving, trying to buy enough time for the agents to at least extend the game, but Super Kyle is here with the cables. He's gonna miss him though. Lord JM is
Come on, Lord JM!
Oh, he's still alive!
You can't catch this wave, buddy!
Serves his way out of harm's way.
Oh, man.
Oh, quick sand guard just to charge up once again. It bought enough time for Blacklist because Perks will eventually respawn. MP the King has a beautiful position here, but gets spotted out by FlapTzy. Now FlapTzy's mad. He wants to go right after Lord JM. That's the real Lord for Kyle. Lord JM, not the second Lord.
Lesson learned, guys. Don't chase a Khalid in your own games as well, because you're most likely not going to catch him or take him down. Oh, again, initiation, but looks like it's going to be a disengage. So still, Lord is up here. It's Evolve now as well. They hold on to that one turret. Lord JM just being that guy right now.
Yeah, all throughout that time, he hasn't recalled yet because of the quick sand guard.
Doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to.
He was born to be here and do this. That's, that's what Khalid is for.
Surfs up. Literally. So now, Blacklist, they're going to want to contest for this Lord. FlapTzy's just working on the mid lane. Let's see who's going to get the catch first.
There it is, Conceal. They're holding it at the half health right now, though. I think they still want to be able to have that advantage, and that's what they're going to do. MP also, he's been on point for the Retribution, so as long as he stays up, man, he might give Kyle a run for the money. And that's what FCAP's worried about, too. They want to be able to zone him out. Can't catch him with the Unbreakable. Goes over the wall. And now, quarter the health.
Raging Sandstorm coming in from Lord Jane, trying to zone out the members of Falcons APBren. It's going to be a Retribution battle between the two junglers. FlapTzy all of a sudden is gone! This might be an opening for Blacklist. The window keeps getting bigger and bigger for the agents as they also bring down FlapTzy. Now Lord JM trying to keep Falcons APBren here. Super Marco's immortality will be Poppy. Poppy is purified just to walk away. Now they're working on Ogwen. They might be able to catch him though. Haji trying to chase him. They don't have minions and they do bring him down. The Filipino sniper will take down Ogwen and Blacklist gets the Lord.
I don't know what it was, but maybe that journey around the map chasing Lord JM kind of tilted FCAP because the game has been turned around for Blacklist International as now they march towards the base of FCAP.
It looks like what happened yesterday versus Omega working on Super Marco. FlapTzy this time is here. Winter Crown play. Super Marco goes in with the Blazing to Weather True, doing the best to clear out the minions. Match point for Blacklist.
Oh man, you see a game slip through your hands, and that's what it looks like. What a play, what a kick. What discipline as well from Blacklist International just as a team here.
Lord JM, MVP Lord JM, Lord JM MVP.
Yeah, oh man, Panel, Leo, Rockhart, what do you guys think about this one?
Safe to say, Blacklist is in your head. They live in your head rent-free, and one way or another, you will have to respond. Welcome back to the Infinite Game Tambayan. Let's talk about game number 3, and how for 95% of that game, FCAP was in control. Up until Lord JM said, hey, look what I can do.
Yeah, not just control, but I was dominant control. There were a lot of maps or areas on the map that were like no-go zones here for Blacklist International, and was just completely toppled by one team fight, specifically that last one on the Lord.
All right, fair enough. There was a moment in the 10-minute mark wherein maybe Blacklist could have clapped back, but FCAP just jockeyed the position. And then eventually, past the 18-minute mark, Lord JM said, hey, y'all are forgetting, I'm here. And some way, somehow, is it just me or did FCAP just bite down on the bait?
I think they did. I think they bought down it hard. And when they do that, you know what? People like Lord JM are the ones that punish really hard as well, especially with the Khaled pick.
And it's not just that one play. You can't say it was all on Lord JM. It was more of a downward spiral for Falcons APBren's discipline and focus. And now in hindsight, you can see that they were planning for that base race. They were looking to distract Blacklist long enough for a waves to crash in through mid and bottom. But at the end of the day, it's also this Khalid that kept them alive.
That's true. I mean, the Khalid is such an anchor for these fights, especially after they kind of can't recover from a fight. And then again, this big one. This FlapTzy disappearing here surprised me, to be honest. 19 minutes in, the death timers were so deadly. And Blacklist, they knew the mission. The mission was to hunt down these members one by one, make sure they can't fight back. And it doesn't matter if they have an exposed base, there was no way FCAP could fight back.
That's an international I love you from Lord JM. See, look, the story will tell itself via the numbers, man. 21-9. A huge amount of gold went through that shutdown on FlapTzy, hence why 57K to 58. And not to mention the switcheroo. We were reading it as a XP lane Ruby, but eventually it was an XP lane Gatot with the Ruby in the roam. And this was all good up until the point it wasn't. Up until the point where even the team fighting may have gotten obscured to the point of the Lord playing a role. There was also that very impactful Lord knockup that, you know, benefited Blacklist.
It messed it up a lot. It messed up the FCAP game plan a lot. Basically just try to zone it out, let the Lord do some damage as well to the opposing team. It didn't work that way, man. And again, the Lord can be very feisty. Lord JM specifically was super feisty as well.
Lord.
That's a different Lord. He's still also a Lord. Overall, the control on the map was nullified, right? It was a shame because FCAP worked so hard to make sure that the flows were correct for that Lord fight. And that last one, and again, Lord JM really got into their heads, I think.
The fact that he's not on the big four means his effect on the game was intangible.
Psychological.
It was in that moment that it turned the tides. Look at the rich guy, Oheb. A good majority of why this GPM is the highest in this game is maybe because he got the shutdown gold and suddenly it spiked.
That's
and when you calculate for that on an average, it's higher than however much Kyle or Marco could have farmed.
He also got all of the assists after.
So
After that.
there's a lot of gold on Oheb despite his Harris actually struggling.
Yeah, Oheb was barely staying alive here, actually, for a majority of this game, and look at him. Dealing the final blow and making sure that they could also chase down Ogwen inside the base of FCAP after that happened.
And a good chunk of the damage he dealt was actually in the mid-game. Because if you remember, Marco got away with a lot, Kyle got away with a lot of Falcons APBren could have fallen if only Blacklist had the closing power in the early to the late. Now we're approaching ultra late. That's where suddenly their clutch genes come in again. FlapTzy damage taken is also the number one. He's a sandbag for this game. 160k about. He's number one in damage taken in the whole league.
Yeah, I mean,
this is his job.
No surprise, right? The way that FlapTzy plays is pretty much in your face each and every time, and he picks the exact heroes that needs to be picked in order to do that. So, you know what? Lord JM is catching up. Perks as well in that last one was a huge sacrifice for Blacklist International to make sure that, you know what, MP the King could still do some really crazy stuff. Make sure that Oheb stays alive, like as usual. And Haji, keeping the team together while all the chaos was happening as well.
A good half of Blacklist efforts were put to not lose. Let's not lose for the first 17, 18 minutes.
They're playing not to win, but not to lose.
And that's
Right.
sometimes what you need. You know how they say playing not to lose is inferior? No, that's what they needed to do at the time. Because FCAP was so dominant. But right then and there, when Lord James said, hey, I got them on me. I think I'm in their heads. Let's go. They just needed that little nudge from the Lord.
Yeah.
This Lord and the other to go for the win.
It was the second part of that one, what we were saying that you don't always have to play to win. Sometimes you just need to know which battles to take. You just have to choose which fights to go
And
for.
FCAP went for a fight they could not win. They can't even start it against Lord JM.
Yeah, and they were doing that. They started that fight in a weird position where the rest of Blacklist are already surrounding them.
Yeah, and they were giving up map space that could have been taken care of if they let go of Lord JM.
Wow.
So now the question is, was that a big blunder? Could they have done so much better? Let's dig deep into the details and go over to Midnight to tell us more.
Blacklist International is 1 point away from dropping the world champions to the lower bracket and 1 point away from advancing to the semi-finals. An amazing game from the Agents in game number 3. Welcome back to the Stand. Mga kapatid sa Midnight, and let's break down what happened in this game. Well, as you can see, Falcons APBren, majority of this game, they had total control. Full control mula dito sa mga Bees on the back of an amazing Fanny performance from FlapTzy. But what made this game really hard for Falcons APBren is Blacklist's ability to prolong the game to a point where the Lord Dance really mattered. This is where Blacklist International showcased their excellence in Lord Dancing, the Filipino Lord Dance as we call it. And makikita natin in just a bit yung replay kung ano ba yung nangyari dun sa last fight. It was the micro decisions that allowed Blacklist International to take that Lord away from Falcons APBren. Now, this clip, makikita nyo na yes, nakuha yung retribution, nakuha ng Blacklist International yung Lord, but if you slow it down even further, what happened here was Lord JM used the Raging Sandstorm to dissuade FlapTzy to getting into position to contest the Lord. And when it came down to the wire, when the retribution was needed, nandoon yung si Fanny Perks. Perks was able to set up, find the Fanny in the perfect position because of what Lord JM did. And right after that, pinakita ni Lord JM yung ultimate bouncer experience naman. Zinown out niya yung Falcons APBren. He didn't allow anybody on the side of Falcons APBren to be able to fight and re-engage versus Blacklist International. Key decision-making here for both sides. Again, Raging Sandstorm dissuading FlapTzy to get into position, and it allowed Perks to find the Fanny with a flicker kick. And you know, MP the King was able to secure the Lord for Blacklist International. And once again, Lord JM on the outside of the box here of Blacklist International, zoning out the remaining members of Falcons APBren. Even Super Marco was not able to find his footing back to that team fight. Excellent Lord Dance performance coming out from Blacklist International that allowed them to net win on game number 3. Very, very incredible decision making, very incredible position, and an amazing game altogether from the side of Blacklist International. Those key moments are what allowed them to steal the game away from Falcons APBren. Now the question is, can the Bees bounce back? But before we move on to the next game, we're going to be going back to Maracino for some little bit of an interview here in MPL Arena.
Wow, ganda na, no cut. Single take.
Panis. The drone power. Is that AK? Oh.
Hello po, hello po.
Is that Hayes?
Sobrang hype po and sobrang intense dito sa venue. And talagang makikita mo kung gaano ka-passionate or gaano kamahal ng mga supporters, yung mga teams. Kasi kada situation, makikita mo pag may errors, pag maganda yung result, makikita mo dun talaga sa mukha nila or sa reaction nila. And sobrang sarap sa feeling. Dito mo mas ma-appreciate yung esports sa mga venue na ganito, sa mga event, na talagang sobrang sarap maging part ng industry na to. 207 lang naman. So, maliit. Jungle po. Talagang simple. Ling. Nasa esports scene na po ako 4 years old. 4 years old po ako nag-start. Pero syempre laro-laro lang. And nag-compete po ako 10 years old. So doon na yung simula. It's been 14 years po since ng first competition. Siguro yung sa sobrang tagal ko na rin po kasing ginagawa to. And syempre may mga matututunan ka na eh. Yung una kong natutunan, yung learn to accept defeat with grace. And syempre yung kung paano ka magiging focus sa laro. Kung paano mas makakatulong sa performance mo pag mas minahal mo yung laro mo. So yun yung mga tinuturo. Mindset po na
discipline. Pero ano yung mga na-apply mo dito at nakukuha din ng Falcons APBren mula doon?
Actually, parang ako pa po yung natuto eh. Kasi, syempre from solo, na yun nga yung genre ng laro ko, is really different compared dito po. Ang ginawa ko na lang po is, syempre, kapag kahit naman team game, meron ka pa rin tinatawag na judgment call eh. So parang papaniwalaan mo yun, and at the same time, syempre, kailangan mong makinig din sa team or dun sa captain. Kasi syempre, mas maganda pag as one kayo and nagko-connect yung mga like yung nag-sync kayo. So yun.
Let's see how Falcons APBren will adjust dito papunta sa ating game number 4. Babalik na tayo sa ating panel. Tulungan mo ako dito, okay? Panel, pasok!
Let's hear from AK, who is also a semi-pro. There was a time in his career that he actually played collegiate and semi-pro in OBB.
And a legend in his own right.
Yeah, he was very humble about his experience in the land of Don, but if you know, you know.
That's right. He represents the Philippines in different disciplines as well, so big props to that guy. And I'm surprised to see he was actually assistant manager. That shocked me. So, you know what? So many people watching here. I'm sure we'll have more spicier, spicier personalities coming in soon. So excited for that.
All right, snap back into reality. Game 4. We are at match point. Blacklist International, through the help of Lord JM and of course Perks' catch onto Coyotes. He was seemingly unstoppable and immortal up until he wasn't. Clutches a Blacklist from sure defeat. I'd say about 90% of that game was FCAPs to lose.
99. Make it 99.
Up until suddenly Blacklist out of nowhere takes it. So now, at 2-1, you wouldn't be wrong to assume that FCAP are trembling.
They probably are.
I mean, they're professionals and, they've been here before and they know how to bounce back, but sometimes you can't help but say, that was ours. How could we have done that? How could they've gotten away with it?
It does affect, right? And players have been starting to talk about like mental fortitude. Obviously, they have that in spades. But then again, you're in the position where the team that was unexpected to make it into this stage actually are the guys giving you the beating. I believe it's really hard to really play cleanly after a match like that.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Frustration could arise and say, wow, how are they beating us? Why?
Yeah.
Especially what happened in the first 15 minutes. Why? But since this is FCAP we're talking
it's FCAP.
about, and you heard it from Flap himself, you know how few looks at situations like these. The rest of the guys, I would assume that they're saying, hey, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
This is a challenge.
Yeah.
This is just us needing to rise above the occasion and do better.
This might be one of those times where you just have to push the switch, like Ogun says, just come together. Play together.
How do they come together from red side? Because Blacklist choose blue.
Well, in that regard, I believe they might be the team who will have to play a bit more reactive. Because last game really was Blacklist was playing super reactive in that last one, even on the draft.
That's your read. That's your read here in this best of 5 in game 4. The reactive team who's able to kind of, slip between the cracks and find a way in.
Find a haymaker,
wins.
Yeah. Because it does feel like that way, even ever since game one. The
It's not
team
who-
has been answering has been the team winning.
Yeah, so it's not who's in full control asking the questions.
Yeah.
You have to find that right window and then maybe. So it's the momentum breaker.
It's the guy who's like behind, what do you call that? Who's against the ropes.
Uh-huh.
And then finding like that bouncy area and we can bounce
So
back.
rope-a-dope. Who can
The rope-a-dope. There you
rope-a-dope? So in my read, that means Falcons APBren, the Valentina or the Faramis is going to play a key role. If they can somehow end up with either on red, first phase, that might be the trick.
I believe you because the Faramis just gives you like a second chance, right?
Yeah, the Vexana, I don't think that's a very reactive hero. That's a win right here, right now hero.
It's like, I'm going to throw this down. You guys better follow up because if not, we're doomed. Something like that, right?
Yeah, so following that logic, if they can play with the Valentina or the Faramis, then they win.
Yeah.
Rockhart, given how great Blacklist is at team fighting, you think the Eve is going to show up again? Because that might be key.
I don't know if you're going to fall for the same trap twice. If you're... it's unlikely. I don't know. It might show up, but the question is, will it work the same way like what we saw,
Can
right?
you get Blacklist again?
Yeah, exactly. Can you do that
get
twice?
Blacklist again. Ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
a tall order.
Blacklist International, if they win this game, they move on through the upper bracket. Just one best of 5 away from representing the country at M6. It's that close. It's that urgent that FCAP wake up. Blacklist taking out the Fanny and the Phobius, while APBren, Falcons APBren, take out the Chip and the Matilda. There's the Harith. So, you think they're going to start choking down on the Nolan this early, or rather the Nate? Nope.
High loss. Okay, almost forgot about the high loss.
That's a perk special.
Right now, Suyu still feels like the prime pick here. Picks that can kind of just answer that might come in.
That's
close.
Sushin!
Sushin, wow, all right.
Okay, so Suyu open, Valentina Vexana open, Gatot open.
Gatot's great. Especially with... the problem is it's great with the Sushin. I'm not sure if it's going to get picked up in Falcons APBren. They've shown 2 games on it, right? So... There it is. Third game with the Gatot.
Yeah, check out the red side win rate for Falcons APBren, 60%. You're taking account the regular season.
Yeah, that's right.
So now, though,
one chose me to
a different story. There's a Suyu.
All right. Suyo and Gatot, kind of not unexpected.
Wherever I go.
That's
And
the
this
Alpha
is
Rafaela.
Woo!
They didn't even blink, Rockhard. They just said, you know what, Alpha, I saw that coming, but the Rafaela this early. Last time we saw Rafaela, which was yesterday, Game 3 against Smart Omega, it was in the last 2 picks.
It was a big haymaker. It was something that you really can't really plan for. This time around, they probably can.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, definitely this just blocks out the Eve.
Yeah. Now, their mid trio is secure here for Blacklist. I believe that's pretty solid. You can really work on that. Add maybe another wall and then another backline.
Yeah,
you're good.
there's a small chance that maybe this is an XP lane alpha, but no, knowing MP the King, knowing Blacklist, that's it.
Easy on take it. And Blacklist is one team that's not known to disrupt what works.
What? Wait!
No way. Didn't we just talk about
Logic
this before the
out the
draft?
window. It happened yesterday. It's the same thing.
It's the same trap. Did they lose in that one?
Am I remembering wrong?
Didn't they even lose in that one?
I mean, it's a mechanical. It's a mechanical interaction, right? You have the real-world manipulation.
And you walk out with the heals.
You have the prism, you have the crystal, and you just walk away with the heal, yeah.
Yeah, heal and speed up. There's not even a discussion, right?
Am I ye of little faith? Are we blasting this Eve too soon, man?
We might be.
Well, here's the Bruno ban, the combo to the Rafaela, and the Arlott to put into the real-world manipulation.
It still feels like you have to go marksman here, so Carry might be the one that you're looking for.
Yeah, Carry Eve.
Yeah, Carry can kind of just blast through the Gatot, blast through the Eve pretty quickly.
Oh, Rafaela. Marksman. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
100% it's going to be a marksman here for Blacklist.
So Carry is good.
Claude
is good.
Yeah.
Although the Claude doesn't need the movement speed boost.
Pretty good on its own. Yeah.
Maybe
that will open you up for the Rafaela to go other places.
That's true.
Yeah.
Not. The Rafaela's going to play role, man.
I mean, like go to other lanes and help out other lanes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, there's the Moskov. I didn't think the Moskov was still left open. That's one good marksman right there.
Yeah.
So what does Falcons to do here? Do they take the carry?
Sand rises when I give
They take the Khalid!
Oh, Khalid on Rome again.
Yep, likely. It was on the XP earlier.
When the body suffers.
So there's the Benedetta. Oh, God. Blacklist is just going to be in your face, man. They viewed this pick yesterday.
All right, what's a great marksman to play into an Eve Khalid lineup? Big box again.
Someone with range, ideally? Ixia? The Ixia here? Not too much.
Pretty okay.
You don't have appeal, though.
Beatrix.
Beatrix is safe.
You can kind of just walk around, dash around.
You have a dash, yeah.
But then again, if you get caught, yeah.
Beatrix Melissa.
Come on, Dexter.
It's Claude. He goes for the safe route. I would do that as well.
Full on dive.
Yep.
So now they have all of the choices. It's got to be a marksman, though.
It's got to be.
It's way too much magic damage.
So many considerations as well. You're thinking about, what if a Vendetta chases me? What if an Alpha dives onto me?
Yeah. What if the Zushin jumps in? It starts to choke me out.
Yeah, hear me out, Mia.
What?
Because
we opened with a Mia yesterday. I mean, it's worked in other regions, yes.
No.
But
honestly, Lunox is the safest. If you're not gonna go marksman, Lunox or Alice is safe.
okay, so
just so you don't die.
Your damage profile is gonna be very.
It's spread out. Yeah, you're magic out. But there's a Clint. I guess an APBren pick.
Very unorthodox.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're ready for this. I don't think FCAP would ever bring out a draft that they are not 100% confident.
Went out with a long. That was a long discussion, by the way, on last pick. They really drew it out.
For sure. The Clint on Super Marco. Let's look at the numbers. It's not looking good for FCAP.
Feels like a band-aid, that last one. It's not optimal, but they can take team fights. They can take fights with Suyo.
Well, the last time we saw Clinton said, I don't know, was on Kelra for Fnatic Onic, and he won with that.
I guess. And ready to, again, we're always so ready to be proven kind of wrong here.
Oh, revitalized Bennett. It's a tank Benedetta.
Tank Benedetta with dominance eyes and everything, right?
All right, here we go. Blacklisted match point. Gentlemen, take us into the bout.
We'll head on into the bout, and it is high noon, says Super Marco. We'll find out
Welcome
if
to
they can bring it
Mobile
to a game 5.
Legends.
Because, man, that should have been theirs the last one, but great response from Blacklist International. And yes, gentlemen, Lord JM running the revitalized, tanky Benedetta. We saw this yesterday, but also from our old friend over Diablo in MPL Singapore. He loves to do this.
Yeah, so we can expect Lord JM to be a menace again, disrupting Falcons APBren's rotation, their plans. Not necessarily go for the kills, but to do enough to force Falcons APBren to react to what Blacklist is doing. Because, again, if you just tuned in, you missed a huge play. Lord JM with the Khalid, chased after 4. There was even a Fanny from FlapTzy. Manages to escape. That actually made them win game number 3. That's why Blacklist is on match point now.
Yep, match point here at this point. But you know, I have to kind of echo some of the thoughts here of the panel, because you know, Rockhart and Leo made good points. I mean, even for Few to bring this Eve, your game plan throughout this game and everything else is kind of, it's more so like one-dimensional, where like you really need to be fighting around that real-world manipulation. That's what you're going for and everything. And yeah, even with Rockhart, what Rockhart said, like, I feel like Super Marco was almost in a position where he just ended up picking this Clint. And they got to make it work, because look at this before the turtle breaks out.
Okay, they're going to try to make it work. Lord JM manages to escape. FlapTzy just goes in with a quick sand guard. That was 4 members of Blacklist trying to burst down Falcons APBren. So, okay, the last time that we saw a Clint, as the panel mentioned, was with Kelra. And Kelra shocked the world, proved the haters wrong. That Kelra is a good pick when push comes to shove.
Kelra's a good pick, or the Clint?
No, the Clint
there you go,
in Kelra's hands.
Kelra's always a good pick,
but
too.
But what enabled Kelra, yeah, by the way, yeah. But what enabled Kelra to activate the Clint early on was a huge dominant start from King Kong. So that means, FlapTzy, if you really want to serve up Super Marco, eventually lead his power spike, he needs to step up and get those early game kills with the Suyo.
He does, and I guess, you know, in a way, that's really what you are going for anytime you even have a Suyo in your draft, right? And I think that's why also for Blacklist International, they went with that whole, let's just kind of extend these team fights, let's go and heal through a lot of this because they have the Rafaela. Not only that, but even the Revitalize will help them. And if they get to the later portion of the game, the amount of utility that they have and the amount of angles that Blacklist lineup can come from in a team fight or a skirmish is good enough to fight around the box. You know, that's really what we're looking at here, because you're able to find your entry points for Oheb later on, especially with this sprint. Like, that alone will also make him kind of hard to catch and able to go and put pressure, even if Few just sets things up with the ultimate, you know, if they decide to go that way.
Yeah, and actually, the Blacklist lineup right now is actually misleading. You'd think they lack crowd control, but what Perks have shown us yesterday when he picked up the Rafaela, I don't know if it was Game 2 or Game 3 up against Omega, but leading towards that game win, they had an amazing three times he popped his Holy Baptism setup for 3 crucial times towards the ending game. That's why they won. So Perks isn't going to be a defensive kind of Rafaela. He's going to look for those Holy Baptism plays for the setups.
Yeah, be a little aggressive here for Perks. It's funny, too, because, again, that last game, you know, I was saying even throughout that, like, man, he hasn't found the kick he was looking for, and then at the end, he found it. Whoa, top side.
Speaking of find it, they're going to find Lord JM as he pops his Revitalize and Electro Final Blow just to walk away up against FlapTzy and KyleTzy. So that's a resource down when it comes to the second turtle. So Falcons APBren, okay, they know this idea, they have this information as they try to work on Lord JM again. And this is what we were saying a while ago. Lord JM, he's not going to go for those kills. He just really wants to disrupt the formation and the pattern of Falcons APBren.
He wants to, but right now he's just going to go up. They might have to give this up because of the fact of what FCAP just did. And it looks like they'll do just that. So Turtle for the taking here. FCAP will secure that one. And all that was played off the fact that they got those resources out from Lord JM. And so now it's up to Blacklist International to go ahead and try to play the map, find what they can. That's what Lord JM does. Get some extra gold in his pockets up here. Flap.
Okay, forcing out the Raging Sandstorm. Hachi goes in with a Crimson Beacon. They want to go for FlapTzy, but FlapTzy with a quick Sand Guard. Gonna get picked up by Hachi. But the sustain is not there as he goes down. But Lord JM as well up against 3 members of the Bees.
Good trade. XP for XP. Duke it out with that, but that's what Lord JM had to do. So Oheb, too, at this point, he's just going to put pressure on that bottom side. Look how far they're pushing Super Marco off. Good damage, though.
The grenade bombardments and the quick recall coming in from Super Marco is just too much. MP the King dangerously low and brings him down. A Few picks up the kill, but Blacklist answers by taking a turret down bottom.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, you know, again, that was the call they were looking for. That Spear of Alpha didn't land, but, you know, MP the King ends up saving Perks at least, but they do get a turret, so they convert that. You can see the gold between the gold laners. It's pulling ahead for Super Marco at this point. He's going to get the turret in response too, but everything else, everywhere else, except beside from Few, because he's got some of those early kills, they're getting that lead that they need, you know, and they're building up for it. Lord JM got some extra gold ahead of Flap, but ultimately, it's nothing too crazy that Blacklist International cannot handle before the next objective. So really what you want to keep your eyes on is where is FCAP kind of putting the pressure? What are they looking to lock down? If that means even just battle spells or ultimates and not necessarily converting a kill, I would say FCAP's happy with that on just getting the 3-for-3 turtles and not even having to fight because, again, they have an advantage with the lineup that they have around objective takes, and Blacklist will always have to look at a way to go around it. The only question is, do they have enough firepower at this point? Mid-turret tier 1 going to be worked on, but it's cleared through by Lord JM with the Electro Final Blow. Oheb will still stay top side, so it might look like Blacklist will just give up this third turtle here unless MP can do something, but it looks like he's going to be too late.
Cross-map play for Blacklist as they try to go for FlapTzy and the tower again. Haji with a Lantern Flare, but FlapTzy reads unbothered. Oheb's going to successfully take down the turret, but okay, they're going to look for Oheb, and they managed to find him! Recall! How many milliseconds left before Oheb saves himself, but FlapTzy, quick thinking, manages to find Oheb.
Yeah, good pickup there, too. And I mean, Haji been flickering out to the other side of the bush. He's like, it's got to be one of us, man, you know? So it ends up being him. FCAP will go ahead, still building up on that lead here. And so really, you're looking at the items. Do they have enough? Does Blacklist have enough to win some of these fights? And, you know, not just yet. Endless Battle now picked up too by Super Marco. They want this tier 1 mid, but Lord JM continuously using that ultimate, the electric final blow, to clear out the minions. OHEB needs a little bit more time too. You know, if you look at the main damage dealers, he needs time to build up because Super Marco with the Clint pick is hitting that damage spike way sooner. Look at that, already a couple shots only.
Oh, okay. Lord JM goes in trying to zone out 3 members of Falcons APBren, and I do agree, not just a couple of times, a lot. OHEB needs a lot more time to farm up. And they can actually do this. This is like what happened during game number 3, where Falcons APBren was in full control. Then 1 crucial play, 2 crucial plays rather, turn things around for Blacklist. So right now, in terms of team fights, they can actually handle the damage that Falcons APBren is going to give, especially when it comes to the late game. Because again, Perks has this Rafaela. Now the question is, will the setups connect for Falcons APBren, for Flap and for Ogwin? Because if it doesn't, it might be a different story for the agents.
And that's the difficult part of it for Blacklist International is you're not really going to be the ones to initiate a fight. Like, unless for some reason MP the King ends up getting a, you know, Spear the Alpha setup. Perks does have the Holy Baptism, but, you know, earlier we were saying, what if he's a little more aggressive? Well, this time they've got to adjust to what the lead is doing for FCAP right now. So if he's going to do something now, he's got a Flicker available, he's got the Holy Baptism, and they start up the Lord here. They're going to have to contest this one, it looks like. We'll see if they can pull it off. Half health right now on the Lord. FCAP in position. They'll take their time as well. And even with that Flask of the Oasis just being picked up here by Perks, that should help a little bit. But MP...
Oh, they're going to get bursted down. MP the King pops his Spear of Alpha just to walk away. It looks like FlapTzy will secure this Lord. FlapTzy goes in with his own real world manipulation, is here to bring down MP the King as well. Few picks up the kill. AOG going to connect onto no one. Blacklist was able to evade that. Now Ogwin might fall down and has the 3 agents. That's a trade Blacklist got. But FlapTzy going for the backline, cutting their exit route, working on Perks. Few is going to come here now. FlapTzy has to walk away because of the damage of Blacklist. So Falcons APBren did a very good job of not just zoning out Blacklist, but also securing the Lord and getting a kill onto MP the King.
Yeah, even in that fight, Blacklist, the way that they played that, even with OHEB kind of like breaking ankles and using the sprint to go the other way, I'm surprised no one else went down, you know, because it could have been way worse, and they had the healing to prove it and sustain through that fight, but they still have to deal with this Lord push in because FCAP, you know, as hard as it is to get some of those kills because of just how, you know, dynamic and how much mobility this lineup from Blacklist has, they're happy to just go ahead and take the objectives. They got the Lord, they can get these turrets, get to the base turrets and the Holy Shields down from this. So they're almost in a position where it's like, hey, Blacklist, you've got to do something against us. Otherwise, we're just going to take all your turrets, and then we're going to take you to Game 5. So Blacklist trying to hold on to what they can.
Oh, FlapTzy goes in with the stun onto Lord JM, forcing out that electric final blow, but Lord JM remains alive. And now Falcons APBren, their minions are pushing, popping the Holy Shields. Blacklist needs to defend this. They're not going to lose any inhibitor turret. And I do agree with what you're saying. But wait, okay, here comes Lord JM, goes in with the electric final blow again onto Ogwin. Pops his Revitalize. Here's comes the counter attack coming in from FlapTzy with a Raging Sandstorm. AOG gonna connect onto every single agent, but OHEB picks up the counter kill. Ogwin's gonna fall down.
And that's the thing, they might re-engage off of this. FCAP on the retreat. They don't have Ogwin. And so that's the thing, you know, they want them to fight. FCAP with the lead that they have, but Blacklist, they're playing the sustain game. They're playing that, the fact that they have the heals and they can disengage if they need to and then hopefully re-engage, especially when the Revitalize alone is up from Lord JM. It does help with that whole thing. And really, again, it's all just a timer. Whoa!
Oh, the damage coming in from FlapTzy might be too much as FlapTzy goes in with the Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sandguard plus Flicker combination to evade a potential death. Lord JM is going to fall down. Heads up play there from FlapTzy, charging up the Queller. Hit on Lord JM before he casted the Electro Final Blow. That's why when the animation ended, Lord JM just went down.
Blacklist back to this, the form of just this Ube. They got to stay together, stay around Perks, providing that speed and the healing, of course. And it's all, you're playing for OHEB here. You're allowing OHEB to get the farm that he needs to hopefully have that changing blazing duet that will help them win a team fight. Haji picking up Sky Piercer, win a crown 2 for MP the King as they want to prep up for this Lord Dance, Lord Shuffle. They got to get in position. MP the King's got to be tanky enough too that he doesn't get picked off himself. Takes quite a bit of damage just from the Lord alone right now. So pressure, if they can, on the side lanes. Flap will have to deal with that. Neither team, though, I don't think wants to fully commit to this. They're going to have to kind of feel out the area, set things up, keep an eye on Few where he decides to set up the real-world manipulation. And so we'll have to see what angle is taken, either Lord JM or a fully stacked OHEB here. They might break out in the fight, a fourth the health on the Lord.
Okay, real world manipulation will be dropped down as FlapTzy and Ogun trying to zone out. FlapTzy will get the Lord. OHEB goes in with a blazing duet. They might bring down FlapTzy there. Now the counter engage coming in from Blacklist. Lord JM making sure not to let Few go home. Haji goes in with a Crimson Beacon, forcing Falcons APBren to retreat. FlapTzy for a Lord. I think Falcons APBren got what they wanted.
They got what they wanted, which was the Lord at only the cost of FlapTzy. So Blacklist tried. Again, even despite them being behind, they are still trying to go for these fights, go for these objectives. They just unfortunately haven't found the right setup they're looking for. And even with that one, when OHEB went in with a blazing duet, it wasn't exactly the best place to do it, only hitting Flap at the time. So they'll clear out this Lord. They might be able to hold on to these base turrets. They can keep things from getting too out of hand here. They're trying to keep the Lord from getting in that range. So FCAP will focus elsewhere, maybe the mid lane as soon as that wave's pushing in. They gotta respect the poke coming out though too. I like the final blow gonna be used from Lord JM. Now the mid wave pushing into the base, but so far so good. A sliver of health on that bottom turret. Super Marco will get this one with the shot, but Blacklist holds on to as much as they can. Turret finally goes down.
Successful turret takedown for Falcons APBren without committing a lot of resources and without suffering casualties. So that's a good sign for Falcons APBren. This game compared to the previous game isn't as flashy because of course there's no Fanny, but it shows the discipline of Falcons APBren and their mental resilience to take things slow even if, you know, fatigue's kicking in because this is a best of 5 series. They know that they have to play it safe. They can't go for those risky plays even if they have a 6.1k gold lead because again, they're putting a lot of respect to Blacklist's counter engage. They have a lot of heals coming in from perks. Lord JM, the Revitalize works quite well. So right now, Falcons APBren, they're going to do this by the book. If ever they get a pick off, they might force on inhibitor turret takedown, but ideally, they would go for another Lord Dance.
Yeah, you can see this pressure on the buff of MP, just keeping it, because really there's nothing else for FCAP to really do at this point unless they just wait for the Lord. At that point, they can wait for the Lord, force the fight, because you got to remember they're always wanting to fight around their strengths here with this lineup, which is just that Eve pick. The Eve pick alone and real-world manipulation is what you want to do. So for Blacklist, that's the same story. You know, huddle up, stay together, farm up, get those last items locked in, and hope that you're just ready to go by the time this Lord comes up. And so far, you know, that's why it's agreeable here. Inga, you said it, like, even with a lead that FCAP has, it doesn't matter, really, because the lineups for Blacklist is able to go toe-to-toe with FCAP for the most part. But where it does start to change is once you get to this portion of the game, that late game, where you do have some of the items being picked up, like the Immortalities, the Winter Crowns, the Wind of Natures being switched in, switched out, could change the cause of this. But the biggest thing, though, is the positioning for Blacklist. How do they utilize fighting or counter-fighting into what's going to be set up by Few here? That's always going to be the point of contention for them if they're able to pull it off. Super Marco now picking up that Wind of Nature. So you can see both XP laners, too, still staying down there, wanting to put some macro pressure around the map. And we'll see where Ogun goes into. Both the Revitalizers can play a part in this fight as they're both available. We still have Lord JM. Bottom side, half health on the Lord here. There's the setup.
Real world manipulation for Falcons APBren. They're going to work on this Lord. A good... Okay, they're going to get the Lord there. Now they're trying to disengage AOG coming in from Owen. OHEB goes in with a blazing duet. They might be able to take down FlapTzy though, but FlapTzy flickers out. Now they're working on Owen. Owen still has his immortality though as FlapTzy goes in with a quick sand guard. Now Falcons APBren play this to perfection. They got the Lord, no casualties. Although they didn't go for the kills, it's a necessary thing to not lose any members of the Beast, because this Lord push, if you're complete, could end this right away and then force a Game 5 and eventually send Blacklist back into the lower bracket. The Falcons APBren Okay, they need to play this to perfection again. A good push, not getting picked off before the Lord comes in and looking at the items. OHEB already locked in. You have to respect the potential of a Blazing Duet connecting onto every single member and plus the heals coming in from Perks.
They'll approach the base here. Lord on the bottom side. The focus of FCAP top side. They're going to try to clear this out right now. Good clear though from Blacklist. Still working on it. Mid turret as well. Flap front side. FCAP can't jump into the base too. Blacklist will work on the Lord. Next wave pushing in the mid. FCAP looking to take these turrets down. A couple of immortalities and defensive items available to them. But Blacklist still just healing through. A lot of even the poking coming through out on the outer edges. Right now, that top turret's going to be worked on.
Okay, they want to engage, they want to zone out Blacklist, they want to go for the inhibitor turret, and they will successfully break it down. Okay, goes in with Spear of Alpha, though they're working on the clash. The counter engage coming in from Falcons APBren as they get MP the King. OHEB goes in with the Blazing Duet. The killing spree coming in from Haji. Few's gonna fall down. FlapTzy though trying to soak up the damage. Lord JM on for the chase. They know that they can do it. FlapTzy might fall down. Another kill coming in from Haji.
They're going for it.
Super Marco pops his Purify, but Lord JM making sure there's no escape for the Bulletproof. Lord JM trying to cut off the exit route of Ogwin. It's just Ogwin and Kyle TZ. The Falcons APBren, they can still defend this. They have a lot of minions. They have a lot of turrets.
They got a lot of space to work around with, but you got to give it up for Blacklist to stay together, to keep calm and a cool head. And now, this is the biggest switch in momentum that they have here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. 7 seconds before Few comes in. Ogwin doing his best to work on the minions. Here comes the ult. Winter Crown also will be popped. Ogwin just trying to zone out the remaining members of Blacklist. AOG will be casted. A successful defense for Falcons APBren. But again, the determination, the resilience of Blacklist. Man.
And that's why I was saying, Ingon, I was saying this minutes ago, it doesn't matter the type of gold lead that FCAP had. You saw it unfold there. Blacklist, with the items that they already locked in at this point of the game, you know, you're 19 minutes in, it's all about their positioning. And the way they layered those entry points. Again, MP jumped in first, right? He got some response from FCAP, and then later, OHEB came in with the Blazing Duet, able to hit, you know, multiple members, and then the follow through even from Lord JM. So now they've got a little bit of an advantage here if they can work with it. FCAP though, they're not going to want to just give this one up. Half health on the Lord, the fight.
They're going to pick up Ogwin. Ogwin doesn't have his Immortality. AOG, he'll be able to escape though. Few with the real world manipulation, but they're going for the backline, trying to force out Few. FlapTzy, quick sand guard. Blacklist holding their ground, forcing Falcons APBren to retreat.
They're going to heal.
Oh, they might burst down the Lord though.
They're going to try to. FCAP. What do they do? There's the initiation.
MP the King goes in for FlapTzy. FlapTzy's Immortality will be popped. He does fingers out. Quick sand guard just to heal up. Here comes the counter initiation coming in from Falcons APBren. Okay, now they can engage.
Both revitalized, already used. This is the push and pull we always talk about as close as an evolved Lord dance that we've seen here as it resets after reset.
Oh.
And FCAP getting in position again. They know Lord JM's got to clear and handle that wave up top as they try to get an advantage here. Few. No flicker available, just picking up the Divine Glaive. And now do they play into this? Once again, Lord JM will be joining the fight. Revitalize almost available for Ogwin. And so they'll just reset, take their time, wait for all the ultimates and these battle spells to be back and available. Again, this is one of the upsides of having a Rafaela with you. And Flap and Lord JM both there top side. Right now, neither team just wants to go just yet.
Look at Falcons APBren's lead. Almost non-existent. Haji has been doing a good job zoning out the members of the Bees. And with that previous clash, good play from Lord JM using the Electo final blow to reach where the source of the real world manipulation was coming from, which is Few. That's why Few had to flicker out, because if he didn't, this could be the end, the demise of Falcons APBren. And now Blacklist reacting to what FlapTzy has been doing, sending out Haji and OHEB also to get the purple buff.
This is difficult too, because both the lineups, it's not like you're going to make a surprise play. You know,
there's no Lu Yi.
There's no Lu Yi. You're not going to just go ahead and appear somewhere. Lord JM just kind of putting pressure on that off lane to keep it there. And also, Flap's got to respond to it. as they go ahead and start things up once again. They bought enough time for these battle spells to also be available. So we'll see if they punch it through. Again, one Revitalize can change the course of the fight.
Oh.
Mortality's here too. Fourth health. They actually going to go for it. Is going to reset again. Probably one of the longer Lord fights we've seen throughout this season. And still FCAP respecting the fact. Real one manipulation set down. They don't have it.
Okay, no more real-world manipulation for Falcons APBren.
Oh, this is tough being on here. You can see how much tension between both teams because of the fact that those are down, but they're going to fight it out.
Oh, I think they're committing onto Ogwen, popping a lot of ultimates. They're going to pop his Winter Crown. FlapTzy have to go in with a Raging Sandstorm, trying to save Ogwen here. MP the King's Immortality will also pop here. Will he be able to escape though? No casualties yet for both of these teams. This is a long Lord Dance.
We can call it a Lord Dance once again. It's no more a shuffle, but here's the fight.
Blazing Duet coming in from the Filipino sniper, but counters out with the real-world manipulation coming in from Phil. They have to walk away though. The agents are retreating. Falcons APBren still holding on to this Lord.
Oh, they're trying to heal through it. Lord JM had to clear the waves, but the Lord.
MP the King still here. Oh, they're working on MP Spear of Alpha. It's going to be a retribution battle, but MP the King goes down. 3 agents as well. Falcons APBren got the Lord. A double for Kyle. Working on OHEB. His immortality will be popped and he'll be erased in the map as FlapTzy works on Lord JM. A payback for what Lord JM did in game number 3. And just like that, Falcons APBren will extend the series, and we will go to a game number 5.
Talk about a Lord Dance, a Lord number, whatever we want to call that, but that was probably one of the longest Lord takes we've seen. And leave it to FCAP, the masters of the macro game here, pulling through that fight and all of it. Again, phenomenal game there, very close, and I can't wait to see what's in store for game 5. But first, Rocco and Leo, what did you guys think about that Lord Dance?
I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know.
What was that? World-class MLBB at its finest.
Oh my goodness, all right.
I am physically spent. Whoa.
The set's falling apart.
Folks, we that was not planned.
That was not planned.
This was a skit. This was not. People may have walked by.
They're mad.
In frustration, in enjoyment, or in awe, and they may have knocked over our set here, but this definitely helps. Thank you so much for throwing over the few. Our
there
MVP,
you go.
The Eve, who died just once. One time. This whole time, and I have to apologize, all right? I take it back, everything I said about the Eve.
It was insane.
The fact that you were playing it means I shouldn't hate it.
Look at that build, by the way.
All right. To explain the couple of Windtalkers, it's because
he ran for it. Yeah.
They just wanted to end the game.
Wanted to go for the hit. They were so mad.
This was a normally built Eve.
Yeah,
right,
that's
folks?
normal. That's normal.
You look at the game and you watch it at around minute 21, minute 20. That's the right build.
Yeah.
Not the double Windtalker, but Rocker, talk us through.
All right, so far so good for Blacklist. I mean, it was just a minimal. It was a minimal lead, at least for FCAP, for the majority of this. Maybe around 2K, 4K, 5K at most. But then again, that was before explosions, big fights like this actually happened, where, you know what, it was selective. It was Blacklist basically suffering from the, we were talking about the lack of CC here, talking about like that big wombo combo.
The hard lockdown.
It bit them a little bit too hard this one.
That, but also you're looking at an Eve who at the end of the day, you really can't even CC, right?
They can't do anything about it.
There's no use leaning into FCAP's lineup, so it also makes sense that they went for sustain instead.
And just movement.
Just a wall of meat to run through Falcons APBren, and for a good 5 minutes, it worked for a good 5 minutes. They had the bees, all the fans of FCAP around the world, the whole MPL arena, thinking, hey, maybe Blacklist can do it.
They're biting back. So at the end of the day, it really is, the draft didn't really, hit too bad. They didn't hit as badly as I thought they would. But
for both sides.
For both sides,
That's
exactly.
right.
With the Clint, I call it a bit of a band-aid solution.
And the Eve.
Somehow, it was there. It did the job. But FlapTzy, bro, really, And Few knocked it out of the park.
We foreshadowed it again. Whenever you doubt a Clint, you have to watch it in practice. You have to understand what the Clint brings and how the rest of the team converges into that pick. And you'll see here, Owen was farming out of his mind.
Yeah.
Again, the fact that he picked a Claude alongside the Rafaela means no one was going to catch him. He could just go double lane all he wants, triple lane if he wants to. And Lord James being the sandbag, you laughed at this, bro. At some point, it was like 120k already?
At 16, 15 minutes.
And
Damage taken.
He took like 80 more.
And he had fun. He looked like he was having a lot of fun here. So, Blacklist lost, but it didn't lose as much as I thought it would. That's the silver lining for me.
They fought back, and it's very real. This wall of meat strategy that they put up was a definite threat to FCAP. But at the end of the day, there's more utility, and there's more room for FCAP to play around with, to cover more bases, and get the victory. 8-11. Something else to note, this is Lord JM's Benedetta. That's a tank build Benedetta.
Yep.
With a Revitalize and a Concussive Blast. Raka, did you know that Revitalize is, if I'm not mistaken, maybe the third best pick battle spell?
I believe so.
It Trump Petrify and it Trump Vengeance.
I think it does. Not to mention the big help that it does for team fights for heroes like the Hylos, like the Benedetta in a lot of scenarios. Expect that to come in more. Maybe Caldi can kind of flick that in somewhere. Not here, but maybe in some other league here.
That sounds disgusting.
So. It does sound disgusting. But at the same time, you also kind of think about who had the, like, what do you call that? Who was in the driver's seat here?
Oh yeah.
The driver's seat is the one who has like the big boom booms, right? The big AOGs, you know, the big Raging Sandstorm. All of that are in the hands of FCAP. They had the big box. It was only a matter of whether or not like Blacklist could kind of navigate around it, which I think they were doing for a good bit of it.
Which now brings us to what both teams drafted into, right? FCAP, as you mentioned, they have more utility, they have more damage, they have more ways to use that, because again, the box that they're working with.
Yeah.
Blacklist, they have meat, they have sustain.
A lot of movement.
A lot of movement.
Hell, a lot of movement.
A different kind of movement compared to the jumps that the AOG and the quick Raging Sandstorm bring.
Yep.
But just the same, they also had a lot of time. They could extend. That's why those Lord dances
yeah, that's true.
made a comeback from 2023. That's why we were like, hey, is this Throwback Thursday? Are we seeing an old mechanic come back to the game?
They could prolong this to maybe 50 minutes if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's what they brought in. And when you add up all of the statistics, add up all of the possibilities, time cannot defeat the utility. Yeah,
right.
that Falcons APBren brought. So with that said, maybe this is Falcons APBren's version of Ube. You know how Blacklist brought out these older picks, these old strats? Falcons APBren have unlocked it in the form of the Eve. They've unlocked it in the form of the Clint. And the switching Gatot. Like the Gatot Khalid, like I could have sworn it could be the other way around.
It does feel like it, right? And they will, you know, XP is basically a roam. It's like a third roam in the game.
Let's hear from Midnight as he talks to us about Game 4.
Welcome to MPL Philippines Playoffs. Welcome to game number 5. On the back of an amazing Lord dance from the side of Falcons APBren, they were able to extend this series versus Blacklist International. Once again, this is the analyst time. My name is Midnight, and we are going to be breaking down the last moments of this game. First of all, let's look at the goal graph here. As we can see, Falcons APBren, they were leading the majority of this game. But Blacklist International was able to hold the side of Falcons APBren, at the very least till the point where OHEB was able to match Falcons APBren. But again, it came to the point where, similar to game number 3, the Lord Dance was what made the winning team here able to take this game against Blacklist International. That was Falcons APBren on the back of an amazing performance from Fuse Eve with the usage of the reload manipulation. By the way, this Lord Dance took 4 whole minutes. 3 ultimates from Few were expended in this team fight. In the last Lord Dance that Falcons APBren was able to mount against Blacklist International. They were able to finally take control of the Lord area from an amazing read-word manipulation coming out from Q, and Blacklist International were forced to be pushed out of the Lord pit. Even MP the King, for the last hope of this retribution battle against FlapTzy, he swooped in to be able to land the retribution, but the Lord turn came in for Falcons APBren. They stopped hitting the Lord, and instead of going for the Lord fight, they went and took the team fight against Blacklist International. Again, this is the epitome of the Lord Dance. Once you push your enemies out, if they want to go in, you hold the Lord and not hit it, and instead turn against them. That is why Falcons APBren was able to outlast Blacklist International in that long 4-minute Lord Dance that we just saw between Blacklist International and Falcons APBren. Now, it's back to best of one. We have game number 5 in front of us. So before we head on to game number 5, let's throw you over to the panel.
I'll echo that. Whew!
That's all we could say. Again, a collective sigh of relief, joy, and awe. I still can't believe that these two teams are pushing each other to these limits.
Yeah, it's actually really funny if you think about it, that we're in a scenario where, again, you kind of forget that these are world champs, right? Make sure that guy's not there. And make sure that, or it's weird to find, again, the team that no one really expected to be here. Do that to FCAP.
That's right. So now, check out Falcons APBren's best heroes from patch 1.9.20. That means it was a patch that hit either week 5 or week 6. And here they are. We haven't seen Kyle pick up any Nola nor Haya yet, but Black definitely had it in them. See, everything has been playing a lot of Alpha already.
Yeah, it just so happened that they used it 3 times in a row in day 1 of playoffs. But other than that, they actually are winning with it.
Yeah?
Something that you kind of just, slips your mind.
100% prior to this series.
Prior to the series, yeah.
And that Nathan, Coach Treb, Coach Ducky ain't giving that to Oheb. And of course, the ever-absent Tigreal. Where is Perks' Tigreal? And are we going to see a CC?
Actually, I'm not going to be surprised if we see the CC. There you go. See the CC here.
But is the CC the right hero? Sure, it's 100% for Blacklist.
Yeah.
But watching these previous games, you need a hero on Glor JM that really impacts the game.
Yeah. Again, impact is, I guess, if you think about it, teams think about it in a subjective way, right? Again, the impact, literal impact, if you're thinking about it, that's Khalid. Boom.
Gatot.
Boom, gatot. Boom, that's impact. But then again, impact that you can get with the final slash is really subjective.
That too.
And the impact of the Benedetta, it wasn't a big boom boom. It was like, oh no, you don't have minions. Your tower is going to get pushed.
You don't have minions. Oh no, I can cut through your lineup.
Yeah,
oh no, I rotate just as quickly as a Khalid.
Exactly. And
Not
your
sure.
backline's kind of in trouble.
Yeah, don't quote me on that. I don't know if she can rotate as quickly as a Khalid with Sword Intent. We need to, the jury's not on that. We need to go to the lab first.
Someone should make a TikTok and race a Khalid and a Benedetta.
Yeah, a Khalid from 0 sand walk stacks. Because he has to build that up on
Oh,
walking.
right. From 0, yes.
So anyways, we're down to game 5. Hard reset, both teams. Best of 1. Winner moves on to the upper bracket finals. Loser drops to the lower bracket. It's not over yet, but it definitely helps. It helps. So with that said, Rockhart, Blacklist have been pushed. They're furthest in the playoffs. They've, I don't know, I don't want to say they've exhausted all of their strats just yet.
Knowing Bonchan, probably not.
So does he bring it out now? Maybe Treb knows. Maybe Treb knows the tells.
You're the guy who said it, right? You're the guy who said it. I mean, it's not like going home kind of vibe yet, but you're like that close to M6.
Dude, you're gonna lock in
that close to M6.
You're locking upper bracket finals, minimum top 3.
So
from the season that Blacklist had, and you're gonna go minimum top 3. I would
throw everything right now.
But then again,
right
time, right place. You can't just force an S this year. You can't just force What other random, like, old Blacklist picks do we
The
have?
CCS test, you can't force like Beatrix maybe.
Rafael SCC.
What about Beatrix? I mean,
Well, we saw
it was a good showing,
We saw
right?
Kaja from Aurora last night.
Yeah, so maybe it can work here.
Went wild for that.
Everyone loved it.
Okay.
Here's the draft.
You talk to me in the regular season and you show me this draft. Of course, I would understand the Suyu, but you show me Blacklist draft.
You would kind of. Like,
I would be what?
It'd be like you got like.
But then you tell me following that, hey man, match lasted 20 minutes.
I would. This is a composition you would want to run over and over again, and then just see the impact, right?
Yeah.
See the impact that it will have on top lane, on the XP lane or whatever, and see the towers fall. And I think there's a reason why Jungle Vendetta, XP Vendetta tank is so good. It's just because it will mess up all the hot top tier plans of the teams that we have right
And now we're going into game 5. Blacklist is once more going to have side pick. Oh no, it's not. It's FCAP. What? It's FCAP. FCAP is home.
Oh, that's true.
All right, let's sit down on that. Consider the options.
Yep.
Real quick, we want to shout out the students from Central Philippine University, Iloilo Science and Technology University, and West Visayas State University, who are at the Festive Walk Mall for the MPL Philippines Season 14 Playoffs Watch Party. For everyone who just wants to join, head on over. Again, they are at the Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo, and register at moontonslph.org/MPL Watchfest.
That's right. And
Students and students at heart.
We're not too. It's not too late for you guys.
Students of the game.
Let's go. Come on, students of the game. That is such a way to do it.
I
mean, aren't we all?
Everyone is welcome. Well, I'm just trying to say, daghang salamat to everyone who comes over. Again, that is at the Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City. 30 seconds until the draft begins. So, FCAP on blue.
FCAP on blue.
I'm gonna say that. There's a small voice in my head that says otherwise, but it's FCAP on blue.
If it's
we're waiting for the update. I'm not saying it's FCAP.
Yeah, I want to double check that as well because my brain is. I'm forgetting a lot of things now because I'm just focused on like what happened in the previous one. So.
This or the game?
No, not that one. The
game.
previous game.
Okay.
Right. We're talking about like who went first on the draft. It's pretty crucial at this point, right?
Yeah.
Because especially right now.
There it is.
There, our memory serves us right.
Yeah.
Right.
Home. Falcons APBren, they would rather still pick blue, and they did lose a blue game here in the series, so that dropped from 67 to 64% their win rate.
Yeah.
And even their side selection priority now has
So-
adjusted. 65.
So what all that means is that FCAP is definitely on the side they want to be in, and they win about almost 6 out of 10 games, 6.5 games.
Give or take.
Yeah.
7 on a good day. So
7.
now, that said, they're on blue. Rockart, I think they're going to try to force a Suyu. Suyu is just too much damage and too much utility.
That's right. Or hear me out, Dicky.
Okay.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not here.
This is still Coach Ducky we're talking about. All right, here we go.
I'm kidding.
Falcons APBren banning out the Matilda.
Fanny's out. Perfect.
The Hylos and the Eve.
Whoa.
Oh, I think they were reading into a reversal potentially for Blacklist. And Blacklist taking out the chip, and Kyle TZ's Fanny.
This is something that you can kind of expect, especially with teams that scrim a lot against each other. They've probably seen this pattern previously. Somewhere there. And they don't want it to bite them in the bottom here. So I actually don't mind it. But because of these picks, Suyo definitely still feels like it's the prime pick.
Suyo or Gatot?
Or Gatot, yeah. It feels like even if they lose on it, they will still pick it.
Sushin! The steal! So does Black go Suyo Gatot?
Yes.
Ling! Sorry, I'm just...
just
I know, all right? You don't
yeah.
have to tell me, I'm just excited. I know everyone is.
Gatot is still
it's the Ling Gatot, so that leaves Falcons APBren to pick the 2 newest heroes in the game.
That's a trap, isn't it, though? Right? It feels like a trap for FCAP. We're gonna go Ling. Are you gonna pick what you want to pick? And they go for it.
Gotta be.
It's gotta be Bonchan.
That's the Khalid!
Ah! They're going for the really, really.
Is it just my
curvy
Rockart,
picks.
or has Blacklist unlocked the quote-unquote playoffs draft? Because now even Falcons is drafting that way.
Yeah. it feels like it's just so easy to just throw it that way.
Greatest inventions.
How I half expected the Nana. I thought that we were getting it, but no, it's Angela.
There's the Angeling. Already 2 solid targets for the Hearthguard in the first phase alone. So how does Falcons APBren attack that?
First of all, I think they should just kind of remove most good gold laners. Oheb. Oheb is going to be the prime pick here.
And Harith.
Ban
and Nolan.
Nolan. Nathan and Harith. Yeah, there you go. Other than that, everything else you can kind of just forego. You can just bypass here.
All right. Angela, besides Esmeralda, doesn't have like a real counter. Like she just is good. She's just good overall.
Yeah.
The only problem is Haji's gonna have to play from a position where his mechanics don't matter as much.
I think he's been there once or twice in his career, right? Yeah. So I think he can take it. But then again, you are talking about FCAP, so I feel like you have to be on your prime here if you really want to go toe-to-toe against Super Marco right now. And right now, it feels like FCAP does know the target here for Blacklist.
They take out the Lunox, so it looks like both teams are indeed attacking the gold lane. Harriet's still up. You gonna let that through? I feel like Marco might just have a wee bit deeper hero pool, so he doesn't mind like playing the Clint.
He doesn't, yeah, exactly. He goes for the Clint in really good days, so you know what? It's something that you can kind of just flex as a strength if you're FCAP.
See,
there you go, Harrigan.
Go, perfect. This might just be a Claude again.
It's the safe pick.
Yeah, so that's the Harith ban, folks, in the blank.
It's not
blue
showing
box.
up yet, but yeah, that's Harith.
So now Blacklist has to pick. Rockart, I'm gonna go crazy if this is Beatrix.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna lose it.
I think you will allow it. Anyone would allow it. And yeah, Beatrix just feels like, again, we've had multiple interviews where
For Alice?
It's
that's too much.
He has history of Alice, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Season 7, Season 8,
Yeah.
right?
Kiss grants you immortality.
Wait, who picked that?
Or death.
Blacklist!
Blacklist! They do it!
Rockart, I hate it!
You know it!
I hate how I'm right!
Yeah!
Am I though?
It's not showing up, but I heard it.
Ah!
There it is!
Again, it's good.
He has
right?
history
it's good.
with it.
Theoretically, it's good. Historically, it's good. But I'm worried it's too expensive.
It does feel like it. Ling and Alice in the same lineup.
And then you have a low impact mid laner in the
Angela? Oh no, I don't like it.
Their wave clear, I'm gonna say it now, outright sucks.
It might take.
If you're defending in your base, you can't rely on Angela to clear the wave.
Yes. And it will take maybe 12, 15 minutes before they can actually have a good team fight.
Oh no, there's the Edith and there's the carry. What's Blacklist to cover up with? Where is it?
Is that Beleric? No, that's Yu Zhong.
That's the Yu Zhong!
Wow, welcome.
That's 3 solid targets for
back.
Haji's Angela. Lord JM.
Pick a poison!
He's an impact player. He's playing the Yu Zhong. He's gonna hunt down that carry. He gonna make Super Marco give him his lunch money.
I love it you put it that way. But yes, I think money is gonna be the biggest issue here for Blacklist. Not money literally, but gold, guys.
That's right.
You gotta just bridge your way through 12 minutes.
All right, it's all in on this, folks. Yu Zhong dusts himself off to come back for Game 5 in the decider. Who moves on through the upper bracket? Falcons APBren or Blacklist International? We are just a few moments away from the game beginning. Rockart and Leo signing off for the last pre-game in this series as we throw over the Ingan and Nice.
Thank you so much, Rockart and Leo. And man, oh man, lunch money or not, we are in
Mobile Legends
for a game number 5. I have no clue who's going to come out on top of this one. It's going to be FCAP or Blacklist International because I love both lineups. Ingan, what are you thinking here? How do you feel? The Yu Zhong is up too.
A real throwback brought to us by Lord JM. Finally, the Dragon. We can finally say Black Dragon form once again. And this actually complements his playstyle because the Benedetta a while ago, he was just literally, you know, zoning out, trying to disrupt Falcons APBren. And what a better way to do it with a Black Dragon form.
Might as well. Again, there's so many good choices here, I guess you could say, for Haji to go ahead and use that hard guard. And, you know, you want to get to that back line. Perk's taking a couple shots here. Horse relying on some of that healing. Again, even the Revitalize is going to play a part in both. Or actually, it's just Black that has it. Oh, whoa!
Okay. They're committing a lot just to bring down MP the King. But Haji with the Love Waves will save MP. Now they're focusing their attention next onto Kyle, onto Perks. FlapTzy with the Queller.
Queller again. This time around, a good pickoff there. Starting things early on for FCAP. And we all know what this does. I mean, the panel on actually both languages talk about how snowbally Suyo can be. And I'm sure for most of the viewers out there, you guys have seen this hero now time and time again throughout the last couple weeks. He's been available for competitive play. And so there's got to be a response. And that's why there was so much pressure put on MP the King as well, because that combo alone, the Angeling, can be devastating, especially in the early game once that Heart Guard's available. Haji doesn't have it just yet, and this turtle is up here. So we'll see. Again, he's not going to have it most likely for this fight.
Another catch from Ogwen onto Perks. Now FlapTzy going to cut off Perks' exit route there as FlapTzy will get the turtle. MP the King goes in with the Tempest of Blades, trying to do something there. And I do agree, a lot of pressure is going to boil down to MP the King, because we all know the Alice, strong in the late game, scales up. But if MP the King doesn't manage to, make it past the mid game, the Alice pick won't be any use.
Look at this protection, too, that Blacklist International has to do continuously to go ahead and allow MP the King to get that purple buff at least. And so with that, the FCAP's going to play with the kind of lead that they built themselves, this kind of rotation that they're doing too. It's a nuisance. I mean, think about this. How many times do you have to deal with a Khalid and an Edith on your side of the jungle? Like, you're just like, guys, come on. This is a part of it. Look at this, MP.
Yeah, tandem of FlapTzy and Ogwen just working on 3 members. Heart Guard is there for MP the King to make sure to take down Ogwen. Okay, Primal Wrath casted here, Tempest of Blaze as well, but FlapTzy and FlapTzy is there to make sure to save Ogwen this time. Saving their roamer, as MP the King will safely get this orange buff.
I know Leo mentioned this, that it was going to be Blacklist International being like, give me your lunch money, but right now it feels like FCAP are the bullies on the playground. Like, they are just staying on this side of the jungle of Blacklist and continuously putting pressure and pressure and pressure, and it's up to Blacklist to answer and respond to this. You can see that too. Part of the items coming into place, Crows and Scythe locked in for Super Marco. Oheb went right for that Clock of Destiny, so he's got that. A little bit of extra magic resist too for Super Marco to deal with that Alice carry matchup. But right now, I'd say FCAP's done everything that they wanted to do. They continue to just play around their strengths, and Lord JM gets killed too off the camera here.
Off-cam kill there for few. Even when Haji's in the picture, he's going to get the pick off onto Lord JM. And again, I do agree with what you're saying. Falcons APBren are checking the boxes of what they need to do now. FlapTzy putting on work onto MP the King. MP the King will get his purple buff. Heart Guard is there ready to save MP. This time focusing their attention onto Pew. I thought they were chasing FlapTzy. Tempest of Blades will be there to bring down El Capitan Pew. Now MP the King wants to go for the payback. FlapTzy with a quick sand guard. But here comes the Dragon. Yuzhong working on Ogwen. Ogwen, even with the Primal Wrath, will be taken down by MP the King as FlapTzy gets the turtle.
It's a trade, right? Yeah, turtle's going to go in the hands of FCAP. Blacklist, though, is fighting back. Think about this. MP the King has dealt with so much bullying in his side of the jungle that at least through all this hard work, he's now got a couple of kills and looking to make some moves.
MP even using the Retribution just to make sure to get a catch onto FlapTzy. Almost getting killed there by the Queller of Kyle. Now they're focusing their attention once again onto Perks. Going to get picked up by the Lantern Flare. He's going to fall down in the hands of Kyle. And another kill for Falcons.
And that's why this Jushin pick is so sought after. Again, even when you're playing against a Revitalize or a bunch of sustainability or these heroes that can get away, hey man, it's nothing that a Lantern Flare can't fix.
Yeah, that's why Haji's also been using the Jushin.
Yeah.
Both of them, they know the capabilities. Whenever someone, either of the mid laners does this, they're doing a great job of getting pickoffs. Even if Few doesn't have damage when it comes to the Lantern Flare, it does its job. It helps prevent Blacklist's aggression, even if they have perks with the Gatotkacha that you know is really quite tanky.
Yep.
He has to play it safe because so far he hasn't been crossing the river trying to gather information over Falcons APBren to help aid MP the King.
Like, look at this. Look at this setup here. Just whenever the purple buff is up, Blacklist knows, all right, We get in position, protect purple, let MP the King continue to go ahead and farm up, scale up the way he needs to be. He hasn't gone down yet, so for the most part, Blacklist is fine. It's just, you know, if they go 3 for 3 for Turtles for FCAP, that's not the end of the world here for Blacklist. They can still go in, even when it comes down to the Lord fights, and hope that by that time, Oheb is where he needs to be. Again, he's still working, I think, on that second item. He did have that Conquer Destiny pretty early on. I think he rushed it. But eventually, your lineup starts to shine towards the later portion of the game here for Blacklist. Right now, though, it looks like they want to go ahead and contest this. FlapTzy for the front side. Oakwood will join this too, at least forcing them back. Here we go.
Okay, they're going to pick up Perks. Perks forces to use their Revitalize. MP the King goes in, plus the hard guard. Here comes Stefan to play the Dragon as well. A lot of ultimates being casted. No precise target yet, but Owen will fall down in the hands of 5 members of Blacklist, preventing Falcons APBren from going for the turtle.
They stop that for now. Oakwood goes down, but Blacklist still has a lot of grounds to cover here.
Yeah.
Again, they're just going to go ahead and trade 3 for 3 turtles for FCAP. They wanted to look elsewhere across the map. They weren't really able to push in this turret on the top side just yet. But it might be those small things that Blacklist does that eventually gets them to a more even ground later on. Again, you're seeing it here. Purple buff is going to be up. This time, FlapTzy, a part of this, wants to force MP the King into that.
Oh!
It looks like, yeah, it was taken from him. So no purple buff for MP. They try to hold on to this mid turret just a couple shots away here.
Grand Theft Purple for FlapTzy. This might be the mid-game power spike for Falcons APBren to extend the lead more. They're doing a great job of making sure to control the minion waves. Because so far they have no Blacklist has no turret takedowns. The Super Marco works on the mid lane turret. They take it down. FlapTzy getting a good position here. Maybe they want to go for the initiation or just zone out Blacklist so Super Marco can make quick work with the bottle nade turret.
This is basically just FCAP going through that list of, you know, chores that they have in a day in a game. It's like, all right, we got to do this. We got, now that's checked off. We go to the next. And because really this was almost in a similar way where we saw a previous game where they wanted Blacklist to fight them, but if they didn't, if Blacklist was like, no, we don't want to fight yet, then FCAP will continue to just play that macro game and get what they need, farm up themselves, and then we find ourselves in what we saw earlier, where it was just, you know, Lord shuffles for a bit, and then it was a full-on Lord dance breaking out here. So for Blacklist, with the lineup that they have, it's not like they can immediately fight unless they're able to actually find like a moment where they can collapse down with a hard guard and everything else. Maybe Lord JM's able to get that combo we used to see so often before when the Yuzhong was, you know, more so pick or meta. But again, this is going to happen here time and time again.
Okay, another catch for Ogwen and Few on to Perks. Lantern Flare is there, forcing the Revitalizer. Not going to be able to pick up Perks there. No casualties just yet, but this might change because the first Lord has spawned. So in Blacklist case, there's a 4.4k gold lead on the opposing team. They can still go for the Retribution steal. Again, they have Haji with the Angela, so they can aid MP the King if ever he wants to go and try to contest for that Lord.
Okay, Lord is up here, but as we saw, purple buff was taken with that Retribution from FlapTzy. So they'll start things up. Good push into that tier 1 on the bottom side. Now they'll work on it. Half health on the Lord right now. Perks dealing with it. There's a conceal.
Okay, MP the King goes in with the Tempest of Blade. That's the hard block, but they got bursted down! Super Marco also goes down. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Has to retreat though as Perks trying to soak up the damage, but cannot out-sustain the damage of Falcons APBren. counterattack coming in from Blacklist as they bring down Flap and Ogwen. Oheb has been activated, but a triple kill from FlapTzy. Flowing blood just to escape. A 3-for-4 trade. Falcons APBren gets 4 agents and might be able to take this Lord away.
Yeah, Oheb's not going to do that. Not against with FlapTzy there and Few to help him out with the utility. So that is a Lord secured here for FCAP. You can see it though, Blacklist, just like the previous game, like they have some fight in them. It was unfortunate that even with the hard guard earlier on, MP the King just got obliterated. You know, he was taken out so quickly.
Man.
That again, this is, it's more so difficult on a Ling to be able to do this, especially when you don't have a purple. You know, like the purple's been taken, what, the past 3 purple buffs have been taken from MP the King?
Yeah, they're giving MP the King a very hard time despite the presence of the Heart Guard. And for a moment there, I didn't understand what you were saying because the fans are screaming.
Yeah,
it's so loud here.
They're erupting, man. I mean, both the teams here, I'm not sure. But what is sure is he's back. Welcome back, the Black Dragon. This is only the second time he's been picked up throughout the season here. Again, it's been a long time since we saw Yu Zhang, and you know, there was a time when he was picked up almost nearly every game.
Yeah. Almost high contention rate each and every time as the Falcons APBren here making use of their lore. They want to go and pop the energy shields of Blacklist. Blacklist makes quick work of the Lord, saving all their inhibitor turrets so far. But again, the resilience of Blacklist can't be denied here. One setup from Lord JM with a jump and Purify can turn things around, even if Falcons APBren has an outstanding gold lead at 6.4.
All right, let's take a look at these items real quick. We're going to see if Blacklist is in a good position. You know, Oheb's down a little bit, but you saw that he did pump out some damage. He's got a Holy Crystal Starlium Scythe now, too. Even for MP, he's got himself the BOT and the Haas Claws here to help with some of that. You got cooldown reduction, of course, for Haji. But even this, you know, you have just a couple of things for perks, but he's got the Athena Shield and Dominant Eye, so part of this all has to play in a part of, we got to get the Avatar of the Guardian off. They're going to fight for the purple again, though.
Oh, Oheb goes in with the flowing blood. MP the King as well goes for the backline after a few templates of play. Black Dragon form, they're forcing every ultimate out just to catch Falcons APBren. Fuse going to fall down in exchange for MP the King. Now they're working on perks. A monster kill coming in from FlapTzy, but Oheb has the hard guard. Going to bring down Super Marco. Still working on FlapTzy. FlapTzy on the chase. Oheb's going to be able to escape, but Haji, though, does he have the hard guard to walk away? FlapTzy works in with a second skill. Owens chasing after him as well. And a godlike kill for FlapTzy at 7-0-3.
Yeah, massive game here for FlapTzy right now, but still, FCAP has to respect what Blacklist is able to do and vice versa. And that's why you see, even, you know, some people might be looking at, man, look at the lead FCAP's got. Look at the KDA on FlapTzy and such, but you still have to deal with the fighting around these lords, the fighting around the choke points here. And Blacklist, we saw it, right? They try to jump in, they use the Avatar of the Guardian a little bit later, the hard guard on Oheb to kind of sustain that fight because of where he is, even itemization-wise. So those extended fights might come out helping a Blacklist with their lineup, but if they don't get to the later portion of the game, it's going to be difficult for them to do. So FCAP, with this lead, their items nearly locked in. They'll start up this next Lord here. Sawtooth, Winter's Crown was picked up by Oheb, so that could play a part if he jumps in the Blood Ode and everything else, even with a hard guard or not.
Okay, MP the King just waiting patiently for a perfect opportunity to strike. Haji as well, managing the bottom lane. Ultimate of Haji is ready to be expended.
Quarter of health here. Both teams still kind of feeling this out. It's going to go for a reset. And this is exactly why I was saying FCAP will respect what Blacklist can do. They're pushing it.
A fake reset, a joke. Falcons APBren gets the Lord. Unfortunately for Blacklist, even though they don't have a trade, they're not going to lose anyone though, as Falcons APBren works on trying to get the purple buff away from MP. MP still has his red tree, and he's going to secure a purple buff for this potential defense.
Let's think about the defense here.
Okay.
Hang on. Can a Blacklist, do they actually have a good defensive lineup with this? I mean, this is not your traditional marksman. It's also not a Harith, which we see so often.
Yeah.
It's an Alice, right? Your Alice is here. You should relatively be able to clear waves out, but the problem is, in certain cases, you're also going to have to be using those ultimates to help clear things out. The Lord in the mid lane, these waves are, they're lined up, they're managed really well here. FCAP wants to get these base turrets down. You're 15 minutes in, you've got a 7,000 gold lead. Blacklist is on the defense. What can they do but watch the turrets be taken down?
Mid lane turret about to fall down, as well as the bottom lane turret of Blacklist desperately trying to work on this Lord. Q just continuing to spam out the Lantern Flares. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick someone up. Blacklist makes quick work of this Lord. Still saving their bottom lane inhibitor turret. And Falcons APBren again displaying discipline, but they go for the conceal. Okay, let's see if Ogan's gonna initiate. Okay, forcing out Lord James. Black Dragon for MP the King goes in with a hard guard as well. On to Super Marco. They tried to go for bulletproof. Let's see if he's gonna fall down, but they managed to bring down the dragon. Super Marco stays alive. Now they're working on Oheb. An immortality pop by Ogwen. Winter crowd play coming in from Oheb. They might be able to take him down. Ogwen goes in with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination, bringing down the Filipino sniper. AOJ from Perks just to walk away.
Oh, man.
They have minions onto the top. They have minions onto the mid lane. Falcons APBren on the verge of winning this game. Falcons APBren breaks the momentum of the code and soars forward to the upper bracket finals.
And FCAP will make it happen. Respecting what Blacklist International did, and they brought it to Game 5. And it all started once again with Blacklist getting Game 1 0-16. And they wanted to go to the distance, and FCAP did just that.
Okay, guys, don't forget, Blacklist isn't eliminated yet. We still have the lower brackets. And this time they show their perseverance, really forcing, pushing the defending world champions to their limits. 5 games.
5 games.
5 games, nice.
Defending world champions. This is not the Blacklist International that you saw in the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe hints of it, but this is definitely playoffs Blacklist. And as they take their bow here for this series, again, they're still looking for that opportunity later on in the lower bracket. And I don't know, whoever ends up facing them, I'd be worried,
scared.
man. I'd be scared.
Especially with the improvements from this man leading Blacklist, Lord JM.
Phenomenal series for Lord JM, and just all over here. Once again, FCAP, you can hear Falcons APBren chanting in the crowd. That's going to do it for me and Egon here for this matchup. We'll see you guys later on, but for now, let's throw it over to Mara and the winners, Falcons APBren.
Heard from you. Let's go, Falcons! Congratulations! You're moving to the upper bracket finals! Maganda ang ngiti mo. Kitang-kita masaya ka. Ngayon, you know, upper bracket finals, you've been in this situation many times before. Nakakaramdam pa rin ba kayo ng kaba, Few? Or have you achieved that level of confidence knowing, syempre, that you've gone on a world tour na sure in?
Para sa amin, confident pa rin naman kami. Pero ang iniiwasan lang namin is masobrahan ng pagiging confident. Kasi pag naaampante kami, doon kami nalalason ng mga kalaban.
Feeling nyo pag overconfident, doon kayo nalalason ng kalaban. Actually, this one is Flap. Kano para maantagal na kitang hindi nakakausap. Nakakamiss kayo. Now, we were shocked with what happened nung game number 1. 0-16. Kita rin sa mukha mo, parang nag-ano ka doon eh. Game number 3 naman, 21-9. Akala namin sa inyo na yon with the way things happened, na-shock din kami. What's happening? Anong nangyari doon?
Feel ko po parang naano lang nung game 1, parang nagkamali lang. Kasi crucial na magkamali ngayon eh. Pagka nagkakamali ka, mapapanish ka ng kalaban.
Nagkamali, or is this what Hugh is saying na naging overconfident kayo?
Opo, sa sobrang overconfident at tapang namin, doon kami natalo sa game 1.
This is something, syempre, yung mga fans ng Falcons don't want to see again. So, from here on, paano mo masisigurado na hindi na kayo masi-0-16 next time?
Siguro parang gagawin lang namin yung ginagawa namin. Wala nang mga special na galaw para di kami ma-0-16.
But you know what? In a way, maybe this is a wake-up call para in the next matches, all out na yung normal na Falcons APBren na nakikita namin. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear it from you. Sino? Sino? May unanimous decision tayo dito. Let's take a look at the screen. Ang ating MVP, FlapTzy. Kyle, great game. Anong masasabi mo sa mga fans nyo? At imbitahan nyo naman sila to keep supporting you ngayong playoffs.
Sa lahat po ng mga pumunta dito na fans po ng Falcons APBren, maraming salamat po. Tsaka sa mga manonood dyan sa mga bahay, punta kayo dito sa venue ng MPL PH Arena. Dito sa Greensun, Makati yun. Thank you.
That's right. Sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa bahay, pumunta kayo dito dahil pwede kayo manalo ng 5,000 diamonds. And with that, ito na ang ating lucky fan. Come on up. You will get 5,000 diamonds. every match po yan, mamimigay kami sa ating loyal fan. Hello! What's your name?
Nico.
Nico, congratulations! Ikaw ang ating lucky fan. Sino dito ang favorite player mo from Falcons APBren?
Actually, lahat sila, pero Super Marco.
Super Marco. Bakit si Super Marco? Super Marco, dito ka.
Bulletproof talaga eh. Hindi siya kayang i-pick off ng 1v1. So, kailangan talaga halos lahat sumali para lang ma-defeat siya.
That's right. Nasa harap mo na siya. Anong gusto mong mensahe, words of encouragement kay Super Marco?
Uwiin niyo yung trophy.
Uwiin ang trophy. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Subukan namin mapag M6 and mapag champion.
And congratulations to the both of you. I'll take this mic. You get to take a bow and take a walk with them, all right? Falcons APBren, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. All right, Beast, let me hear it from you one more time. Let's go, Falcons! The matches are getting more exciting. Ito ay napunta sa game number 5, and we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass up.
Congratulations to Falcons APBren soaring into the upper bracket finals. One more best-of-5 win away from the grand finals and M6. Let's talk about that bout. Again, it was relatively quick.
I mean, compared to what we were expecting, and it had to be quick for Falcons APBren because they needed to beat that timer. Us personally, we were looking at the clock a lot.
Yep, 17-18. If Blacklist had their turrets up or their base was still standing and Oeb was constantly farming and developing into the monstrous core that he was meant to be, then maybe it could have been turned around, but que sera. I know that at the beginning we said Blacklist would be on Super Marco and, rattling him for his lunch money, turning him upside down, shaking him for all he's got. But when you look at the big picture, Falcons APBren kind of 200 IQ'd this, and instead of playing the playground, they played the stock market. They looked at the stock that was in the expensive cores of Blacklist and said, give me your 401k. Like, give me the big box, because I know you need this. I know you need the gold and the time. If you don't, it's over.
In a sense, it's still resource management. That was still resource management for Blacklist, right? Sorry, for Falcons APBren. They were looking at the gold markers. They were looking at the gold graph probably a lot. And they were thinking, you know what? We can afford to lose some of the fights because it wasn't super one-sided. Yeah. Despite, like we mentioned, Blacklist, they do have that more expensive lineup. It costs more gold for these heroes, the Ling, the Alice, and even the Yuzhong to activate.
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, right? Because you need items if you want to be a tanky Yuzhong.
For sure.
So it happened. We did see that scenario. They were fighting back, but they were fighting back a little soft. You know what I mean? And they definitely were keeping their eyes on Super Marco.
That's right. It wasn't enough to rattle Marco in the submission, and it wasn't enough to stop the big picture plan of Falcons APBren. Something to note about Fuse Jushin here. He rocked it with a common emblem. So despite the changes to Jushin in the recent patch of not taking up mana when you're hitting minions with her second skill, he still needed the extra regen. So that means he's expecting to always be in a fight to help speed up that clock against Blacklist.
Yes, if you go basic, that means you're expecting a lot of downtime. You're expecting a lot of times where you might be forced back into the base to regen.
Can't afford it.
And he can't afford it. That's why he went that way. Less damage, understandably, but more for the... He just wanted to go for lanterns, right?
Yeah, more uptime.
Lantern hits.
More uptime, more efficiency on the map. And that's why they nipped it at the bud. Again, 16 minutes. If this crossed the 18-20 minute mark, would have been difficult, and it played a role, all right? Blacklist International's lack of base defense played a role. They have to fully commit to throwing their bodies at minions to be able to stop the waves, and FCAP wasn't having any of it.
That's right. FCAP knew that they were also on the timer, so they actually sped it up. That's why FlapTzy, he was everywhere. He was 10-0 in this one, by the way, in case you didn't notice that, guys, earlier.
MVP.
He's MVP, and he knew he had to speed it up. He knew he had to speed up control on the map by pushing out a lot of these minion waves and making sure that no minion waves are going towards the B side. And then they could focus on the objective.
Him and Flap.
Him and Flap.
Flap and him, again, the mortal form of Suyu gets additional movement speed. So it's not as fast as a Sandwalk, but it's pretty fast. You combo that with a Tap Surge, and you're just flashing into random waves and whacking them with Sever.
That's right. And that's because of that, you know what, Blacklist could go for these fights, but they were always going to be behind on the waves.
And when you're behind and you have a very expensive lineup, it's just but a dream and a meme. Let's throw over to Midnight to break down further game number 5.
Well, Falcons APBren, they still stand strong as they move on to the upper bracket finals and drop Blacklist International to the lower bracket. An understanding of the timings of their lineup is what worked here for Falcons APBren, and that's what we're going to be breaking down here in the analyst stand. My name is Midnight, and once again, Falcons APBren, fantastic showing in game number 5. As you can see, Falcons APBren, they took majority of the objectives here uncontested from Blacklist International. Even before the first turtle, we saw FlapTzy already invading the jungle of MP the King, knowing that they have the stronger early game composition and also understanding that if they drag this out to the late game, they are not going to be able to match up the Addis. And as the panelists mentioned, there is a switch, there's a swap between the XP and the Mage. Few was leading by 1,000 gold over Haji by the 5th minute mark, and the timing was perfect as well. This was the time where FlapTzy was able to pick up the Thunderbelt on the Khalid, and as we are going to be able to see in the item progression, it syncs up really well. 5-minute mark, Thunderbelt was coming out from the Khalid, and they started utilizing FlapTzy on the map, making sure that there's enough support to be able to add pressure on the side of Blacklist International, giving them more resource control over Blacklist International, and that allowed Falcons APBren to have a much more faster pacing in the middle game. And MP the King were scouring for resources because FlapTzy was just constantly taking greens, taking the farm, and that allowed Few as well to be able to get more items in the late game. And Blacklist International, when they were able to pick up their items, suddenly they found themselves in a pickle because they don't have enough firepower to be able to face up against Falcons APBren once the damage items came out from Falcons APBren. Again, it was the understanding of the timings and the map movements that allowed Falcons APBren to be able to outmaneuver and outclass Blacklist International in game number 5. A fantastic series and a fantastic showing from both sides as we finish the first series of today. But we're not done yet. There is another amazing series ahead of us as we are going to be able to watch Fnatic Onic face up against Aurora MLBB once MPL Philippines Season 14 goes back from the short break.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
And more with Smart Powerall. All access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
No one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sword. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more with Smart Power All-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you. I will do what I must.
monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yan na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Pintagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang mas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPL S14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. We have a very important announcement to make. Because of you, the audience, the fans, the supporters, MPL has reached a whopping 1.3 billion hours of watch time. This is across all the regions, all the leagues,
dating back since Season 1. This wouldn't be possible without all of you watching. And now we want to thank you for helping us reach this momentum. Thank you on behalf of everybody here from the MPL arena. We became the first esports series to hit the 1 billion mark. So now let's continue celebrating our growing MPL community as we head on over to our casters. Casters, awesome.
Let's go. Wait, is this the right way? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's the right
1
way.
billion.
1 billion.
Can we get a flex for the 1 billion?
1 billion. Oh.
1 billion. I'm not.
Can we get a flex for 1 billion?
1
billion.
We got 1 billion. Again, congratulations. Thank you for all being a part of that achievement because that's massive. And that is just everywhere. Again, that's not just MPL Philippines. That's all around, all combined. So again, we thank you guys for helping us get to that achievement because it is a huge, it's a huge mark for the esports in general for MLBB.
Yeah, that just means MLBB is on top this time of the esports world. And of course, we would like to thank each and every one of you for your undying support. I mean, even the fans here in Green Sun Hotel keep shouting, keep screaming. That's why we love you, all of you.
We do. And we also love our sponsors, of course, because without them, this also would not be possible. So level up your game anytime, anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. For just 99 pesos, you get 8 gigabytes for all your favorite apps, plus unleashed TikTok and unleashed text to all networks.
And stay connected, improve your MLBB skills, and keep the fun going with your friends no matter where you are. Load up now and enjoy non-stop gaming with Smart.
All right, now we can talk a little bit about, of course, like what happened, the Blast series. If you guys did not join us, you missed a hell of a series, man. It was 5 games. Before we talk about it, we're going to let you guys hear exactly what the players thought about it in the mic check from the last game. Let's have a listen.
Nasa box sila. Kaya pa, boy. Nice. Mag-winter na, tara. Tara, boy. Ito, dalawa. Kakalog. Stang ko yan, pre. Tower na. Nice one, boy. Nice one. Harapan nyo na. Nasa skill ka, learn na kayo. Try mo na lang. Wala kang ano. Nice one.
So for our international viewers, you probably heard a couple things like Lord and maybe Winters or Retri, but yeah, essentially it's FCAP pulling through to Game 5. Really good comms as we always go ahead and listen to them. The very well shot calls throughout for FCAP, but this is again the updated playoff bracket here. You guys, this is interesting because I just don't know who's going to end up at the grand finals #1 because even with this, remember, it was a 0-16 Game 1 for Blacklist International. Like, they just stomped FCAP in Game 1, and then we got a 5-game series. I hope between Fnatic Onic Philippines here and Aurora MLBB, we get a 5-game series again, because I know there's still some lives there that they get to go down to the lower bracket, but it's great to see how competitive we are right now.
Yeah, I'm calling it nice too.
Tell me.
I would risk my beautiful hair. I would shave my head if this series doesn't go to 5 games. That's how confident I am in both of these teams. I'm not going to say who's going to win, but it's going to be 5 games.
Are you saying you would risk your hair if it's not 5 games?
Yeah, I would shave my hair by tomorrow if this doesn't go to 5 games.
Are we putting that out there?
Yes.
This must be the 1 billion effect. Guys, leave it up to Ingon. If this does not get 5 games, he's going to do something with his hair. Let's throw it over to the panel. Rockhart, Leo, hopefully you're safe over there, boys.
We're more than safe. We're fine. Thanks for asking.
Yep.
My name is Dan Leo Cabangay at your service. Carl Rockhart. Happy 1 billion MPL. 1 billion watch hours.
1.3 to be exact.
And as we bear witness to this amazing milestone, we as well bear witness to Ingan committing to, what was that? He was going to go bald?
He's going to go bald if he doesn't we don't get 5 games.
So any less than 5 games,
he goes bald tomorrow.
He goes bald.
Tomorrow.
All right, put it there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the next matchup, a best of 5 between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora MLBB. I know just by saying the name of those 2 teams already, you got chills, you got the goosies. Given the 5-game series that Aurora played yesterday, knocking out the defending champions, now they have to face off against another titan in the making, Fnatic Onic.
And again, Fnatic Onic is they're a Titan not because of accolades, not because of like trophies, but just because of how dominant they were for 2 whole months of MLBB in the most competitive region in the world.
Hence why Titans in the making. They're on their way to making their mark on the MLBB Mount Rushmore just yet. All right? They are worthy contenders to the title, and now that our defending champion has dropped, the pool of possible grand finalists, the pool of possible champions ever grow smaller. And I think, this is just my opinion, Fnatic Onic's share in that little pool is same size. It's still pretty big.
Much. Each and every one obviously has a 25% chance of winning it out, of becoming champion. But let's talk about these guys.
That's right. Again, you're looking at Kelra, who his accolades speak for themselves, but a lot of people will remember he's never won an MPL championship.
Yeah, some people would call him an uncrowned king.
That's right.
But then again, it's tough to really put them together side by side here. So I love this. I love this huge stark comparison. Doming relatively newer to Kelra, obviously.
In MPL franchise history, Kelra spent about a year with Fnatic Onic at this point, and he's called the gold standard for a reason. Now, standing opposite him is the next standard, Doming, who is now with a new team, making their debut in Season 14. And just in him alone, all right? In Doming alone, he's gone further than he ever has in his MPL career.
That's right. So this guy, who does, again, feel like a newer guy here, is also on the road to maybe possibly just snatching that crown away from a guy who has been chasing that championship for how many years now already? This Kelra is
almost 4.
Almost 4 years chasing the MPL championship. So imagine that.
Count 7.5 seasons of MPL. He's been this close.
Always so close.
And his whole franchise has been this close. Multiple time grand finalists in MPL Philippines, and they are at the forefront of this bout. Robert, did you know that a lot of people online say that it's FNOP versus RORA in their finals?
Yeah, I mean, I see that.
Right?
I saw that. Yeah, actually. A lot of people are also like pushing Aurora to maybe make it to grand finals, but FNOP feels like they have the more streamlined way to do it. And of course, they're going to have to do it here. No one's going home yet today. Definitely the winner here will secure that very much coveted upper bracket slot.
And how perfect is it that these two players, these two stars, these world-class athletes have a very big shared hero pool and a few pocket picks here and there. I can't believe that Kelra hasn't picked a Lunox yet.
That's right.
He used to play a lot of Lunox back in Season 7.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. Then I remember, you know what, maybe they're saving it for later, And this is FNOP's first playoffs game. So we haven't actually seen them play with the Suyo. And all of these just coming into play here, I would not be surprised by Masha to come back. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. No,
Maybe later.
It's in my face.
Maybe later.
It can't scare me anymore. It's in my face. We saw the Masha. Carl, we saw the Masha.
We saw it, yeah.
Now talking about their hero pools as a whole, here's what Fnatic Onic have brought out. These are their best picks from role to role. My eyes are on that Edith. Kirk is a beast on the Edith. 5 reps, won 4 times.
And in all these reps, I think you can kind of just get into it that Edith is definitely going to be highly contested, not just because of that, because of Kirk and Edward, but because the roamers are also quite flexible as well. And again, Renegade very adamant that he has the ability, or this team, their team, has the ability to actually take on FNOP.
Yeah.
He said it multiple times already.
And it's going to come through not just Doming's gold lane prowess, but as well, of course, the Hitman's just everything. His charisma, his
everything.
voice, his style. I'm sorry, that's out of the game. Never mind. Wait, I'm distracted.
Bro.
All right, I'm distracted. Let's reel it back. You watch yesterday's games.
Yeah.
And you will know exactly why the world over is a fan of Renegade. Much like how few in mid, no one can hate. Show me someone who doesn't like Renegade.
I agree. That's something I completely agree on.
Right?
Even with people who has kind of scorned him in the past are now really rallying behind this guy just because of what he can do, especially on heroes like the Tigreal. And again, the flexibility of this guy on the Matilda. literally took down a Titan with that pick.
Exactly. He did it yesterday. He did it last night. So with that said, it's these many different reasons why these two teams are on many people's grand finals predictions. It's why these two teams are many people's picks for MPL Philippines Season 14 champion, and that's why they are both very worthy contenders. Because, again, reality check, Fnatic Onic, sure they had a killer Season 14,
yeah,
but they're not champions just yet.
And they have been vocal about that too. Fnatic Onic has been vocal that, you know what, 12-0? Nah, not really. 13-0? Nah, not really. This is not what we want. We want the big one. We want the big trophy. We don't care about 14-0. They were vocal about that.
And they put their money where their mouth is. They let actions speak louder than words. We don't care if we lost that one in the 13-1 because we're going to do better in the playoffs. Now, will that come to fruition here tonight?
That's a big question. And again, a question of consistency here for FNOP, being able to do what they did for 2 months, 8 weeks of regular season of just slaughtering everyone that goes their way. I mean, not anyone can do that. Not even Titans can do that. That's something they've proven.
Even Titans fall. Even Titans stumble. If you'll remember earlier today with the 16-0, but a lot of bees would tend to forget about that. This is all about FNOP versus Aurora here tonight. Aurora, I think they're the same shape as Blacklist. I think they are going to go into Game 1 guns a-blazing.
Yeah, for sure. Not the actual guns of Claude. I mean, we'll talk about the picks later, but maybe. But right now, the gold laners actually are becoming the primary focus. We're going to have to really talk about that later on, but that's coming in just a few minutes.
This is the part where you guys come in, all right? Sonics, I'm talking to y'all. Extended members of the Super Fam, I'm talking to y'all. Auroras, I'm talking to y'all. Members of the Northern Lights who come in to that little cafe you have that watch party on week in, week out in Mandaluyong City. This is for all of y'all. Show your support. MPL fans all around the world and in the Philippines, who do you think will win this match? Fnatic Onic Philippines or Aurora MLBB? Vote now via the online poll. I want to see the numbers on this because both fan bases are ginormous.
They at this point, FNOP has probably overtaken a lot of the major fan bases through sheer, pure winning.
And skill.
And skill.
And of course, Kirk's next door boy's charm.
And don't forget the Sigma guy.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, the Sigma guy.
Oh man.
King Kong.
If there's another player here in this outing that I would just glaze up, is King Kong. Is King Kong.
The guy really does capture the hearts of men and women alike. And everyone else.
Got amazing Ling. They
Amazing
call him Ling Kong.
Ling Kong.
We grew up in about the same neighborhood. He was just like a stone's throw away.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I grew up in Fort Bonifacio. You grew up in Signal. That's like a stone's throw away.
You could have asked him for fanny tips because that's probably coming in here.
Explains why I'm a Bane main.
Probably does. It's very close.
Yeah,
it's in the neighborhood.
But I never picked up the mechanics. I'm more of a macro guy. But regardless, jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot in store for y'all. Again, even last night, you'll remember Edward from XP. He carried the game with the Terizla. Yue, ever reliable. Super Frizz, the silent anchor for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Anyone we're forgetting?
Maybe that guy?
No. Right, no. Brusco. Brusco. Yeah. How about Brusco?
He was peeking out. Renegade was peeking out behind you. Didn't know.
Oh, it was. I'm sorry.
I was. That's why I was pointing, man.
I'm sorry. I'm too locked in.
The guy is right there behind.
I'm too locked in. I have trained myself to not get carried away with Renegade when I'm on broadcast. I'm a professional like that.
You're a professional, for sure.
Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, the draft is almost upon us. And of course, we still have to welcome our players. And I think we're going to hear from the Auroras and the Super Fam in just a bit. You know what I'm excited for?
What?
The Super Fam Palag.
That's super. Oh my goodness. Who's going to talk there?
Exactly, because for the longest time, they've spoken with actions and just loud noises. I wonder what their actual palags are now.
Yeah, now that the players, the players are relatively, they don't want to do it as much.
Yeah, no.
But I'm sure the Super Fam, the Onic community, has a lot to say.
Who is it, too? And what are their lines?
That's true. I mean, we're going to find out in just a few moments, apparently.
I know for sure that Coach Mars of Fnatic Onic ID is here.
Yeah, we saw him earlier.
Coach Jeb is here, too. Not Coach Jeb. Coach Jeb.
Coach Jeb. The guy who kind of looks like Jeb. I saw it. Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's not working today, but he's here.
If you know, you know.
I'm wondering if he's going to come into play.
This is probably it. And all the family, the whole fam is here. I am super stoked. And everyone, by the way, this is full capacity Green Sun. We are near the door here right now. Oh my goodness.
Everybody's
Right
coming
there.
in. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys are settled down. You have a meal of your choice, a beverage of your choice, and of course the rest of the evening. Because again, as Ingan said, he expects this to go all the way. He
And
expects this to go 5. If not, he's gonna look a little bit like this.
So get ready. Everyone strap in. It's going to be a ride.
I bet now he's just understanding what he just said. It's
You can't take it back.
Let's throw it over to the stage with Marakino. She's with the Sonics and with the Northern Lights Roras.
It's time for the face-off. Representing Fnatic Onic Philippines, the Sonics. Representing Aurora MLBB, the RORAs. Eto, ang palag ng madla. Para sa Fnatic Onic Philippines, ano ang palag mo?
This time, kami naman yung mananalo.
Para sa Aurora MLBB, ano ang palag mo?
Omega MDL nga, wala sa Grand Finals. Don't you think it's a sign?
Palag!
Isang beses lang kami natalo sa regular season pero this time hindi kami papayag na hindi kami mananalo.
Palag!
It's Sonic time. Nung season 7 pa yan. May bago na ngayon. Lights within!
Palag kung palag! Fist bump! The Lanadon is calling. Few seconds for the enemy to reach the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Who will join the upper bracket finals? It's time to find out. Introducing our marshals, Joshua G, Jefferson, Patrick, and Wilbert! The Sonic Super Family face off against the Northern Lights in this best of 5. First up, in the XP, it's Kurt versus Legend Zero Edward. In the jungle, it's King Kong versus Demon Kite. In mid, it's Super Friends versus Our Rovers, Rusko versus the Hitman, Renegade. It's the gold standard, Kelra versus the next standard, Domi! And their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Master of the Basics. All eyes on the upper bracket finals. Once more, it's Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Aurora MLBB. Here we go. Fnatic Onic coming in. It's the same 5. I think there was just about 1 or 2 in the regular season where Miles came in.
That's right, and this is definitely the lineup that you need to face, that you needed to study if ever you wanted a shot at the MPL crew, because you know every single team is going to have to go through them, but no one, barely, has ever succeeded.
I think our community lead from the Sonic said it best. We will win this time. We will win.
Twice. He said it twice. She said it twice.
Maybe she said
3
it twice.
times.
Regardless, they're facing off against Aurora MLBB, who legit did not change their lineup. It's the main 5. It's the starting 5, whatever you want to call it. I do appreciate, though, that Ben Things, he comes
Ben
in like
Things.
every week, every match, to show support for these 5 dudes.
100%. I'm sure he has done a lot to make sure these guys are tip-top shape, making sure they're ready to take down FNOP, but that's easier said than done, again, in this matchup.
It's a stacked matchup. Again, you'll see here, Aurora trumping Fnatic Onic Philippines in kill participation, in first blood rate just a wee bit, and check it out, a whopping 51 unique heroes picked.
51! That's actually a lot. Honestly, that's a lot of unique heroes. And again, in all hopes of taking their enemies by surprise and making sure they get the edge.
Rockart, you're beating out in unique heroes the team that actually debuted a Masha Gold.
I mean, that just means that their average number of heroes per role is just that much higher, right? That's all the explanation there is.
It's ridiculous. I chalk up a good chunk of it to Renegade. He was at week 7 or week 8 tied with Chaknu as #1 most versatile and most diverse hero pool.
They'll probably pick a Layla jungle, Layla roam if they need it. That's how good he is.
Rather not. Let's check out the Infinix keys to victory. For Fnatic Onic Philippines, you gotta continue being a miss on the Hitman's list, so basically just dodge Renegade.
Yeah, he just miss out and make sure that you don't get locked down. Tigreal probably gonna get a hit because of that. And for Aurora's help the Hitman cross Kelra off his list, Kelra has been elusive.
Believe it or not, there was a time in 2021, Season 7, wherein Kelra and Hitman had a rivalry.
Big rivalry.
And it was all over social media. And now look at this. About 4 years later, they're facing off on the grandest stage of them all, MPL Philippines, the upper bracket semis. And for both teams, just flex your versatility. Again, it just doesn't come down to that big number at the end. 47 unique heroes. That's not all. That's not it. Sometimes there's versatility in your play style. I'll tell you now, I can't even explain in simple terms what Fnatic Onic Philippines does best because they do everything good.
They do. That's also very hard to quantify. All you have to do is wait for them happening, hop in on the map and just watch the magic, right?
Yeah, they're good on the defense, they're good on the offense, they can choke you out, they can make backdoor plays, and now Fnatic Onic, what they're going to do with that is play proactive. They're going to pick blue, and they have an 88% win rate on blue, and they have an 81% win rate when they choose their side. Rockart, these are numbers through the roof.
That's right. Very few teams have actually almost reached this. Most champions reach around 60-70% by the end of the season.
It's still healthy when you consider that.
That's right.
But they're at 80 plus.
And that just means that they are here to win. They win almost each and every time they go against. Sometimes they will go 2-1, but they'll still come out with a dub most of the time.
We're trying to forget when they pick Masha Gold, but here we go. It'll come down here to the draft. Again, not a single pick and play I expect will go by either of these teams. Fnatic Onic on the play, banning out the Matilda, the Jushin, and the Aurora. Wow, the DNA of Blacklist runs deep, even in Aurora, this far off into Season 14.
It does seem to be true, and Why Not is very aware of that, making sure that you have the alpha checked out. Suyo definitely is a big question mark still.
Suyo King Kong, oh god!
Suyo King Kong, imagine if he can do stuff that people can't talk about with the Fanny. What more with a hero that is proven to be through the roof right now?
Oh, there you go. Master the Basics banning out the Ling Kong.
Kind of forcing it as well, right?
The Fanny and the chip. Yeah, no. Again, you saw FlapTzy earlier. He played a really good Suyo, and our jaws were already dropping. Now, if King Kong picks up the Suyo here, I'm gonna have to buy a new pair of pants.
I'm a big fan of Aurora right now. Obviously, I feel like the way that they're doing, probably on their trajectory.
Oh, there it is!
I still have to say, King Kong is one of the best junglers in the whole league, and in extension, the whole world right now.
I'll tell you, the whole world.
Right?
Check out one pair of. All right, cool.
Right, the whole world.
I just bought a new pair of pants. I'm expecting this to be amazing performance, as you say.
You can probably get changed in a bit because right now we have some time.
I gotta keep my eyes on the game.
Get your eyes on the game.
So what's left out? The Gatot is open. The Tigreal.
I guess a big question is, what do you actually do once your opponent first picks a Suyo? What's the most damage you can do against that lineup, right? Right now, there doesn't seem to be that many straight answers.
Because of the way the draft went, what you do against a Suyo is just play your game.
Play what you know.
Yeah, so you still pick up the Phoveus, still a solid pickup here. And the Moskov. Moskov is Aurora's #1 gold pick.
Yeah, and Domin plays it to a T. He has played 1v3s, 1v4s around it, and somehow has survived. He's great dueling with it as well. So, you know what? Master the Basics says we don't need to overthink this, guys. We can just keep doing what we did. We've beat teams with the Suyo already.
Yep, that was yesterday. And with this Phoveus, Edward beat Liquid in the opener. So that's something to remember. Fnatic Onic closing up their first phase with a Lo Yi and a Edith. Oh no, the Lo Yi!
Oh, the Lo Yi.
That's Super Prince, Lo Yi!
Feels like the bane of Aurora at this point, right? TLPH also, like, they haven't won with TLPH picking Lo Yi.
I think even if Liquid did bow out, Sanji's Lo Yi might still be sitting at 100%.
It is. That's true. It's actually true. I checked.
There you go.
So, my goodness.
So will Fnatic Onic extend that streak?
Wow.
Here's an old flame for
Julian.
Demon Kite, the Julian. Haven't seen him in a while, but correct me if I'm wrong, this might be the first Julian we've seen all playoffs.
Yes, it is the first Julian for all playoffs.
Wow, I
And
wonder.
it does get banned out against certain teams, specifically TLPH as well.
Right.
So I don't know if this is actually gonna do much against Suyo in a straight up 1v1 matchup, but it does feel like it can have opportunities to shine. What I know is, it was a shame that, you know, we didn't see it really come through in the last series.
Yeah,
as well.
so this is going to be a revelation. We're going to learn exactly what the dynamics are between a Suyo
We
and
haven't seen them interact.
Julian. Yeah, because a lot of people will describe them to be similar, right? They're heroes with 3 skills
Dips
that
and dives.
you play around with. Yeah,
Yeah.
very mechanically demanding.
Has iframes.
Has iframes. So here we see Aurora batting out the 1-1, so they're closing off Kelrod's choices. The Vexana taken up by Fnatic Onic. When Kirk was asked about his goal, he says, my goal is to make it to M6. Step by step, I want to become a champion. Whether it be on home soil or somewhere around the world, Malaysia this year, that's what Kirk wants to do. This is his answer to All-Star Magazine.
And Kirk is, he's a man on the mission. He is always focused. He barely talks off out of the game. Even on like times where there's no cameras, I see him on the corner. He's just playing. He's just sharpening his tools.
He's a sweetheart, and he's a consummate professional. He's good at what he does, and he knows it. And he has a goal, and he's gonna reach for it. By hook or by crook. There's the final bans. The Harith for Aurora, and Fnatic Onic taking out Renegade's Tigreal, as you should.
As you should. You do your homework against Aurora, you ban out that Tigreal if you're not going to use it.
Now, I know it's very contradicting and polarizing how I'm talking about my favorite player of all the world and all time, but sometimes you just gotta know, you know? You gotta be real.
Bro, stats don't lie. He just wins. And even in the games that they lose, he gets 4-man, 5-man sets nonstop.
No question.
Just ban it out.
All right. So there's the Valentina going to the hands of Yue.
Maximum comfort.
Soft counter to the Edith. And I don't know if we're going to see some diversion plays from this Valentina. But now Fnatic Onic, it's up to them. Is it possible to see a 1-3-1 rock hard? Would you 1-3-1 a Suyo?
I think they do. It clears really quickly, and it can actually invade pretty early as well. It can remove the first 2 buffs in a short amount of time. But the Beatrix is something I didn't see.
Never mind.
I didn't see that coming.
No need to put a fighter into the hands of the gold standard here. He's picking his signature Beatrix.
Right off the bat.
Who I think has a 100% win rate.
Yes.
It's at 100%, and no wonder. That's why folks who partake in first pick, more than half of them would say, Beatrix, Kelra.
And Doming also played this, by the way, so it's also kind of a deny pick. Doming going first on this with the sword, forgot the name. Anyway.
Spear?
Spear. Anyway, it's a great deny pick for Aurora.
For sure.
Just because it will close out some of these plays.
All right. It's a Rome Terizla.
Right.
I'll be damned.
I love it.
It's not the first time.
I love it. Yeah, it's not the first time. Yes.
But it's still an off-meta pick. It's
Win
still
rate's not that high, but on the roam, but
it's still a little spicy.
Spicy, yeah. It's gonna have to do some magic. It's squishier than the usual Terizla we expect, so don't expect it to be super duper tanky, but it can set plays early on. I mean, later on.
I'm not gonna expect much from Natirizla. I'm gonna allow myself to be wowed since it is Renegade. But I think a good chunk of this match will be off the back of our side laner.
Probably, right? Especially if Edward's on the Phoveus. Try to buy as much attention as you can to make sure that Domin can do his thing.
Let's see if he picks up a Thunderbelt or not. Let's throw over to Ingan and Naisu to bring us into game 1.
And here we go. Game number 1. Second series of the day here. A massive one. Massive crowd here in the MPL arena.
Welcome to
And they
Mobile
are
Legends.
prepped and ready for this one. Everyone walking into place. Maybe we have a little more time here, but hey, it's me, Naisu, and Ingan bringing you the action for the English desk. Now we've got a little bit of time to talk about the lineups here. Ingan, what are we feeling about Renegade's Rome Torizla?
Again, I'm iffy about it because it's really slow, but it's slow compared to the usual
I was going to say
roles.
he's actually slow, though.
He's really slow, but tanky. But at the same time, okay, we see the crowd is really getting hyped for both Fnatic and for both Aurora.
Did you hear the community? There's some familiar face. Oh, that was Marky, too.
Yeah, that was Marky.
Marky, he's here with a couple friends, of course.
This is why
The CEO.
we reached 1 billion.
Why?
You know why? Because of the undying support of all the fans. Not just the fans, but a lot of personalities, ex-players, former players, current players, coaches, everyone. Like these 3 we see here.
Hello, coach.
I hope they're enjoying, and I hope they run out of their voices later on from all the screaming and shouting.
You know, it's crazy how much support, too. Although the players, like, they're on different teams or they go to different parts of the world to compete or different countries and everything.
Remember the super fan?
Yeah.
Who went from, I don't know if it's Singapore or Malaysia, just to support
Singapore.
Iran, right?
Yeah.
RSG,
Singapore,
imagine.
And, these are former teammates, too, of Kelra, of course, earlier from, when they were all back in Smart Omega. So all the support, and again, hitting that 1 billion watch hours. I'm sure, even, because I know we have our playoffs happening right now, I'm sure the other MPL regions that have their playoffs in the preceding weeks will all celebrate that milestone as well. By that time, it's probably going to be even, I don't know. What did Rockhart say? Something it was already at 1.3. 1.3 was it?
1.3 billion after this playoffs. For sure it's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, you know what?
Maybe we reach 2 billion by the end of the year. Because M6 is up and coming.
Ah, man. That's a good question. I wonder how many watch hours happens in an M series.
Too much.
Dude, I will have to say the Sonics have grown massively just themselves. The crowd. If you think about over the seasons, the fan base here has really grown. And I don't know. Maybe it's also partially due to it's a good-looking bunch.
Yeah,
You want to grow your hair out?
Kimpy, please extend this to Game 5 because I want to grow my hair.
You want to grow your hair out? You better hope we get to 5 games because if you guys missed it earlier, Ingan did say.
Can you not?
I'm sure people have already clipped it. If you haven't, clippers out there, clip that because Ingan said if it doesn't go to 5 games, he's shaving his head.
I didn't say when though, not tomorrow.
You did. You said tomorrow.
Okay, I know. I'm confident. We will reach 5 games today. You've seen the performance of Aurora yesterday, taking down the defending champions. We see Seth right now getting ready to call the game. Take us back into the land of dawn. 3, 2, 1. Bam!
Boom! Come on, where's the trend? There we go. We're a little off with the time. We're okay. I feel like that was a little anticlimactic, but
Okay, Seth.
We gonna redo.
Seth, you need to redo your part.
It wasn't smooth enough. The karate chop, Seth, was not smooth enough. We're gonna have to redo that.
Can I just say, oh my god, I forgot what I was gonna say.
You know what? You can't start a sentence as, can I just say, and then forget.
Can I just say, I do agree with the fan base of the Sonics really ballooning up. Because you can't blame them. I mean, 13-1, if we're going to go back to the run of a Fnatic Onic Philippines this season, started out with the best record in MPL PH franchise history. When we say franchise history, it's around season 7 or 8, something like that. I have to double check. They went 13-0. Unfortunately, got defeated by Smart Omega, who bowed down yesterday. Yeah, their final game. Reached game number 3, but still, the question is, can they carry their momentum towards the grand finals, towards playoffs? Because last season, they had an early exit, right? So
They did.
So it's like...
You know what people have been saying all regular season?
What?
They've all been saying that, yeah, FNOP might have had that streak, blah, 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 this and that.
Yeah,
but just wait for the playoffs. They'll bow out. That's what people were saying. They're like,
yeah, a lot.
They're going to lose out of their steam by the playoffs.
I mean, at this point, anything can happen. A lot of predictions have been wrong.
Ours as well.
So far, ours as well. So it's really unexpected. This is why MPL Philippines Playoffs is one of the most sought out esports event worldwide. You can see a lot of fans here having fun. And I could say, it can be like, do you watch basketball?
I do not.
Okay. But I think you're familiar with the 73-9 Golden State Warriors. Where
I'll say yes.
They had the best record in the regular season in NBA history. But the problem was, they lost the finals. So if it's something like that for the Sonics for me, if they don't at least qualify for M6 by going to the championships of S14,
yeah,
it's gonna be already a, you know...
Well, you're saying it's gonna be...
It's gonna be a disappointing
Your sign's upside
season.
down, by the way.
For sure, yeah. Your sign's upside down, but Renegade sign isn't.
You feel it? You're saying it's gonna be a little like, you know, like, oh, anticlimactic
Yeah,
because they had such a great
automatically,
season.
yeah. But at the same time, if you're gonna go look back at the storyline, it's so nice because you took down one of the strongest team in MPL PH history. So you know, at this point, I just want to watch.
I would say,
I want to
like,
see how it plays out.
You know, to build up on that, Inga, like basically, because I know a lot of viewers also just tune in for the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's how so when you were asking me about traditional sports, that's how I watch traditional sports. Actually, even other regions, like for MLBB, I usually just turn in for the playoffs, right? So it's good to know that, yeah, Fnatic Onic, they had like a hell of a season, the best that we've seen. They broke a record and everything else, but yeah, if they don't happen to get through, let's say the expectation when they have a season like that is, we got to see them in the grand final. We got to have them as one of the qualifiers for M6. That's sort of, I guess you could say, an expectation for a lot of people after seeing the regular season.
Yes.
So, but again, if there's anything here that yesterday taught us, and even earlier in our first match with the 5-game series against FCAP, the world champions, these teams in the playoffs are playing differently. Now, if that's better or worse, we're about to find out for this one. That is a smooth transition.
That's better.
There we go, jumping into Landon here. Once again, game number 1 of this best of 5. Either team that loses this will have to go down to the lower bracket. Who is waiting there for them? That is a Blacklist International. Again, a team that has shown a ton of improvement from the regular season to where they are now for the playoffs. Now, looking at this, if you missed the draft, Renegade on Aurora Isla.
That's one of the picks that really grinds my gears.
It grinds your gears. You
Yes.
sound like Midnight.
Because it's so slow. But again, in the hands of a proper player like Renegade, we've seen him dominate using the Tigreal. He's a setup kind of roamer. Again, that's why he's called the Hitman. And even if he's slow when it comes to the rotation, he can actually pick off. Especially when the penalty zone connects on crucial moments and aid Domeng and Demon Kite to just, you know, farm up early on, get those objectives that they need, get the necessary, again, the objectives that they need again, and dominate the early game, especially since they have the Julian,
Yeah.
which in this case, he only needs 3 levels to have his power spike.
You know, I would say for me, the Julian and the fact that you have King Kong on the Suyo, aside from the heroes, that being a very interesting matchup, because you just don't see Julian pop up too often anymore. I can't, like, the matchup themselves between the junglers, Demon Kite and King Kong, is so exciting because they're very mechanical players, and they love the assassin picks too. Pretty much everyone is playing them right now. But Demon Kite in general, we saw what he was capable of doing even against some of the best junglers in the league. He is one of them, and King Kong now, I would say, when people have been watching him through the regular season. Oh, hold on.
Oh, a good catch right away. Kirk flickers in. Edward manages to escape Super Friends, but the flicker in, but not going to catch Edward, though. Counterattack coming in from Aurora. They might bring down Super Friends in the first blood. We'll go to you. Fnatic works on to get the turtle, but they're not even done. They're going to catch one more. Demon Kite is going to fall down. They want to extend the lead by taking down Renegade. Renegade's Charisma, though, too slow to escape.
Wow.
The attack coming in from King Kong. Diversion play will ensue here as they also bring down Yue. when you thought that was a good clash, a great clash from Aurora, Fnatic Onic just turned things around unexpectedly. I thought they were just gonna go for the turtle and just that's the trade. Stop it at there.
And that was, again, I don't know if we're gonna see it, but a replay would be great because that was so great. They punished Super Prince for missing, by the way, and aggressively flickering. They punish them. A King Kong actually stops the turtle for a little bit, re-engages, gets the turtle, and then they get a couple kills. So FNOP goes up, turns a bunch in their favor. And it could have gone really bad if it was just a punish on Super Prince for flickering forward. But man, that's hopefully a preview of the series as a whole that we have unfolding in front of us. Here we go, jump in from Brusco.
Brusco goes with the AOG Kelra. Look at the rockets coming in from Kelra, bursting down Renegade. That's a great pickoff once again from a very active Brusco. Now, so far, we've been seeing Gacha in the playoffs having a hard time, but Doming, though, getting zoned out by King Kong and Brusco.
See, I'm saying, you know, when you're a Terizla and you're seeing Gacha do that, you're only hoping, you're like, man, I wish I could jump into the air across the map, you know? So it's almost got to be up to UA to be like, yeah, I'll take the Avatar of the Guardian, and hopefully I can do that. Because Renegade essentially, like you said, he's slow. So if the flicker's not available and you're a roamer, it's not like you're going to surprise people like an Avatar of the Guardian. Like, they're going to see you walking over with your huge mace, and then you got to jump towards them. And if you don't have a flicker, it's much more difficult as a roam Terizla, for example, to pull off that value, that amount of value that, you know, Brusco, as long as his ultimate up, there's value there. So second turtle is quickly going to the hands here of FNOP.
Oh, whoever gets the turtle will get huge value, but Fnatic Onic, after getting the turtle, wants to go for more. Going to bring down Demonkite and Renegade. Even Edward, despite the Infernal Pursuit, they will catch him. Kirk's going to pick up a kill on to Edward. No trade once again for Aurora, and now a diversion play. They're going to send out Kelra and Brusco.
This is very quickly turning into a snowball fest right now for FNOP. Wow, even that. Just threat enough that Domeng actually flickers. Because, look at this, another jump.
They're depriving Demonkite of his orange buff, but not just that, he's also going to take his own life. As King Kong once again gets a kill. And now flexing onto Edward. A dominant start for the Sonics.
They're feeling it. Fnatic Onic Philippines is feeling it right now, and I don't know, man. There's something about this Gacha pick that teams are going to have to do, and that's why it's prioritized so much, right? Because of, look at the amount of pressure. As soon as that ultimate's up, you jump in. You can make a call, put pressure where you need to. Not only that, though, but there's so much map pressure because there's also a Louis Yi. So as the game goes on, you have to deal with a multifaceted approach from Fnatic Onic Philippines, and RORA, you know, really, that's why they can, like I said, they can play around the fact that UA, yes, he can take one of the ultimates, right? He can take, most likely, that Avatar of the Guardian, but they have to have things really fall into place for them to just go ahead and get a decisive fight started in their favor. Now, with Renegade having the flicker available, that's always, you know, it's always an option, but when you continuously fall behind like this, we're talking about a massive deficit for Aurora. It's going to be tough to even fight if they even get that setup.
Yeah.
Right here, because even Demonkite falling behind.
Okay, another catch from Kirk. Renegade is going to fall down. Spear of Destruction is going to connect, but is the damage going to be enough though for Aurora? Now they're taking away once again Demonkite's purple buff, and inversion play. They're going to catch Demonkite. Wow. Fnatic Onic just continuing the clash.
Big damn.
Big damn, big plays once again for the Sonics. And this game might not even reach the late game or the mid game because 7.5k gold lead in under 7 minutes as they take down a turret in the middle lane.
Man, the way they're playing this. Oh, you can already see the shots coming out from Kelra here, but I don't know. The way Fnatic Onic approached this game one, they're looking to end it on the first Lord even. That's 3 for 3 turtles, building up the lead here. There's nothing really that they're doing wrong at this point, and RORA just struggling. I mean, this is where we were talking about. You know, there was a lot of bans towards Renegade's hero pool. Oh, here we go. Are they trying to make a play themselves?
Oh, Renegade counters back with a penalty zone. But again, is the damage going to be enough though? Kirk's going to get the damage with the Primal Wrath. Bruce goes in with the AOG. They're going to bring down Edward. They're going to bring down Vren and Jay. And now they have a diversion of their own. They want to go for more! Gonna catch you! Next target is Demon Kite as King Kong brings him down and only Domeng remains. They still have their inhibitors and the holy shields, but the recalls, the thunder, the lightning shines brighter than the northern lights of Aurora as they want to end this game as quickly as possible. Gonna take down an inhibitor in the middle lane.
I can't recall when I've seen a team play with this much aggression and have this kind of lead this early on. But Fnatic Onic Philippines is definitely playing like a Sonic here because they're still pushing to the base. Look at the shots even coming out from King Kong with the Queller. So you're still 40 seconds away from this Lord here. And I don't know, they might be, you know, at this point, it seems like RORA is just kind of, they want to make some desperate moves to try to turn the tide.
Yeah, eventually Aurora's going to lose if Fnatic Onic plays as disciplined as possible and gets the future Lords. So I do agree with what you're saying. They're just going to throw a Hail Mary, try and salvage a play, try to make the most out of the situation. Because honestly, 8 minutes, even before 9 minutes, Naisu, look at the gold lead. That's 12.9k for the
Massive.
Sonics. Kill scoreboard 15-1. You know, this is scary because I'm pretty sure Fnatic's hungrier this time. We can recall their last regular season series was a loss onto Omega. They want to prove the haters wrong, the doubters wrong. We have diversions coming in from Aurora. Who are they going to catch though? Again, is the damage going to be enough? Even Kelra trying to bring down Domeng. He will. 3 members are down for Aurora. In exchange for Kelra's life, Bruski goes in with the AOG. And a diversion play for Super Prince. They're going for the minions into the middle lane. And that's it. Game 1 is as fast. This is actually the fastest game this season. 9 minutes and 33 seconds for the Sonics.
I did not think I would see a game end like this fast in the playoffs, and people questioned FNOP going into the playoffs after what they did in the regular season, and look at that. My goodness, what a game. What a statement for game number 1 here in this best of 5. Leo, Rockhart, what do you guys have to say about this one?
Wow. That's what I can say. Wow.
You say something.
Wow.
9:22 is the new record for the fastest game in all of MPL Philippines Season 14. And Fnatic Onic Philippines playing their first game in all of the playoffs like they've been playing from the very start. You know when a team comes up into a playoffs after taking the first day off, you kind of expect them to have some jitters, right?
Kind of like need to get the rust off the hands.
Or warm up, but Fnatic Onic beating their own records, making Aurora look like they weren't the team that they were last night. What does this say about Fnatic? What now the people who are online saying there's still the playoffs? It's a very different beast. I'll tell you what a different beast is. Brusco on that Gatot Gacha. 2-0-16.
He's the guy who just keeps on diving, keeps on jumping in, just refuses to go down. 90% of the games, fights, he was there, and he was happy to take it. And again, in a relatively quick manner. I didn't even know towers could break that fast.
I lost track. Honestly, at about the 6-7 minute mark, I was just about to come up with my thesis statement of how Fnatic Onic are outplaying, outclassing, outmaneuvering, and outgunning Aurora. Mainly it's because of their range. The diversity in their engagements and the kind of damage profile that they have, it's just the perfect mix that Aurora can answer back. Rockhart, you know why the MVP is Gatot?
Yeah.
Why the MVP is Brusco? He's the perfect example of how you cannot pick a fight against Fnatic Onic.
I mean, I guess he does embody that, right? If you pick a fight with me, you better make sure you can finish it because you can't run away.
Exactly. Up close, I'll taunt you, and I will out-sustain you. Far away, I can stun like 3 of your friends. and then still fight.
So you always got to keep me on my toes or else you're going to lose out. And in fairness to Aurora, multiple times, wow, what a catch, by the way.
9:15 is the moment where my jaw dropped and my new pair of pants could not come any sooner. Did you see that play? The answer to the diversion stolen away by Aurora? Dude, they were playing man-to-man. How do you man-to-man defense in a play wherein you're the defender?
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight to the base. You go, I guess. You skip so many steps.
It's like they're attached by the umbilical cord.
That's right. I mean, it was not a perfect game by, there were some slip-ups here and there.
They died a couple times.
I think it was a sacrifice necessary to kind of speed it up and make sure there was no room for Aurora to actually fight back.
Smart trades.
Right? I would trade some kills just to make sure I could end the game right now. Something like that.
Looking at the item builds here, Aurora, they couldn't build much, all right? Look at Demon Kite, forced to rush that Blood Wings on his way to a Feathered Heaven, nothing. Looking at Renegade, couldn't even build a full item. Edward, again, being who he is, doesn't really like the Thunderbelt. Built his War Axe first, so that
Straight
means
up.
he's soft.
And again, this is also the reason why I don't really like Trizzle on drone is, that. I mean, Tigreal, you can go all game long without an item. You can still make a big impact.
That's right.
Trizzle kind of has to stay there for a few seconds.
And the fact that Body of Smith now scales, meaning if you end the game fast enough, that means Body Smith would have capped at 20%, 25%.
That's right. And you can't really maximize it.
That's baby damage reduction.
That's true. And you're standing there and it's so hard to... No matter how skilled you are, by the way, no matter how good at you are at moving, at playing, at casting skills, if you're as squishy as hell, you might as well just pick another one.
And that is the dilemma that Aurora has on their hands right now. They picked up good heroes, yes. Roll to roll. Asterisk on maybe that Tirizla. Good try, Renegade. NT. But big picture, it doesn't come together as good as how Fnatic Onic made theirs work.
That's right. I mean, this is the lineup that can move across the map with relative ease. It can duel each and every lane, and you'll probably get a win 6 out of 10 times. And
that's conservative numbers.
That's conservative, right? I mean, initially, before they start playing,
for sure.
I think they already had like a 60% advantage.
Minus a snowball.
But yeah, they did go into snowball mode as well, so that's like double damage, double the amount of pressure you could put out on the map in a short amount of time.
There was no need for Fnatic Onic to actually speed up. Like, they could have won still at 12, 13, 15, but the fact that at minute 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, Super Prince forward flickered, that means he means business. That means they're all on the same page, that we're going to push our advantage as hard as we could to snowball out of control, and I'm sure that was just an additional check off the list, but they broke their own records, the fastest game in the season.
9:42. And again, I didn't believe it could happen in the playoffs, bro. Come on, that's like just they're just trying to outdo themselves. And again, if you're trying to improve yourself, that's the best thing to do. You just try to be a better version of who you were yesterday. And first, they did some magic, I guess, during the downtime, 10-day downtime.
Some Onic magic.
Onic magic was pretty much around the corner.
It was Fnatic-tastical.
Fnatic.
That's the word. That's the word.
I believe you.
This leaves us now to ask the question, what could have Aurora done different? Because their draft was fine. Their play was clean up until it was out of their control. Something tells me Midnight might have the answer. He might be able to give us a little more in-depth insights on what happened in Game 1.
Fastest game ever, and here's how it went. Magandang buhay, my name is Andy Anara, and welcome to the analyst stand kung saan break lang naman ng Fnatic Onic Philippines ang kanilang record na CNET in the regular season, and the entire lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, the super family, on its own has lockdown. They have the ED and they have the Gato Kaja. And what makes this special is the fact that Brusco doesn't hesitate casting the Avatar of the Guardian whenever he can. we see in the early stages of the game, he caught Renny J towards that turtle pick. And that paved the way for them to be able to amass a huge amount of gold earlier on into the match. 5 minutes in, they had 1k gold per minute. And then when the time came, they had 11, 12k gold against their opponent. The entire lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines moved so fast to the point that Aurora MLBB wasn't able to respond properly because they have the ultimate coming from the Louis, the lockdown coming from the Edith, the Gatot Pacha, the damage output coming from the Filipino Savage. And if we are gonna look at the item progression, specifically coming from Kelra, he had the audacity to be able to build the Blade of Despair mostly because of the fact that he was able to farm earlier on into the match. It didn't come to a point wherein Kelra was suffocated in his lane because we saw how Aurora MLBB wasn't able to respond, as I've said earlier, and the tempo and the momentum of the entire matchup was dictated entirely by a Fnatic Onic Philippines. And as we see here, we've been able to see just how the Super Family sticks to their guns. Nakita natin kung paano nila pinatunayan na Super Family sila all throughout the match because they stick together and they were able to do what they do best. It seems as if the regular season curse isn't true in the case of Fnatic Onic Philippines because they were able to execute their entire lineup properly, and that is how they were able to set the new record. But now, we'll head on over back to our panel.
Thanks, Antianara, for adding a little bit more detail into the breakdown of game number 1. Anti mentioned farm. Is because of the aforementioned factors of Fnatic Onic performance that just choked down the farm on Aurora.
And number one, not just farm jungle, okay? Every single lane's farm. And again, it just kind of boils down to resource management at this point. Throwing where you can afford to throw King Kong, at the same time juggling his duties as clearing your own camps. It was just efficient. It was so efficient, and that's the only way that you can reach this 9:42 game time.
9:34 is the final number.
9:34.
Just got word from our producers, 9:34. And as well, a quick update. That's a 4-0 now, Rockhard. 4-0 on Beatrix for Kelra, and then 5-1 for Kirk's Edith. I mean, we don't count the stats here. Again, this is asterisk, excluding the stats from this match, but it just shows you their mastery.
And again, if you're talking about mastery, who else? Who better masters a Beatrix than Kelra? Who, by the way, didn't buy a Sky Piercer.
We don't want to start no online flame wars, all right?
Of course.
Consider what you just said, but yeah.
Yes, it's true though.
Here in this match.
In this specific match, if you're putting in the bubble, it's hard to argue against Kelra's Beatrix, who I was surprised by his runner's apathy, turning it into a shotgun most of the time. And again, didn't build a Sky Piercer, didn't even bother with a Sky Piercer because they knew they were going to end this very quickly.
He didn't need to save up. Again, he knew that the game was ending soon, and the rest of the team knew the game was ending soon. And that's how we end up now at game number 2, 1-0. Again, the shortest game record in Season 14 broken. Considering what happened and all of the factors mentioned, how this how we come to this, like 9:34.
Yeah.
What are our best practices for Aurora? What do they take in the game? What do they take in the game number 2?
I'm gonna just say, don't bother banning out heroes like the Suyo, the Fan. I mean,
wait, don't bother?
Yeah, here's the thing.
Okay.
The hero pool for King Kong is just too massive now. He has too much. He has so many heroes now. Maybe just try to choose your poison better.
Allow Demon Kite to at least have a fighting chance.
Yes, that's my point actually. You can't really efficiently ban out first phase against King Kong, so I believe just try to make space for Demon Kite so that in the draft you can get a better pick for him earlier.
Something tells me we also have to watch out for the Tigreal. I mean, it did show its face in the bans earlier.
Yep.
But just checking the stats, it's both Roamer's #1 pick.
Brusco and Renegade.
Tigreal, Renegade.
Not surprised.
Tigreal, Brusco, it's just things of beauty. So don't bother.
Yeah. But you know what, for me, in terms of the Sonics, I believe it was so smart of them to actually kind of force Renegade into a pick that's not a Matilda and not a Tigreal.
Yeah, how they managed to do that? Like, is the meta so bad for heroes like Minotaur? They lost on the Minotaur yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
At this point, I'm still trying to forget what happened there in Game 4. Don't watch it.
It was so
watch
quick.
the highlights, but
So quick. It's a quick game anyway.
very
Game
bad.
4. Yeah.
Renegade played a Kaja yesterday. Hey,
it worked.
Maybe that worked. Maybe you could go.
That worked.
Play for the Kaja Matrix.
I mean, it was really spicy. That was spicy, but
Yeah, no, Fnatic Onic is not gonna fall for that.
it's so mechanically linear. Like, you can see it. You can probably see it from a mile away. We'll talk about that more in a bit. I'm sure I would love... I think we can base it once we know who goes first.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a side selection coming up in just a bit, but first we would like to invite everyone to celebrate the achievements of our teams, our players, and coaches in the Alamat Awards. That'll happen on the third day of our playoffs tomorrow, October 18. Mark your calendars and be a part of the Alamat.
And you don't want to miss out who becomes a legend as well. Again, these are not like the Hall Legends. I think we might just move that soon. That's gonna be happening some other time. But for now, we want to know who like the regular season MVP is, right?
Rookie of the season.
Stuff, Rookie of the
Most
season.
improved.
And all of that is coming. We're gonna reveal all of that tomorrow. So make sure to set your alarms. You never know when it's gonna happen. Maybe start of the game, maybe start of second series.
And all the more, it's another chance for you to see if your vote paid off, because this guy didn't.
Yes, that's correct. It's factual. I missed the deadline. I tried, but I missed the deadline.
Catching up to MPL workloads takes its toll, but hey, he'll be here tomorrow. We'll all be here tomorrow to celebrate, and that's enough.
Personal pick, let's just air out personal picks.
Yeah, okay.
Most improved, I think, is Perks. He went from 0 to 10.
Sure, my most improved is Andorio.
I mean, come on, that guy was a beast.
Regardless
of where they are ranked.
Anti-OMG, but I still think,
Yeah, right? So far, people have transformed. Here we go.
All right, more of the Alamat Awards tomorrow. Again, come on down, celebrate with us. Let's talk about side selection. Game 2, away team chooses, and away is Aurora. They say blue. They're at 59% win rate on blue, and their prio pick win rate is 54%. Call it 55. Let's call it 55.
That's not bad. And again, these are averages. It's kind of easy to forget once you know who's on the other side right now, and it's FNOP. And these teams don't care about averages at this point.
Rockhart, besides numbers, something just dawned on me.
What?
Fnatic Onic's average game time started at 16.26 minutes, or 16:26 minutes before the game 1. That 9:34 victory is going to pull that average way low.
Way low, for sure.
I think they're about to become #1 fastest.
And I guess that's one of the keys as well, right? Like making sure that you can kind of close out these games before they actually get started. That did the trick for them in a lot of lineups that want to go late game. So you know what? Onic knows when the team is kind of trying to buy time, and they know how to stop that.
So here, I think Coach Why Not and the rest of Fnatic Onic, they've read the room, and they say Aurora is a late game team. Let's end it quick.
That's right. And again, tools that can do that probably are in their pockets right now. Like the Fanny, the Lo Yi can rotate to go laners who are struggling.
Yep.
Right? So
the Ling can do the same.
The Ling,
Even
exactly.
if it's technically a scaling hero, the way King Kong and the rest of Fnatic Onic play it could change that.
That's right. King Kong is called Ling Kong for a lot. He can find these really weird scenarios where he can still get an edge even if he's behind.
Yeah, we've seen his Ling in the regular season go up to like 10, 11 minutes without a single kill, and then just suddenly end at 15, 16.
That's right.
Like, it's just from out of nowhere. So with that said, we're about to head into the draft. Again, RORA at blue. So there's a lot on the plate for Coach Master the Basics, Coach Dexstar, Fnatic Onic, Coach Why Not? Coach Hayes barely even breaking sweat.
Yeah. Can't forget about Sky King Ling Kong.
Hey, are we allowed to say that?
Not really. I retract that statement.
You're starting up a lot of ish online, Rockhart.
I retract that statement.
All right, here we go. Opening volley for Master the Basics. The Lo Yi, the Fanny, and the Zhu Xin.
All right, so at least they kind of do their homework. The two people that we mentioned that can really pick off struggling gold laners, the Loyi and the Fanny are banned out. That leaves a lot here, to be honest, for FNOP. Do you want to ban the Tigreal now?
I'm not the only one bound
No?
by
You
this.
want
I
to
don't
ban
think
now?
so. Tigreal ban came in later.
Yeah.
This is just covering their bases, Coach. Why not? The Chip, the Matilda, and the
The
Mobius.
immortal one chose me to
That's a
vanquish
Suyo.
the shadows.
Suyo.
Claim
Safe
this
enough.
world.
Do they go Kaja here? I don't think so. I don't think you rush the Kaja.
Yeah, we're talking about like straight up counters for Suyo.
You can get the Gatoti. You can get the Gatoti right now.
Spoiler alert, there's no straight up counters to Suyo yet.
Or Edith Valentina.
Evil gods.
Oh no, Edith Gatoti.
All right,
They don't
very
care.
solid picks right now for FNOP, making sure that their front line's locked in.
They don't care. So you go Valentina. Oh, do you go to mid trio? Is that it?
Yes,
Mid-trio
yes.
For Aurora right now?
This is a perfect. I don't know if FNOP is setting up for. Oh, we have an Edith. You should pick Valentina here.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
That seems to be the play.
Feels like a trap though.
Definitely.
Right.
I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap.
Either way, you still want to go Roamer here, probably. You want to lock in Tigreal here.
One or the other, yeah. Look at this. That's what the basics.
Harif is in.
Look into Renegades' beautiful eyes saying, are you sure? No, it's fine, coach. Let him pick first. Give him the Harith.
Now, Harif is great. So.
This is Rome or mid.
Probably Rome, right? Mid is kind of crucial here because it can get kind of easily banned out.
But my faith will
So it's
always
pretty
protect
smart
me.
for them to take it right now.
They take the counter trap. They take the old reliable Vexana.
Usually they would love to actually put that on Super Prince in these scenarios where there's a Gatot Gacha. So you're right. I think they put up a trap themselves, Aurora, here.
Yep, they stole it away. I can already see it, like a trampoline. AOG and the EG.
Yep.
That's an AO gag.
And yeah, that's right. And Domin can kind of just do whatever he wants after that, right?
Yep.
So, great pull here. Was that Eve?
Yes, the only other winning Eve, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines. It's now a small club of Super Friends and few. Folks, blast me in the comments, reach out to me on social media if I got the stat wrong.
Is it one apiece? One win apiece?
Two now for few.
Two for few. Okay, two for few. Because
All
of the
right.
game earlier.
That's right. The
right.
series
Thank
earlier.
You. Thank you.
So with that said, Tigreal getting banned out. Oh man, Renegade such a martyr.
I knew he was.
Renegade, he's so unselfish.
They knew it was gonna happen, right?
He's so kind.
You say all the adjectives for Renegade now.
All the good adjectives.
Good adjectives.
He can never be bad in my eyes.
One adjective you can add to that is also flexible, very versatile.
Oh yeah,
he
for sure.
he does not
What was
care.
the number? 16, 17 picks?
16 picks, yeah.
Dear Lord.
And that includes picks like the Terizla, like we mentioned earlier, which again didn't really work in game one, but who knows? Maybe if you add it in this one, maybe.
No. With this three here, I don't think Terizla's chunky enough to hold the line.
They're just gonna die and evaporate.
Just gonna die.
Sand rises when I give the
They
word.
ban out the Khalid, given that it is still Edward and Renegade lacking their picks. Another gold laner.
Run deep.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh wait, yeah, I didn't notice. Wow.
I didn't notice they didn't have a jungler yet.
Correct.
That's not usually how they draft.
So are we gonna see the Hayabusa?
I mean, Hayabusa's great. Honestly, especially against Suyo, you can kind of chase the Suyo pretty easily. You can also just duel him 1v1. But, I don't know how that's going to fare for the rest of the team. But maybe after your ult, you might have problems with damage.
Yeah. You know who's good with damage?
What?
Bane.
Ah, Bane is...
Not gonna happen. This is
Nolan.
better damage. Nolan. Okay. Alright, FlapTzy played a hell of a Bane last night. Didn't lead him to the series win, but it was good.
And the Nolan actually does kind of just answer the Vexana and the Harith. You can't go willy-nilly into a fight.
You have to respect.
The Nolan.
Potential. So with that said, Renegade and Edward and Renegade, their picks are up.
True love is like
Right now, is that Carmilla?
Yep.
That's Carmilla.
Carmilla into the Terizla. So at least now, we can rest easy knowing that this is a Rome Carmilla and the Terizla on Edward, who almost single-handedly won in the series against Liquid last
How
night.
many picks for Renegade on the Carmilla?
This is his second or third
Second
total.
or third? Yeah, something like that.
He's picked it once.
And Lilia. Sorry, Wan. All right.
All right.
That sounds like a
old
little-
favorite
all right.
for Kelra.
All right. They can duel pretty well. Most of these people on Onic, again, they want to go fast. Go live and quick.
Not allowing this game to go past the 18-minute mark would be their best bet. It would be advisable that they lean hard into the box. They got 2 boxes, man. Well, one is a circle technically.
That's right. And take out the Harith, take out the Suyo early. It's actually really good. Shut him down just like they did in game 1.
But here's the thing, they don't have any real hold for the Suyo. Their best hold to the Suyo is just kill it.
Yes, the Suyo doesn't care about that box. He's just gonna vanish from existence and just walk out.
Can FNOP do that? Can they vanquish Suyo? We'll find out as we go to game number 2.
And here we go. Welcome once again to the English desk here. I'm Naisu, joined with Ingan. And you saw the lineup ratings.
Welcome
to
to Mobile
It's
Legends.
quite a difference. About a 7.5 versus a 4.9 or so. But this time around, we'll see if RORA can at least get to a later game. Because if you missed game 1, it was because it was a record-breaking, 934 or so. So we'll see. Adjustments here. Ingan, how are we feeling about the lineups?
Okay, so far, I like that the Terizla is finally on the XP lane in the hands of Edward, because yesterday we saw Edward rock this Terizla. Huge win, huge gameplay coming in from Legend Zero. So, and looking back at the lineup rating again, Aurora has a more balanced lineup. So I think they can counter out or at least prevent the early aggression that Fnatic Onic plans to do.
Yeah, part of this too is, I mean, we've seen this a couple times now, like Leo and Rockhard mentioned, you know, the Eve, it's only, maybe 2 players, right, that have found success on it.
Few.
Super Prince and Few being those 2.
Few players.
Yeah, literally a few players. And, you know, for the most part, like, yeah, you want to fight around the box, but I think even regardless of the Eve or not, the big thing here is, once again, Brusco having his hands here on the Gatakacha, like, this is going to be a problem, I feel like, for RORA.
Okay, the stun onto Brusco. They want to burst him down.
Wow.
But instead, Renegade is the one who's going to fall. First blood will be picked up by Brusco, the one they were targeting. Fnatic is turning it around.
As I was just saying, like, that is the big thing for me, because right now the teams that do go ahead and grab the Gatakacha, like, he's a little elusive, because when you are targeting him down, even this early point in the game, and he has a Revitalize, and he's tanky, and then he get that little extra heal from his passive, like, it's tough, because you think you're going to take him out, and then all of a sudden, boom, he gets a shot in, passive procs, Revitalize goes through, and then next thing you know, he's half health, right?
Yeah. And also the fast response, the defense of Brusco to aid him in bringing down Renegade, a Carmilla who's quite tanky, as Brusco is even just holding the turtle, and eventually waiting for a King Kong to appear with his Nolan. So let's see.
Fine. They're going to approach this. Edward, like you said, this time around, he'll hold that front side, does have the penalty zone and the flicker available, so they're actually going to take this very slowly. Super Prince also waiting around the corner. There's a knock-in.
And an onward combination onto Renegade. King Kong just waiting for the perfect opportunity. But still, Demon Kite gets it. Edward goes in as well as Brusco, and Renegade again will fall down. But Demon Kite will get the turtle.
Yeah, Demon Kite gets the turtle. That might be all they're looking for right now. They don't want to give too much over to Fnatic Onic Philippines. Again, this lineup that they have, especially the fact that we have Renegade on a Carmilla, they want to be able to play into their team fights, especially later on. And what I mean by that, too, is for Domeng to use that Harith later, once that Curse of Blood is used, or UA lands that knock through with the Eternal Guard, then that's great. But they need certain timings with Aurora's lineup, whereas Fnatic Onic, they have enough crowd control and just kind of innate durability on the lineup that they have that they can actually just fight. They can skirmish. They can be fine. And whether King Kong is there or not, you'd be surprised at how much damage is going to come through between, you know, Super Prince, Kirk, and Brusco, especially because Kirk has the Warcry Emblem, and he already gets the Thunderbelt locked in at this point in the game.
Yeah, he actually likes it when you're dealing damage to him, because eventually, when his passive is stacked, and he casts his Primal Wrath,
boom.
Oh, you're the one who's going to need an ambulance.
And that's what I mean, like the durability of this lineup is tough. Whoa, here we go. This is, by the way, real quick, the all-time total damage taken in MPL Philippines from Season 1 to Season 14. That's a whole lot of numbers.
1.380548055.
That's 1,380,548,055. That's a lot of damage.
So now there's a
Big
race.
damn.
There's a big damn race between total minutes watched, hours watched versus total damage.
We're all about billions today.
Yeah, billions.
Man, what would I do for some billions?
Billions of what?
Pesos.
Pesos?
Pesos or dollars, whichever, you know? I mean,
you know what I would do?
Uh.
I would get all the recalls of all the teams in MPL PH.
That's the first thing you would do if you
Yes.
had billions. All right, you know what?
That means I need a financial advisor.
No, we'll leave it at that. You know, yeah, at that point, no, you have all the calls. Turtles up here, second one of the game. Back to it. Kirk holding down the front side. And Renegade trying to get some vision there as well.
Okay.
They're going to go for this. King Kong waiting patiently. Super Prince also picking up the glowing wand in this. They'll take their time. Is Demon Kai able to get this?
Brusco with the AOG, and this time King Kong gets the turtle. Brusco pops his Revitalize, still wanting to go on to Renegade. Edward goes in with the penalty zone, plus the renewable manipulation coming in for Super Prince. And let's see, because King Kong still working on Yue, and he's going to bring down Yue. A turtle plus a kill. No trades for Aurora.
Yeah, that time around, Aurora doesn't get the turtle, unfortunately for them. And you see how slow they're taking those too. Like, they're taking them, that turtle, to about half health or a little bit lower. They wait, and wait, and then FNOP just like, yeah, we'll fight you. And that's the power, once again, of having this real-world manipulation, having the options to even just jump in with Brusco with that Avatar of the Guardian, because you can see this, you know, he doesn't even have that first item locked in, but what is there is that Thunderbelt for Kirk. You've got the glowing one, like we mentioned from Super Prince earlier. Counter-Strike only here for King Kong, but the fighting power is going to come later for Aurora's lineup, especially when Domeng starts joining the fights, and they hopefully can play into that Curse of Blood, like I said, from Renegade, but Renegade's nearly having the same experience that he did in the previous game.
Yeah, he's having a hard time easily getting bursted down and targeted out by even Brusco. And I like the dynamic between Brusco and Kirk, because Kirk is the frontliner, the zoner, the vision provider, and Brusco's just waiting for the brushes for the perfect AOG like this. Gonna catch you, gonna get bursted down by Super Prince as they work on the mid lane turret. Now Demon Kite trying to go for a trade, a cross map play up top and down bottom for Domeng, and they will get a turret.
I'm telling you, man, this, I like the way Leo mentioned it earlier. Gato Ka Cha. Like, this hero is so annoying for the team going against it, because you're not even safe under your turret. You always have to worry about, where is this guy hero landing on? That's what he's doing.
He's the epitome of tower dive. Literally
He's
diving.
literally a tower dive.
He's literally a tower dive. Might be even tankier than a tower.
Yeah.
As King Kong works on the top lane turret, but Renegade though, he has a stun, okay. But he's gonna wait patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike.
This is his moment, but is there enough follow-through and a follow-up from this? Turtle's going to go for a reset. Oh!
Crossbow of Tang onto Domeng. There's a 1v1 between the two both laners.
Oh, they're duking it out.
Okay, now good zone here for Renegade onto King Kong as Aurora works on the turtle. They will get an uncontested turtle. Now they want to go for more. Working on Brusco. Will there be a counterattack coming in from Fnatic though? And there was almost a kill from Kelra onto Domeng. He was able to cast a crossbow of Tang, but still lacked the damage. Do it. He canceled this recall. He wanted to go for Kelra.
Oh, he wants the kill.
The next standard. My fallen hands though of Super Prince and Kirk. There's the counter attack and the recall from Kirk.
Kirk. Oh man, you gotta love that. You gotta love their recall here. Renegade, does he want to fight this?
Okay, they're able to avoid the Curse of Blood. Brusco, King Kong, Super Prince is here. Real manipulation again from Super Prince. Bounty zone, but Kirk's gonna fall down. They want to go for more. King Kong has to escape. They're up against 4. And there was a trade Aurora was willing to take.
Good fight there. I was a little worried for Aurora, but luckily they rotated fast enough. They got that down. They also got the flicker out from Super Prince, and then Demon Kite swept in, got the Soul Sever off. So that's the thing. It's respectable damage, especially with the Suyo here. It does get the BOD now locked in, so he's got the Hunter Strike, the Blade of Despair. So that damage is starting to come online. Even so for Domeng, it was a very aggressive, I'm going to take you out, Kelra. He got him. And so now he is also in a position where, all right, he's better off, right? He's got 2 of the items that he needs, Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. They're good. At this point, RORA, if they can catch a member or two off from Fnatic Onic play into the fact that Renegade, yes, his job is literally get a stun and maybe drop that Curse of Blood. If he can do that, or they follow through off of Edward's penalty zone for these fights when this Lord comes up, that's going to be great for them. But look at this push. Kelra just going full force on this tier 2, unbothered down to the bottom.
Yeah, he knows that in terms of 1v1 up against Doming, he's going to have a hard time. Again, this is a Harriet that has an advantage, especially at this part of the game. So as much as possible, he's going to try and avoid those 1v1 skirmishes and make use of the mobility of 1-1. Just go for the turret pushes as Fnatic Onic works on the Lord.
All right, they're going to go ahead and spot out Kelra here. Lord is up at this point. Fnatic,
King Kong goes in with a fracture though. Okay, Kelra just continuing to free hit.
All right, they'll keep him at bay. No one goes and presses it forward. You can still see if they can play around some of the macro, push the side lanes, put some pressure somewhere else, they'll go for it. But with this minor lead that FNOP has, they can play into it. King Kong picking up the endless battle. Edward.
King Kong's up top. Aurora, will they burst down this Lord though? They're respecting the 2.7k gold lead that Fnatic has and the potential of Fnatic to just go for the kills instead of the objectives.
Just trying to spot out what he can. Knows where Demon Kite is now too, so they'll go ahead and get repositioned. No one really has to commit to the Lord at this point because either team can really just win a team fight, right? There's nothing hugely in favor of Fnatic's lineup except for the fact that, again, rear ward manipulation around the Lord is great. So that's why you see, even for Aurora, they kind of have to worry about where's that setup going to come from, whereas also there going to be a jump in. That's always the problem when it comes to these fights. Brusco jumping in. Renegade also holding down the front. He's going to go in for the stun.
Okay, Curse of Blood. Going to be casted, but Kelra, though, still able to free hit. Edward has to use the penalties on the one-way. AOG! Connecting on to 2. A double kill from Brusco. King Kong works on Demon Kite as Demon Kite backs away. And a perfectly executed Lord Dance for the Sonics.
I don't know, man. I think Brusco's after the MVP again. This Gatakacha. You can't even run away. You have one way to exit, and he's just like, nope, that's not happening. Boom, Avatar of the Guardian. We're going to take a look at the Infinix replay once again of this fight. It was quite messy. Like, Renegade goes for the stun, and then boom, Unbreakable gets the taunt, forces a defensive penalty zone, sees the opening, charges up, Avatar of the Guardian, hero landing, Brusco, double. Like, this is why I don't know, you gotta not give up the Gatakacho in this kind of series, especially with this kind of case. Like, you lose those fights, you lose those battles too easily.
And this is what you were saying even down to game number 1. Like, if the AOG is being casted in your turret,
like, where are you gonna go?
Where are you gonna go?
You already defensively used
your penalty zone
and the flicker. Like, you're a sitting duck, you know? You're not gonna get far from that. Here it is again.
Okay, AOG again connecting on to 3 just to zone out and make sure Fnatic will indeed secure an inhibitor turret. Curse of Blood will be casted as well, but Kelra is able to walk away though. In exchange for Brusco, Fnatic Onic might be able to get an inhibitor in the bottom as soon as the minions will arrive. Viewable manipulation coming in from Super Friends though. And Aurora just continuing their immense defense. And now here comes Kelra, trying to work on Renegade. He has no stacks yet for Kelra for the crossbow of Tang, as Domin casts a Zaman Force to make sure to defend the inhibitor turrets.
That time around, Brusco jumps in, hoping that they can at least get that turret off that first Lord. Doesn't happen, so RORA does go ahead and defend successfully. 1 HP on that turret left, but nonetheless, a good defense given the circumstances. So we have to start thinking, all right, RORA. They show that they can fight, they show that they have capabilities, and yes, they're down 5,000 gold, but they're in a position where they can at least fight. They can at least go toe-to-toe. Not sure if they'd actually completely win as long as they're fighting into that death box, and that's where this is difficult. Interesting pickup, by the way, the Malefic Gun. This is an item that you don't see often. It was brought up with all those new items that did come up, but not many people pick it up, and it increases that range, so this is also going to help Kelra, you know, hopefully get that airtime a little bit faster, a little bit easier to get those weak points down as it increases the range. So
yeah, he misses that Beatrix.
Yeah, he misses
the sniper
Beatrix.
from Beatrix.
He misses the sniper. But you know what? Overall, because Kelra doesn't have to worry about too much. You know, like it's more so of what is RORA going to do and how does he respond from it. And a lot of times when you have this Ganakacha, you just respond to him and where he's jumping in from.
Yeah, it's like follow the leader. In this case, follow the Brusco. Follow the
Brusco.
AOG. And for Aurora, the thing is, you have a lot of kit. You have the Curse of Blood, you have the Penalty Zone, a lot even Zapping Force, and of course, the ult coming in from Yue. I think at this point, with the lead established by Fnatic Onic, 6.2k, you need at least all to connect. So you have a chance in going up against the Sonic, especially with the second Lord.
Even with that lead, look at this. They're still going to take some time off this Lord. Not going. Oh, no.
Renjay goes in with the Curse of Blood onto the backline, but gonna get punished by King Kong with the Fracture AOG again. Coming in from Brusco, but Doming answers right back with a kill of his own as Kirk brings down Doming. Here comes Kelra all the way from the back, working on Demon Kite. Not even afraid to go up against two. Edward getting back up a kill onto Kirk. And a 1v1 between Kelra and Yue. And that's it. King Kong works on the base, but Demon Kite and Edward is here. They have minions onto the bottom lane. It's going to be enhanced. Kelra just continuing to work on Edward. Here comes the crossbow of Tang. Eventually he's going to bring down Legend Zero. Legend Zero stays alive. And a defense from Aurora will succeed.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it, man. But unfortunately, not enough. And King Kong was marching in with those minions. But RORA will live to fight another day. That body of Smith passive really came in clutch there for Redwood. Not going down, but right now the Lord is up. FNOP will go ahead and get in position for this. RORA, it looks like they still want to fight, possibly to try to steal this away or do something. But again, they're just throwing their bodies towards FNOP, really wanting to fight. Oh, waiting for a better result.
Okay, AOG coming in from Brusco all the way to the back. And Demon Kai gets the Lord, but they're going to bring down Doming, Renegade, and Demon Kai. Fnatic Onic doesn't care about the Lord. They want to go for the kill. Goodbye, Yue. Goodbye, Game 2. Fnatic is on match point.
Took them a little bit longer, but they're going to charge up and wait to march into the base here as they go and show off. They're all charged up.
Fnatic just savoring the moments, and again, thunder, lightning, brighter than the lights of Aurora. Match point for the top seed this season.
Thunder struck right there, Fnatic Onic Philippines. They make it look too easy right now. What's going on here? This is definitely a refined version of what we even saw in the regular season, if you could get better than that. But panel, Leo, Rockhart, take it away.
And in a flash of light, Fnatic Onic, after a false Lord take, wipes out Aurora to hit match point. Welcome back to the Evenings Game Tambayan. Leo here, alongside Rockhart. Is it just me, or did Ian sound a little scared after making that final call?
He did. And I respect Ian and his opinions, but you also have to respect that he said something very, very spicy earlier. And we'll talk about that just in a bit. What they deserve, though, the Lightning Gods have descended, and I actually didn't know you could improve on what they already did. It feels like they just keep getting better and better. I don't know how they do it. It's just mind-boggling for me right now.
Dear Lord, is that a back-to-back MVP performance? I mean, it's not
Brusco.
2-0-16, but over and over again, he threw his body at Aurora, died a couple of times, but still bought so much space for his whole team.
That's right. I mean, he threw his body up on front, but a lot of more bodies hit the floor. And I think at that point, you kind of have to wonder, is that a reason why? Is this the reason why earlier in the few matches that we saw as well, Ganakacha did get a lot of attention in these games? And like we mentioned in the first game analysis, man, this is also a reason, an embodiment, right? Ganakacha is like the embodiment of FNOP overall.
That's right. First phase, a minimum pick. He was picked second for game 1, but this time around, it was this and the Edith, and it was so worth it.
And you look at that. Multiple times in this game, Yue could barely make it out of the range of Nolan, and King Kong just gave him the business.
I almost forgot that King Kong was a fragile Nolan. Because of how strong the impact is of Brusco's presence, King Kong can just like walk in, and then there's very rarely anything left there to threaten him, and it's just he's a glass cannon. The Nolan is a glass cannon, but with Brusco's tough body,
oh my goodness,
and just his CC. Look at that, the smile on King Kong is like, yeah, thanks.
Yes, sirree. And that was also like a big display of the mechanics of Kelra, preempting the knockup of Eternal Guard. Small stuff like that just really add up over time.
This is interesting. Is that a pull yourself together on Kelra's 1-1?
No, yeah, that I feel like that's the cooldown
for your battle spell.
Yeah, it's a battle spell.
Is it still called pull yourself together?
I'll have to double check.
All right, but no, that makes sense though.
It's CDR, yeah,
so
CDR
that you get
for
it
sure.
off of your Inspire. Huh. All right.
What about
so,
that?
Again, a few very specific pickups for Kelra's 1-1. If you want to try a 1-1 in your ranked games, he also picked up the Malefic Gun. So this does indeed, as mentioned by our casters, allow for you to trigger crossbow of Tang.
Just add insult to injury, right?
Just have good DPS damage from a further range. Given that 1-1 compared to most other marksmen, just MM.
Mark.
In the gold lane, she's shorter range compared to them. So this helps.
Actually, another additional question to that is, I wonder if the range of your ultimate actually will kind of extend a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it should. So
because it's a normal attack.
You're saying if they walk out of the original trigger box of the crossbow Tang,
yeah,
will it still click given the passive effect of the Malefic Gun?
Something for us to check later, right?
Because that's to the lab for that. But yeah, no.
Yeah, 100%.
Something food for thought.
A great food for thought here as well is Super Prince's second win on the Eve, I believe. Bro, I mean, the Eve in itself is definitely not the most impactful hero, but if you put it on the hands of like really quality players, it hits different. I can't believe how much it made a difference here as well.
Rockhart, it's gravy. It trapped Aurora into a bad situation when they pick fights. Because look, there's a box for the Harith, there's a box for the penalty zone, there's a box for the Feast of Blood, and if you put up a real-world manipulation around it, you neutralize those effects.
You literally contain it
in
a box.
So there's so much that Aurora are doing within a zone. If Super Prince answers back with an RWM, or worse, if he sets up the RWM first, it makes Aurora's layered approach harder to execute.
And all these, exactly. I mean, you're nullifying how many heroes? Right? Like 2-3 heroes already with just one ult.
The math doesn't check out.
That's like not, it doesn't compute in some terms. But then again, that's FNOP making things look so simple. Right? It's so simple for them.
It's these little decisions and how fast they're able to deploy and adjust on the fly along with each other's communications that make Fnatic Onic the scary team that they are.
Yeah, I don't know how they can get better than this, to be honest. It's hard.
Maybe our analyst can tell us more. Antianara, what else can they do better in Game 2?
Family is now at match point. Kaya naman isang magandang buhay. My name is Antianara at narito tayo ngayon sa ating analyst hand wherein we will break down everything that happened in game number 2 between Fnatic Onic Philippines and Aurora MLBB. We've talked about how proficient Brusco is in terms of using the Gacha. But to me, what matters the most is the fact that FNOP seems to just get whatever the factor is when you have to pick the Gatot Kacha in your lineup. All throughout the match, they knew that someone needed to be in front to tank and soak up all of the damage output necessary so that the Gatot Kacha will be able to set up using that Avatar of the Guardian. On top of that, we've seen a Super Prince's real-world manipulation that, in a way, enclosed the entirety of Aurora MLBB in that zone, making it easier for the Gatot Kacha to just cast the Avatar of the Guardian, taunt them, and in a way, that gave them a variety. But here, in terms of the item progression for both of these teams, what's the most interesting thing to me is the fact that Kelra built the Malefic Gun. We were talking about this in the panel with Midnight, and we've seen that the Malefic Gun gives you 25% attack speed, Not only that, it gives you also added, in a way, range in terms of your basic attack. So I think that's one of the few reasons as to why Kelra chose to go with this item specifically. Nabanggit din na ginamit ang Pull Yourself Together, which ensured na you have another 15% cooldown reduction in terms of your battle spells, and that changed everything for the sake of a super family. But of course, that is only game number 2 between them. Let's head on over more to our host, Mara Kino.
All right, everybody, let's go Fnatic! Go Fnatic! Go Onic! One more time! Let's go Fnatic! Go Fnatic! Go Onic! At kasama natin dito, eto Max, Hito! Marky, kamusta kayo?
Okay lang, okay.
Okay lang?
Masaya. Masaya kami, masaya. Masaya po, masaya.
Hito, ang tagal ka naming hindi nakita.
Hindi, ano lang, nagtatago lang, nagpapahinga lang.
Oh, dati CEO levels, may sunglasses. Ngayon, parang di ka na nagsusuklay.
Wala kami suklay sa bahay kasi. Wala nang pambili.
Bumalik ka kasi dito sa MPL Philippines eh. Yun ang sagot. O, sino nga ba yung sinusuportahan nyo?
Ako, isang tao lang eh, si Kelra lang eh.
Si Kelra.
Hindi, Onic ha, si Kelra lang.
Si Kelra lang. Okay. Si Bestie. Marky.
Onic po,
Onic.
Onic.
Siyempre, dating taga-Onic.
TNC pa rin yan ha, TNC yata yan.
Wala na eh. Nandito lang. Next season. Okay. Sige nga, ano ang mensahe mo since ikaw, dati kang nandun sa Fnatic Onic, anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Yun, good luck sa Onic, kunin nyo na to.
Kunin ka ulit?
Hindi, kunin nyo na yung ano.
Kunin nila to. Okay.
Kunin nyo na yung kampiyonato.
Okay. Kala ko nagpapa-wink-wink get a clue ka dyan eh. Oh, Hito, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra, yung bestie mo?
Kasi si Kelra, gusto ko talaga siya yumaman. Gusto ko siyang mag-successful para kasi yung kayamanan niya, meron din ako. Kaya Kelra, galingan mo, Kelra.
Sige, kung nag-champion, anong gusto mong, anong ang aas mo kay Kelra?
Wala, request ko na dyan, Mustang tsaka House and Lot.
Mustang.
Tapos pagka may sobra pa siyang extra, Rolex.
Rolex? Sino naman pala? Ikaw naman, Marky. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kelra?
Good luck. Sana makapag-MC sila.
Okay. Now, eto. Nandito tayo ngayon. It's 2-0. Ano ba ang prediction natin dito? Match prediction.
Wala na, sweep na yan. Sweep. Sure na, sweep. Sweep na, sweep.
Sure? Sure na sweep? O pag hindi sweep, anong gagawin mo?
Wala, hindi na mangyayari yun. Sweep na yan, sure.
Anong 100%. consequence? Paano kung makaisa yung RORA?
Wala, hindi na makakaisa, sure. Sasayaw daw siya. Sasayaw.
Sasayaw kasama mo?
Hindi, siya. Kasama ko siya.
Sige. Magkasama kayo.
Hindi, kahit anong mangyari, wala na. 100%, 1,200.
1,200. 1,200. Okay. Ay, ikaw, prediction.
3-0 na din yan.
3-0?
Aurora, ano?
Ano?
Aurora? Onic.
Onic, 3-0. 0 ng dalawa na nga eh.
Tatanong lang.
Sige. Marky, ikaw naman.
3-0 na lang po.
3-0 din. Okay. Now, kung manghuhula tayo, sino yung dalawang koponan na feeling nyo makakaabot ng Grand Finals? Sino yun? Siya daw. Ako na, sabi niya.
Siyempre, wala na tayong ibang choice dyan kundi Onic tsaka Vren na yan. Wala na.
Onic and Vren. Okay.
Kasi mali kasi yung prediction ko kahapon, di ba? Omega tsaka Onic. Baka kasi sino yung sabihin kong team, baka hindi
prediction! Quick prediction!
Sige, Baka maiba, Onic tsaka Blacklist.
Onic and Blacklist? Ikaw. Final prediction.
Aurora tsaka Onic.
Aurora at saka Onic. Okay, bakit ulit? Tapos magtatapat ulit. Alright, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba mananalo dito sa ating game number 3. So, babatunan natin to sa ating panel. Tulungan niyo ako, sabihin niyo pasok. Okay? Dito, tulungan mo ko. Ikaw din na to, Max. 1, 2, 3, panel. Pasok!
Indeed, it was a falsetto, Hito.
I miss Hito, bro.
Good to hear from him again, as well as Cap. Eto, Max, coach of TNC Pro Team, and the solution, Marky of Evil from SG. I wish we could have spent more time with them.
Yeah.
And I think that'll only happen if the series extends. But I think they called it right. This might actually be a sweep.
It looks like it, by the way. No other way around it, to be honest. We're going to try to dance around the fact that they're probably going to go 3-0. And in case you guys don't know, by the way, big history there. They were former teammates, those three. And Marky is actually, Kelra calls him his mentor. So it's really big to see them there right there.
Oh, the ties that bind. Let's throw over to Odin. She's over at the MPL playground. Check this out.
Para samahan kayo dahil alam kong masyado na mainit ang mga matches natin dyan sa loob. Dito muna tayo sa ating smart booth para mag-chill. Ano kayo meron dito? Hello! Hi! Ano daw meron dito?
May libreng skin daw po kasi dito pag bumili po ng smart SIM po.
Ay, may free skin! So, sino ang gusto mong makuhang skin?
Gusto ko po si, kahit si Alice po. Alice or Johnson.
Sinisilip mo eh. Okay, it's now time para piliin mo. Sino ba yan?
Chamba po.
Ay, Chamba? Yan ba yung gusto mo?
Opo, kay Johnson po.
Ay, ang swerte mo naman.
Actually, dalawa po yung pipiliin na skin.
Ay, dalawa?
Opo, dalawa po.
Meron din ata nagaganap dito. Hi! Kasama ang ating ambassador, i-assist niya kayo kung paano nga ba to be your own MLBB hero. You just have to post your photo using the hashtag SmartPowersMPLS14. At dito naman sa kabilang side, test your assassin reflex. Ano kailangan nila gawin dito?
Ang kailangan lang nila gawin dito is to get the 6 points, to get the skin. All you need to do is purchase a Power All 99 or a prepaid eSIM. So yun, para makasali.
Visit Smart Booth now. At ngayon, puntahan naman natin ang ating Index Salon na booth. Kahapon, nakita na natin yung mga face paint, hair dye. Bisitahin natin kung sino nga ba ang sinusuportahan na team na nandito ngayon sa ating booth. Let's go! Ay, parang merong nagaganap na pagkukulay ng buhok. Hi! Hello, madam! Hala, sobrang itim ng buhok niya, pero pinapakulayan niya. Sino ba ang team na yung sinusuportahan?
Onic po.
Onic! Pero bakit blue? Trip lang. Trip lang. Trip niya lang. Pero Onic ang kanyang sinusuportahan.
Yes po.
Is this washable?
Yes, ma'am.
Paano pag hindi? Only at Index Salon, you can experience temporary hair dye. O kung gusto niyo iba-ibang kulay ng inyong buhok, just visit Index Salon. It's time to flex your fandom here at Index Salon booth. Everything is for free, kaya naman kita-kits tayo dito sa MPL Playground. Back to you guys.
Rockhart, we're missing out.
They're missing out.
I need to get
I didn't know that.
I need to get my hair colored. It's a lot of fun down at the MPL Playground, so go ahead, visit. If you come in for game day and you're a little early,
yeah, I got
be
conscious there.
Might be a good idea to roam around. There's more than just the smart booth, the index booth. There's a whole lot you can do.
That's right. And the merch booth is actually there. They didn't show it, but it's right next to the Index Salon booth. And I think, you know what? To be fair, we might have a lot of time since, again, this could finish quite early.
Maybe tomorrow, Odin might go ahead and visit the merch booth, show us here on the show. But once again, it's time for you to show us your freshest look.
Oh, look!
There's a booth for the official supplier of MPL Philippines, and that is Index Salon down at the MPL Playground. Give them a visit. Who is going to be our freshest face here?
Is this a King Kong cosplay?
Oh, she got that. She got that Korean vibe.
Oh, yeah. The porcelain doll vibe. There you go.
Oh, look at that blonde.
Look at that hair.
Is that what they call platinum blonde?
I think so. They got the hair flip down and everything.
That's got to be Index work.
That's probably Index work. Really, really good. And I think that's the winner. There you go.
I mean, they're all winners at the end of the day.
But watching these guys play,
the handsome and beautiful members of the MPL Philippines community.
It's a pleasure just being around them. You know what I mean? They don't need to
when they're not pushing down backdrops.
When they're not pushing down our
our
fangs. But it's always so fun. That's also a reason why, guys, you're not too late. It's not too late for you guys to join us here. You see this place is full, right? You saw the crowd shots; they're super full. Surprisingly, there are still some slots.
There's like
for day 3 and 4.
3 or 4 seats.
Yeah.
For you and your boyfriend. There you go.
That's right. So get ready for that. But are you ready for this? These numbers are a little off the charts as well.
This is ridiculous. Home team now picks for game 3. Again, 1, 3, and 5 for home. Away picks 2 and 4. Fnatic Onic back in the driver's seat. They say we're blue. And they have an 82% win rate when they pick their sides. And they are approaching the 90% win. Rock, that's what you're talking about. The 90% on blue.
That just means there's a 90% chance that they win a game if they pick blue side.
They win.
And they go blue side now.
90%.
90% of the games.
In blue.
Sorry, 90% of their games.
Dear
so,
Lord.
Bro, I don't know who else can do that in MPL history. Maybe another team in Indonesia.
SRG is close to that
SRG is
number.
close as well. But yeah.
But to do it in the Philippines. To do it here.
Bro, it's different. It's different, right? So we're going into game number 3 with some pretty low expectations. I'll be honest, right? I voted Aurora. I predicted Aurora, but it's pretty slim, bro. The chances of them.
You voted Aurora?
I voted Aurora in my posted prediction.
In this upper bracket match.
In this upper bracket match.
All right, let's see. It's you and Ingan who are now biting their nails. Him for more obvious reasons.
Yeah.
The first volley of bans from Fnatic Onic, the Matilda, the Jushin, and the Phoveus. MTB for Aurora, taking out the Louis, the Fanny, and the Chip. So still open the Gatot. I would say Gatot now. Oh no, Suyo first.
That's a Suyo first. I was actually half expecting that to happen,
Right,
but Gatot is
first,
great.
right?
Yeah, Gatot is great.
Steal it, steal the Gatot, take it away from Bruce. No, they're not. They don't care what it. Why is Aurora doing this?
They're doing their own thing.
All right, they get Renegade his signature Cho and Demon Kite Sling. That, if I'm not mistaken, should be the #1 pick for Demon Kite all season long. No, it's not. It's the Julian.
And probably Hayabusa.
No, it's
Yeah?
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa, all right.
Highest, his best performing jungle hero is Hayabusa. This is a Cho for Renegade that goes all the way back. You think Coach why not saying, yeah, let's not wear out the Gatot?
Too much, right? But they could still pick it up here and it would still look good.
Oh,
Tigreal!
wow! The smile, the sinister smile
boy.
on their faces. How about this? Okay, Coach. Okay.
You know when Brusco picks it up, bro, Coach, I'd win.
It's
Coach.
the signature Edith and the signature Tigreal. Best performing heroes for Fnatic Onic. This is wild, Rockhard.
This is wild, honestly. Khaled's open though. Maybe they can answer that. Maybe I don't know if Edward can be ready with that pick.
I wouldn't say. I couldn't say. Maybe not.
Yeah, probably, right? It's so hard to actually think that can happen.
There's so many ways to stop the Khalid from doing his thing with an Edith and a Tigreal.
Yeah, body slams.
I'd reckon
throw it out.
You invest in mid or gold this early.
Obviously for mid, so many options. I think Valentina is great, but they go the other route, the Faramis.
Pick the Faramis.
Just to make sure they have it.
Ban the Valentina.
Oh, Valentina's banned. Yeah, they're gonna ban
No,
now.
you ban it, yeah.
Right.
So the whole Valentina, Edith situation, it's a soft counter.
Yeah, it's not something that's really high up on the priority list of these coaches, honestly.
Not a catch-all. You won't win instantly. It's just it makes it a little awkward. But
it's just nice to do it.
When you're
you know?
playing against a beast of an XP laner like Kirk,
there's a Val ban anyway.
Exactly. A little awkward ain't enough.
Just to make sure that every single bit will help, right?
Yep.
If you're facing the caliber of a team like Onic here, every advantage you can get, you take it, no question.
Say what you will about me, Rockhard, and any of the talents glazing up Fnatic Onic, but if that's your thought process, you haven't been watching Season 14. We're just telling the truth, folks.
You just gotta watch all season long. 2 months of them just destroying everyone.
And this is the same for me and Renegade. If you think I'm looking up to Renegade a little too much, maybe you're right, but this guy turned things around. So maybe this is what they need. Maybe they need a tempo breaker. Maybe they need to get the Cho on him. It's at 2-2 right now for his record in Season 14.
Yep.
Edward lost within the XP lane. Are we expecting a switch? I did consider that now. Now that the stats come up, I didn't expect that maybe, yeah, you could throw that out to Edward.
I believe they haven't had that much of a win against it. But again, it's just still on the table. And it kind of depends as well on the last 2 picks here of FNOP, I guess.
They're allowed to flex, I see what you're saying. So this is a gold lane on 4, and then the last flex on 5.
There you go. Okay. Pretty safe. Super Friends, we mentioned this for quite a while now, that he is a guy that you gotta actually, he doesn't talk as much, but you gotta watch out for this guy.
His game talks for him.
His game talks for him, man. And he's super loud in the comms.
That's true.
Something that we didn't know until like a few weeks ago.
When you get to know him, he's a very loud guy.
Yeah, so.
Coach Jeb would know.
I know Coach Jeb would know 100%.
Yeah,
I'm sure he played with him once or twice.
Coach Jeb and I spent a weekend with Fnatic Onic, and Super Friends was pretty loud.
There you go.
All right, so with that said, I'm expecting that this is indeed the hero pick. You're going to see a gold laner here. Harrod's still out there.
Harrod feels like the easy pick.
Harrod is safe. You have a Faramis. You can kick people into the Zephon Force. You have, oh, what?
There is the first.
Oh, they're protecting Doming.
I mean, I guess they can kind of pivot here. Doming can still kind of force himself into a weird Beatrix situation if they pick up the Harith. They're trying to go for counters.
I can see now signs of frustration sinking in. Because there was a choice. You protect the overall lineup and you hide the flex, or you just protect Doming at all costs and you reveal who the XP lane and the gold lane is immediately.
100%. The free people here, except for the save for the lane, are meant to just protect one guy.
Yeah,
and this is the last pick.
Oh, they take it away too!
That's what we're talking about.
They were running out of options and they made one choice, and now Fnatic Onic is going to pick the better of the two. They picked the Harith and the Lilia. Oh dear lord.
I would say
Super Prince has uptime up the wazoo.
I would say that's a great move, honestly. Just force out Doming into a weird scenario. 100% Beatrix is gonna go down here like a fly if you put the Beatrix here.
Oh dear.
So there you go, Moskov.
Oh yes, he looked throughout the whole debacle. The Moskov was still left open.
So he still got a pretty good pick for him.
Sure, that is their #1 best gold laner all season 14 long, but the fact that Onic picked up the Harith shows me that Fnatic Onic was willing to give the Moskov.
Somewhat a trade. At the same time, it just still feels like Onic had the advantage here on the draft.
A little bit of a range shortage though for Fnatic Onic, I gotta say.
I mean, considering Kelro picked up the Harith, yes.
Yeah, they gotta get up close and personal. So Aurora have to entertain these fights for Onic to collapse.
And of course, Aurora has to stick close to you as well, making sure the team fights are always close to the chest.
Tight boxes! Expect to see those kind of fights in game #3 in this best of 5. It's match point for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Let's throw it over to the gentlemen, Jose and Jose.
Thank you very much, Leo Rockhart, for the breakdown. Yes, it's match point right now.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Very decisively taking game 1. And then again in game 2, we'll see if they can extend the series this time around for RORA with the lineup they brought to the table. It's be nice to join with Ingan. Ingan, do you think this lineup will bring RORA a better result and take them to another game? Because your hair's on the line here.
Yeah, my hair is on the line. Brusca though, really flicker because of the pressure you and Renegade.
You said it so nonchalant, like you're not going to shave your head if this isn't 5 games.
It's impossible, no. I'm not going to shave my head. But again, going back to your question, I think...
You like this lineup?
Yeah, because Renegade's show, I mean, come on, it's Renegade. We've been saying, this is Renegade. What's the translation again?
Baka Renegade.
Baka Renegade.
This is Renegade.
He's known for using the Cho, and at the same time, Demon Kite has been performing well with the Link, plus Yue, plus Doming with the Moscow. And just
Whoa!
like that, see, we told you.
The Hitman.
The Hitman scores a first blood onto Super Friends, who, mind you, is one of the top players, not just in a specific role, but all throughout all the players. Has one of the best KDAs. His Demon Kite tries to go for Kelra. Okay, Kelra with the dash out. Evades Demon Kite. That was close.
Yeah, that was close. Again, going on to the point here, at least for Renegade, like this is, you know, this is the stuff he couldn't do on a Roam, Terizla, and a Carmilla.
Yeah.
Like, that's one thing. But we all do know that, because we've seen enough show in the current meta, that it is still difficult. It is still going to be crucial that he's able to find the, you know, the marks that he wants to, the kicks that he wants to in the right direction, especially towards the later portion of this game. Because he's also working against a Tigreal who he's been known to really love this season. Uh-oh, Renegade, like I said here, Turtle's up though.
Okay.
Who's going to take it?
Fnatic Onic just working on the turtle. Tempest of Blades will be casted, but again, King Kong will secure that turtle in exchange for Kirk's life. Edward goes in with a penalty zone to bring down Kirk, but Super Friends answers right back with a kill onto Renegade. They're still working onto Brusco as he will fall down in the hands of Yue. Now Demon Kite can kill Edward here. They're chasing after him. Will the body of Smith be enough? And I think it is, because Edward will be scot-free.
Tanky enough with that passive body of Smith. But yeah, that was, you know, Fnatic Onic, King Kong able to get the objective. Renegade again.
Oh, and the concussive blast.
Oh man, this
will burst down Super Friends.
That's tough because Super Friends has to just deal with Renegade doing this, and even though he gets, you know, a couple shots here and there, picks up a couple kills, ultimately it's also slowing Super Friends down a bit. And like our panelists mentioned, you know, Super Friends is one of the few players that does still like to go with this Lilia pick and has a lot of, probably the majority of the picks for the season overall for this Lilia. I think it's been picked up about 12 times or so.
Yeah.
So now looking at the items here, first items not falling into place. There's a kick though.
Good kick onto King Kong, but Killer answers with a Zaman for Spear of Destruction will connect though. King Kong in his mortal state now for the extra movement speed. And again, going back to your point with Super Friends, the thing is for Fnatic Onic, if ever Aurora snowballs in the early game, they have huge clear wave potential because of the Lilia.
Yeah. Like, so technically if they wanted to just go ahead and they get to a point in the game where they're, you know, backs are against the wall and they're defending in their base, they're actually going to be able to clear pretty well, considering the fact that they have a Lilia. You know, Harith will kind of help with that. Obviously, you're going to have to use the Zaman Force. But overall, the game in the later portions, as long as they control Domang, because again, this Moskov too can go ahead and put pressure side lanes with a Link. So your macro options for Aurora's lineups are going to be good. Like, they have a couple options. They don't actually always have to fight. And Domang especially, you know, he'll just plant himself in the side lane and then join with the Spirit of Destruction.
Yeah, basically what Keller's been doing during game number 2. Domang can just replicate it, but this time have an easier time because this is a Moscow with Spirit of Destruction now. The turtle fight can ensue here. We have 5 members for both of these teams.
All right, Edward also front side Renegade too. Fnatic Onic Philippines will have to just respect the fact that, you know, they could get set on. As long as they play, they know that they also just saw that kick from Renegade. He didn't get the kick he was looking for, but it's available now. Domang picking up Corrosive Scythe for this fight. Half health on the turtle. They're going to get their time.
Yue casts another realm. King Kong gets the turtle. Spirit Destruction will also connect. That was the blade coming in from Demon Kite. 4 blades, but the damage is not going to be enough. Brusco will fall down, and King Kong with a second skill. Gonna burst down there. And now Renegade has to walk away, being chased by Super Friends. Will he be able to escape as King Kong works on? Woo! And that was a kill onto Edward by King Kong.
Fnatic Onic Philippines just got a whole lot in that exchange for the turtle. Couple kills brings the gold in their favor. King Kong on the hunt?
Oh, not even done. They want to go for Domang though, but Domang with a Spear of Misery to make sure to push King Kong.
There's a trade though. Kirk giving a little damage on that turret. Still working on the tier 1s here. Only 1 turret for RORA. They got on the top side, and they'll continue to try to find what they can. But you're seeing it, right? Some of the team fights that we're talking about, the more of the delayed fights that even happen here for Fnatic Onic, they're playing into that. First items all locked in nearly across the board at this point. Conceal.
Who got the purple buff though? Not quite sure, but they're ganging up on King Kong. A good kick, but Brusco answers right back with an implosion. Here comes Yue with another realm. And a counterattack from Aurora might be able to bring down Brusco. A 2-for-none trade and a quick response for Aurora. Edward's not even done. He's going to cast the penalty zone onto Keller. Keller answers right back with his Zaman Force though. Are they going to be able to bring down Edward? Edward flickers out. Edward again is safe, but Aurora got 2 kills.
Yeah, they weren't able to go and respond fast enough to help King Kong. But he was doing what he had to do. He wanted to put the pressure on Demon Kite to force him to get that retribution and get the purple buff that he needs. And so, you know, he had a little lead, but he got punished. So good pick up there for Aurora, and now they can go ahead, play around once again with this lead they have. It'd be good for them if they can go ahead and grab this next objective. This turtle's up. They have the space to work with. It looks like they're going to bring everybody here. Demon Kite's still kind of handling that top wave. They're on the top side, but he'll make his way eventually. Nothing even happening just yet. Renegade will take a couple shots, but he's just going to go ahead and plant himself right there in the face of Super Friends again. It's been all over him majority of this game. So they'll go ahead and get in that positioning. They're going to keep Domeng top side, so he'll join the fight if he wants to, and Demon Kite just there too.
Oh, Yue with the Nether Realm, Fear of Destruction will connect. Edward not on time to cast the penalty, so Energy gets a kick onto Brusco. Tempest of Blades coming in from Demon Kite though.
Domeng?
Look at Domeng being
King
worked
Kong.
on by King Kong. A double kill for King Kong. Kelra also.
What?
4 members of Aurora went down in the hands of the KK Connection as they take a turret with them in the middle lane. And the lead Aurora established earlier is on Fnatic's side with 1.9k.
I don't know. We got to get a replay of that. That was a play and a half. And also, King Kong, man, what a play, getting that double. I thought Domeng would at least be able to get him, but he didn't. So, hey, quickly swinging over in favor now for Fnatic Onic Philippines. Massive win right there. Just in that fight alone for the third turtle, giving them a big momentum swing. That's going to be a tier 1 going down as well. So for Aurora, you're seeing that struggle. You're seeing almost getting to a point, too, of a little bit of a desperation. What can they find? They can't deal with kind of the pressure that's being set all around from Fnatic Onic in terms of the team fights, but they should probably play into the strengths of dealing with some of the side lanes for now, pushing where they can. But the pressure now on the buffs is what's problematic for Demon Kite.
Okay, they're going to steal away the orange buff. Now the problem is for Aurora is that the Nether Realm's always being casted early because of the potential of the burst. Now Renegade with a good seal. But Brusco knows this also. They might be able to sandwich Renegade though, but they're going to focus instead onto Edward. Penalty zone defensively with the Nether Realm as well to try and evade the attack coming in from Fnatic. Now they're working on Renegade though. But the mobility of the show is there. He might be able to escape, but Super Prince cutting him off. Flickers out. Renegade is alive. The hitman by King Kong with a Queller!
Queller! And there it is, Thunderstruck once again. They're feeling good. Good attempt at trying to escape, go around everywhere. But Renegade won't get away from that one.
Look at this. Fnatic has time to flex their recalls, which by the way you can buy, because they will get an uncontested Lord. Huge, huge swing. Huge momentum boost for the Sonics. Wow.
Man, it's at this point, if you're Aurora with this kind of lineup, it's almost, you're almost wondering, you know, what do we do here? What can we find? Renegade, he's the guy that tried to get the pick off like we've said, but I said Cho struggles, Salmon Force.
Oh, goes in right away, working on Domeng. As Renegade tries to zone them out, here comes Demon Kite though, surveying the scene. Fnatic Onic gonna play this methodically, gonna wait for the Lord, and eventually burst down the inhibitor turrets, plus the shields have been popped. Fnatic with a 5.3k gold lead, they can easily end this.
We're gonna go ahead and deal with this Lord. Renegade jumps in a little bit. Shields are the goal right now for Fnatic. They get the top one, bottom one too. Mid, it goes down as well. Turrets are still up. A couple poking here from Renegade on the front side. Spirit Misery into the wall, but to hold on to the base turrets for now, so Aurora will keep things together, at least in their base. But they're still struggling, being kind of outpaced everywhere from Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, outpaced, literally, outset, outmaneuvered. Fnatic just playing out of their minds again. Beautiful setups coming in from Brusco. And prior to that clash, you could forget the time that King Kong and Kelra both have their respective double kills. So it seems like Fnatic isn't bothered by the huge start, amazing start of Aurora for game number 3. Now for Aurora, what do you do in this situation? Again, going back to your point a while ago, they have an advantage when it comes to macro because they have the Ling, they have the Moskov, and they still have their inhibitors intact. They can go for the macro game, try to create slow pushes, try to create split pushes.
Yeah.
But Fnatic Onic, with their mobility, they also know the potential of Aurora that they can do this.
That's almost a problem though too, because with a snowballed Suyo on the other side, even if you're trying to push like the side lane, you know, with Domeng even, you could kind of just get almost deleted. You know, you got to purify, that's about it. King Kong can just hunt you down and work from there. Whoa!
As you were saying,
my goodness. This is I guess it was an understatement. You're taken out in an instant, man.
Instant. That's why Yue also has to pop his Nether Realm right away whenever clashes start because of the potential of the burst. A conceal coming in from Fnatic Onic onto the bottom lane. They're going to force out the clash here just to get an inhibitor turret. Doming with Spear of Destruction will connect it. They're going to burst down the inhibitor turret. Kelra goes in. Edward as well. Zaman Force coming in from Kelra as they work on Brusco with a setup. Yue again with the Nether Realm. They're going to bring down Renner J. Demon Kai still not in the picture here as Brusco will fall down as well. Now they're going to jump right after Yue. King Kong goes after Doming. Demon Kite is the one left. 1 second before Yue respawns here, and Fnatic has minions.
They have the minions. Couple members to defend.
Zaman Force for Kelra working on the minions before the rest of the Aurora response. Tempest Blade coming in from Demon Kite. Fnatic just finishing things off, and they will advance and face Falcons APBren in the upper bracket finals.
We didn't expect this. A sweep against RORA. Clean every single game, from the fastest game to the cleanest game. Fnatic Onic Philippines. What a performance throughout the series. They're looking like contenders to be champions for Season 14, that's for sure, because man, oh man, even that Suyo from King Kong. Man, I don't know if it's the parent buff here or what, but I know his dad's got a smile on his face out there. His parents have been here supporting them all throughout the season. But just as a team, it's hard to find a weak point here with this lineup from Fnatic Onic.
Scary. This version of the Sonics, hungrier, more motivated. And again, you said that they're looking like contenders to take the championship for S14.
Yeah.
I gotta say, they're looking like contenders to take the championship in M6.
They're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with if they get there.
Yes.
But one thing's for sure, one of them, either them or FCAP, are going to end up there for sure, right? Because that's who we're going to go against. And man, that's going to be an amazing series once we get there. And now also we know it's going to be a classic match both ways, man. Blacklist, RORA down there, lower bracket, FCAP, FNOP. I can't wait to see what they have to say. We're going to head on over to the stage with Marikina and FNOP. That's it for me and Egon here on the English desk. So we'll hear from you guys tomorrow. But for now, let's go over to the stage with Mara and Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic Onic Philippines will be going to the upper bracket finals. Congratulations! Kelra, ito talaga yung perfect example kung paano nyo ipapunish ang inyong opponent. Complete domination. Talagang pag nakita to ng mga taga-ibang bansa, kakatakutan kayo. In fact, you guys beat your own record. Kanina, I don't know if you know, game number 1, fastest game so far, 9 minutes and 34 seconds. So ganito ba talaga yung plano nyo? Be aggressive and finish the game early? Was this the plan all along?
Kasi pagiging aggressive, madalas sa kanilang apat nagsisimula eh. Kumbaga, sa first turtle, doon nagsisimula yung mga aggression. Kaya minsan nakikinig lang ako eh. Bahala na sila dyan. Basta galingan na lang nila.
Pagkatapos ng game 1, alam nyo ba that you beat your record?
Hindi.
So you just went on all along, hindi kayo nagulat na, uy, parang ang bilis matapos yung tinalo natin sila just like that.
Wala, hindi man po namin iniisip yung ganun eh. Basta iniisip lang namin na lalaroin namin yung game.
Alam nyo, nakakatakot kayo. With what you're showing, nakakatakot talaga kayo. Ito naman, para kay Super Friends. Super Friends! Ito ang lineup, ito ang koponan na finally dinala ka sa upper bracket finals. Anong masasabi mo tungkol dito sa Super Family na nabuo nyo ngayong Season 14?
Masabi ko lang masaya kasi nakalagpas ako sa first round exit.
At masaya kami talaga para sa'yo. And now it's time to announce our MVP! Let me hear it from you. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Ay, narinig ko dito. Brusco! MVP! You're heading to the upper bracket finals. Express mo naman sa kanila yung tumatakbo sa isip mo at anong gusto mo sabihin sa supporters.
Feel ko lang parang iba yung laro ko ngayon. Kasi nanonood yung ganda.
Nanonood si girlfriend! O, shoutout kay girlfriend! So may girlfriend buff ngayon. Nagdagdag. Okay, anong gusto mong sabihin kay girlfriend at sa lahat ng mga girlfriends na sumusuporta sa mga teammates mo?
Maraming salamat sa... thank you so much sa pag-support sa akin kahit na na-down ako. Nandiyan ka pa rin na sumusuporta sa akin.
Bakit ka nada-down?
Parang kasi nung pagka wala ako sa RRQ, parang na-down ako Tapos siya yung parang nandyan yung para i-cheer up ako. Kasi taga-Indonesia po siya Bumiyahe po siya kahapon.
Wow! Taga-Indonesia pumunta dito para lang sa'yo. But you know what? You're in a much better place now because you are going to the upper bracket finals. And now, na-curious ako kay girlfriend pumunta dito sa Pilipinas para panoorin siya. Now it's time to announce our lucky fan that will get 5,000 diamonds. Come on up! Ganyan talaga dito sa MPL Philippines, namibigay kami ng diamonds para sa ating lucky fan. And now, kilalanin natin siya. Hello! Ano pong pangalan natin?
Lonnie.
Lonnie! Sino po dito ang paborito natin manlalaro?
Si Brusco.
Magkatabi kayo! Okay, alam mo sabi niya na down daw siya before. So anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya para mag-cheer up siya? Let him know how much you idolize him.
Galingan mo lagi kasi para makakuha naman kayo ng lalo si Kelra ng Corona. Saka wag kang ma-down kasi maglalaro ka pa sa M6.
Salamat po.
Great prediction! Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya at sa mga supporters?
Maraming salamat sa laging pag-support sa amin kasi parang ayun ko lang din na-experience yung ganito may sumusuporta pa pala sa akin. Kaya maraming salamat.
Congratulations! I'll take this mic. Pwede kang mag-bow with the team and take a walk with them. Fnatic Onic Philippines, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory! What a dominating match from Fnatic Onic Philippines! Not only was it a sweep, but they beat their own record. Fastest game at 9 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 seconds. Pero syempre, i-breakdown natin ang ating game number 3, so babalikan natin ang ating panel. What you gotta say, Pasok?
It's a sweep.
It's a sweep. And it's a highly deserved one. We were basically just counting down the time in which they were going to be taken.
After the turnaround in the mid-game by Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Yeah.
Game 3 was the most alive Aurora was in this best of 5.
That's right. And I think it boiled down to really good picks as well. Like the picks that really personified the players themselves. Like, Demon Kite doesn't want to straight up fight. They want to kind of just support from the mid. I think the firepower just was not quite enough.
And again, at the lead for Fnatic Onic to make that comeback possible in Game 3. And of course, to just set the pace and lead his team to victory was Brusco. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I heard Kelra whisper, say it in Bahasa.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Bahasa as well.
Come on,
so I'm
bro.
pretty sure he wanted to say a little something to the tone of Aku Cinta Kamu.
That's right.
I love you.
He loves him. He loves her.
He loves her. I'm pretty sure they'll have a good talk after to celebrate tonight. They are moving on up to the upper bracket finals. Falcons APBren waiting. Fnatic Onic, they'll be facing them tomorrow in the best of 5 to confirm the very first slot in the grand finals of Season 14 playoffs and M6.
M6, baby! That's probably what Brusco can say tomorrow.
We'll see.
I don't know how you can say that in Bahasa.
We'll
but
see. I don't know if Reptar can say that either. But look, our MVP for this game would be Dwayne Kelra Vilas.
Yeah, and in the Indies, this is a relatively quick game, 12 minutes and 52 seconds. And again, their average game time really is it's dropping so fast.
Bottom right now. It's somewhere close to 13 or
Probably
12.
13 to 14.
Ridiculous.
Right now. Yes, which is insane. If you think about all the teams that they face right now here in the playoffs and in the regular season, It's insane they can finish games this quickly. And they needed to do that here. That's a Moskov. That's a Ling. You better finish it quick.
And Fnatic Onic, I think they understood the dynamics of the early game. And Aurora sacrificed, in my opinion, sacrificed a little too much to start off strong. But at the end of the day, after the turnaround, the power spike hit for Fnatic Onic. And Kelra not dying. I think that was key. Kelra not dying.
Yes.
They crossed the path of no return. Aurora just couldn't recover from them.
And of course, King Kong Suyo just so good at following up, making sure these kills are confirmed. Even with Renegade trying his very best to try to go to the back line, try to do some intercepts, making sure that there's no 5-man collapse happening. It just, you know, so hard to stop the waves from crashing down.
Even Demon Kite's Ling.
Don't
get me wrong. Demon Kite is amazing, but there was one moment where we barely even caught it. Like, it happened off screen, but King Kong killed Demon Kite's Ling one-on-one.
And that's saying something. Honestly, that's saying something considering you can one-on-one a Ling and make it look easy.
Here's the thing. When a Ling and a Suyo meet, it's on the Ling's terms. The Ling is just so much faster.
The Ling can just go anywhere.
So that means Demon Kite went to King Kong and they decided to fight.
It was a decision, right? It's a decision that, all right, we're going to throw some skills at each other. Let's see who comes out on top. And Demon Kite knew that willingly. He walked into it willingly.
And about 3 or 4 seconds into that engagement, he regretted that decision.
That's right. That's right. So that just, I don't know, maybe it boils down to decision-making of Demon Kite, to how good the micro is of King Kong. Either way, all of that kind of just gelled together into an impossible-to-push lane because of Super Fence's Lilia. Kirk just insane right now on the Edith. I think his win rates right now, I think only lost like 2 games or 1 game on
I think
Edith.
puts it up to 5-1 now.
Yeah.
What makes it all the more terrifying is the fact that Fnatic Onic seems so comfortable in their skin drafting. Whether blue, whether red, the minds of Coach Dexstar and Coach Master the Basics seem to not have a clear answer.
It seems like they're forced into a lot of these drafts, honestly.
Yeah, at best, Aurora seem okay.
Where on the opposite side, it's like FNOP's like, they're smiling at each other. Bro, come on. It's like that's how they look on screen.
It seems like Coach Wynot is offering his players 3 or 4 picks per lane.
And they just laugh at whatever they pick. Right? That's amazing. And again, maybe stuff like that just makes it so much easier to play if you're FNOP. And making sure that, you know what, we can take him no matter what happens.
And that puts a period on to this series. Again, a sweep by Fnatic Onic Philippines. We have a special guest joining the show before we close up tonight here on day 2 of the playoffs. Very special friend of ours from MPL Indonesia. It's Rachel Eterna Del Praya coming on.
Hi guys! So we also have Rockhart and Leo here with us. So Eterna, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Busy day, it seems.
I've missed you. We've been since August. We haven't talked a lot.
You've been away.
Been away for months now. So anyway, you watched the game. So what can you say about the games today?
Honestly, I didn't expect things to go the way that it was. I mean, Aurora going, what, 0-3? I mean, after seeing the performance against TLPH, I thought that they would have put a bit more of a fight, but I don't know. I think things in MPLPH right now are as unpredictable as it currently is in MPL ID2.
All right, Eterna, I have a question for you. Like, seeing the MPL Philippines, seeing how, how it plays out, who do you think from your region will be able to make it to M6 and possibly face against the Filipino teams?
Honestly, there's an argument to be made for all top 4. So as you guys know, top 4, we have RQ, we have TLID, we have Bigatron, and we also have Fnatic Onic. So if you ask a different caster, I think they're going to have a different opinion. But I'm going to go with my bias. I'm going to go.
She's ready.
Wow.
She's my team.
May I ask why?
I think we know the reason, but yeah, why?
Can I phone a friend? Can I phone a friend?
Sure. Phone anybody you want.
Who could it be?
Okay.
Who are you calling?
Hi, Blue. What do you think?
Wait, who's that?
Were you guys expecting someone different?
That's blue.
Oh, blue.
This is blue.
We were expecting a human.
Okay. Hey.
All right, Rachel.
Well, me and Blue, we agree that I think this time around, TLID with the rookies that are stepping in, they've been performing really incredibly. And I understand that they're rookies and they don't have as much, international experience, but it's a double-edged sword, right? On one hand, you have a team that is comprised of new kids, and so there's not much information regarding them except for what you guys can see from MPL ID. But there's also an argument to be made that because they are rookies, they don't have the necessary experience that veterans do offer. Right, Blue? Right, okay, yeah.
Talk to us about why you think the rookies are the key players of Team Liquid ID. What do they bring to the table?
They bring something new. They bring something fresh. I think for the longest of time, MPL ID have been so caught up in more aggressive kind of gameplays. But the fact that these new kids coming through, I'd actually, make a huge argument for Weedy here. Sure, Weedy doesn't have as much exceptional prowess micro-wise compared to new kids like Fabian and Aaron Shiki. But if you guys watch Breaking Bad and if you guys watch Money Heist, there's always a brains behind an operation, and I do believe that brain is behind Weedy here. So his intelligence, even Mirko mentioned it as well during our cast and even when he does his watch parties, that his intelligence brings something very MPL PH-esque to MPL ID.
Yeah, that's really great, Eterna. But now, since you've watched the series today, judging just from the matches for today, right, second day of the playoffs, how do you think TLID would fare against our soon-to-be M6 representatives?
I like the smile. I like the smile.
Honestly, I'm a little nervous because even from TLPH's match against Aurora, it really did teach me that, experience goes a long way. And so with the rookies that I have in TLID, I'm worried. But I'm hopeful that they do have the ability to adapt on the fly. But with how crazy the new format is, by the way, what is going on, guys? I'm honestly worried, but I'll hope that they do have a standing chance against the top MPL PH teams.
Okay, so this is going to be the final question for you, Eterna. So for MPL Philippines, you have this thing. And I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with this question. Are you ready?
Is it kumusta?
Oh, well, I'm okay.
Okay lang.
Okay, so
okay
anyway,
lang.
here's the question. Here
Okay.
is the question. Ano ang palag nyo?
Oh man. I'm gonna have to phone a friend again for this one.
You have another friend? Okay.
Yeah, I have lots of friends. Hang on.
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear him? Hello? Oh.
So it's an actual friend this time around.
Yes.
Oh, you can't talk right now.
Oh!
Oh, it's okay.
I thought it was a real
Yeah.
friend.
He is a friend.
Oh, he's a friend. He's a friend.
What did he say?
He said, what edge do we have? We have Yaoi.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. You gotta go? Okay. Sorry to bother. Bye.
He was
Right.
training.
Yeah.
Why you call him during training?
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Eterna. Any final words to our viewers and invite them to support MPL Indonesia?
Wait, what?
Support our viewers. Invite our viewers to support MPL Indonesia.
Guys, please support MPL ID because, I think we need all the support we can get. It's been years since, we've had our golden moment. Maybe with your support, our teams can finally make top 2 because a lot of people are saying that MPL ID is not even top 4 right now. So, help us out, guys. We need the support. Come on, guys. Pull through.
Thank you so much, Eterna. And also, thank you so much to our English panel, Leo and Rockhart. That has been it. TLID for Eterna. Let's support them in the upcoming MPL ID playoffs. So, thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Makasih.
Thank you, guys.
Grabe ang labanan ng
Carl,
mga
she didn't seem
friends
so
ni
confident.
Eterna.
Yeah, that was It's not the usual Eterna, you know. It's a bit lukewarm.
She did glaze up her team, right? Liquid ID, definitely on top of their game in Season 14, but
I love it, though.
she was so honest about, like, maybe we need the help. Maybe.
That's what I like. I like her honesty with this one, so I can't wait to see her again soon.
If she's nothing, she's not honest, so that's for sure. Let's check out the mic check from that series.
Laban lang. Di mga dalawan. Easy game lang, boys. Nice one. Flicker to. Teka, go. Wala ka ulti na to. Aling, maangat to. Power. Nice one.
He said the magic words, bro. Easy game.
Easy game.
Easy game.
Short and efficient. Like, that is the comms.
Wow.
All you need for Fnatic Onic. Tower, hero. I'm gonna stun this guy.
I'm gonna get this.
Link's gonna land.
Easy game.
I mean, these are but moments we see from the hours and hours of training that they do.
And it's so streamlined. It's so efficient. That's something you learn about Onic comms is it's so efficient, and there's just at least two guys just talking, and it's so smooth. They go around the map so information is so good right now for them.
It's clean.
That's where I'm looking.
And that's just in the winning moments. To be a fly in that room wherein they're just looking for kills and just playing the map, like that would be a whole nother kind of communications that they will keep a secret up until they win that championship.
Right. Especially the Lord fight. I wanna be a fly on that room.
Oh yeah,
how they juggle so
setting
well.
up the Lord shuffles.
Grabe na ito.
Yeah, so I'm super curious and I'm super happy with how they are improving.
Dami na
And here's the bracket.
sa lower bracket finals.
Upper bracket finals, Fnatic Onic facing off against Falcons APBren in the best of 5. And in the lower bracket, two teams fighting for tournament life. Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB.
Alright, so a lot of people predicted Blacklist and Aurora to face each other. I don't know if they predicted it would happen this
Sa
early.
dinami-dami na magkakatapat sa lower bracket
rivals
finals.
indeed.
Talagang yung
I'd say,
dating parang magkatagpi na team. Grabe na ito.
Grabe talaga yung nagiging performance.
It's on a whole other level in the playoffs.
Nakakatuwa yung FCAP and
That
FNOP.
rivalry
And right now, Blacklist and Aurora for the lower bracket finals.
So if you guys are ready for it, that's happening tomorrow. One of those teams are saying bye-bye. So don't want to miss that.
Also going on here at the MPL Arena is the Infinix Fancy Laban Playoffs. That's being held at the Community Hub at Green Sun Makati alongside the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. So it's not just our favorite athletes in action, it's you guys as well. The champion will take home Infinix GT20 Pro phones and 25,000 diamonds.
Bro, each of them get one phone each and 5,000 diamonds. And their brackets are already on the low as well.
That's plenty. Top 4, we got Kabarangays, Phoenix Army, the Auroras, and the Cavalry.
That's something, man. So we'll see the conclusion, I think, tomorrow for this, right? Should be. Right now, it's a very interesting multiverse, to be honest. And I'm sure they're very excited for that. And again, big prizes in store. And not just for them, for you guys as well. You haven't seen all the booths yet on the MPL Playground, so it's also great to just drop by. And there's also watch parties happening below.
Yes.
There's a big screen on the playground, so even if you don't have a ticket, I think you can go in.
In case you haven't secured your tickets to the next few days, you can come join us still, and it's free of cost. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw over to the stage. It's been an honor to be at your service. My name is Leo. This here is Rockar on behalf of Ingan and Naisu. We hope you had a great evening. Let's go and talk to Marakina to close up tonight.
And with that, day 2 comes to a thrilling end. We now have our 2 upper bracket finalists, Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcons APBren, and our 2 teams who will fight for their lives down the lower bracket, Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB. Oof, things are about to get a lot spicier. Now, who will be the first team to get their ticket to the grand finals and represent the Philippines in the M6 World Championship? Let us know your prediction, because the road to the world stage is getting closer. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you day 3.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPL S14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.